3, 2, 1.
Got a blast!
So around Halloween 2020, I had the sudden inkling to watch the Halloween episode of Jimmy Neutron. It was certainly odd, and it got me thinking about doing a retrospective video on the series. But then I have lots of ideas for videos, and it immediately went into the ever-increasing will-do pile. And then, in the year and a half since then, something odd has happened. Retrospectives of Nick shows have become an increasingly popular topic. I mean, I suppose they always were. It's not like this was ever going to be an original idea, but things being what they are, now it's part of a trend. Plus, it's the 20th anniversary of the show. I mean, the actual anniversary was in July, but that was just the pilot episode. Season 1 wasn't released until September.
And let me tell you, kids, nothing prepares you for your favorite childhood show turning 20. So, hop on my content train, friends. It's time for a Nickelodeon Retrospective.
I loved Jimmy Neutron as a kid. I was obsessed with it. I had a Jimmy Neutron themed birthday party, I dressed as him for Halloween, I even had a life-size Jimmy Neutron plush. Wonder what happened to that. I remember going to see the movie in theaters, and I'll be honest, I don't actually remember loving the movie or anything, but it was one of the few movies I had seen, and I was obsessed with movies. So I would talk about Jimmy Neutron non-stop.
I know, imagine me loving movies and talking about them all the time.
But when the show dropped about a year later, I was hooked. The pilot episode, When Pants Attacked, wasn't the best episode of the show, but it's one that I think perfectly demonstrates what the show is about, and gives you a clear view of their sense of humor. All it took was watching one episode for me to immediately acknowledge how much this show has affected how I make jokes. It's extremely funny.
I see London! I see France!
You got really good eyesight.
But before we dive into the actual episode, here's a side tangent. My dad works for CBS, which is owned by Viacom, so he got Paramount Plus for free. I would not pay for this service, and you shouldn't either. But I have been using it to write this video, as the entire show is on the platform, except the pilot. How the fuck are you gonna have every episode except the first episode? My guess as to why this has happened is that the first episode uses music from the movie that wouldn't be in the rest of the series. Which, if that is the reason, that's kind of upsetting because the music from the movie kinda sucked. Apparently you're supposed to think music was better when you were a kid, but no, music sucked when I was a kid. A never-ending litany of boy bands, pop punk, nu metal, and incomprehensible bling rap. And I know I'm gonna get people going, oh, but what about Limp Bizkit or Blink-182? To which I say, this is Jimmy Neutron. They can't afford any of the good acts. Instead, the song they use in both the movie and the first episode of the show is by fucking Aaron Carter, the guy who sang what was, at the time of the show's release, my absolute least favorite song. Also, if that is the reason episode 1 isn't on Paramount Plus, just pay him. You guys are a billion-dollar media conglomerate. I'm sure Aaron Carter could use the money. Hey, so this part of the video was written in May of 2022 and then released in September of the same year. In November of 2022, Aaron Carter passed away, tragically young. So I apologize for the poor timing on this joke. Also, somewhat infuriatingly, the movie is on HBO Max. With that out of the way, let's dive into When Pants Attack. The setup is simple. Jimmy is in trouble for not putting away his pants, so he invents a nanochip to make them put themselves away. Unfortunately, it goes haywire and his pants come to life and begin infecting other pants. So it's episode 1 and Jimmy's already created hostile artificial intelligence. If the title When Pants Attack, or hell, even the name Jimmy Neutron don't immediately tip you off, this show takes heavy inspiration from the sci-fi films of the 50s and 60s. I mean, his town is called Retroville. That said, unlike, say, Joe Dante movies, which would wear its influences way out on its sleeves, this show is a lot subtler about it, and rightfully so. It was a show for children in the 2000s, none of whom would have gotten what they were referencing. Instead, they lift elements of the aesthetics of the era, and not really much else. It's 50s B movies for a new generation. I think that even brings a charm to the CG. I would not argue with anyone who says the CG was rough or primitive, But so are some of the effects in those old sci-fi flicks. The cutting-edge technology fit well with the sci-fi vibe. Like Tron and Reboot before it, you accept that it's primitive because it's new technology. And I think this looks a lot better than those. I just think it's a step in the lineage, even if Pixar had proven you could go CG without sci-fi elements. This episode also reminded me of something else that I bet drew me in as a child. Jimmy's really lazy. Like, the whole show is about a kid using his superhuman knowledge of science to avoid simple household chores. I will be bringing this up several times. But for now, I will say I really related to the plight of a kid who was smart but used his intelligence to get out of doing stuff. Like, most content about smart kids had them enjoying school and learning math and science and stuff, but Jimmy will invent things to get him out of school, which I related to a lot more. So yeah, this was a strong start to the series. Like I said, it's not the best episode, but a first episode shouldn't be. This sets the tone perfectly. It's exactly what a pilot should be. If you like it, there's more to come. If you don't, this is all the show is, so you'd be better off leaving. And if the pilot brought back positive nostalgic feelings, then episode 2 brought back exactly the opposite. Now make no mistakes, it's a good episode, maybe too good. I thought it was the funniest shit when I was 10 years old. Jimmy decides he doesn't like being a genius, so he creates a machine to make himself dumber. It's an obvious plot, so I'm glad they're getting it out of the way in episode 2. Of course, it goes wrong, and he ends up incredibly stupid.
Hey, have you guys seen my loopy dance? I'm loopy.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the joke I decided to quote non-stop, no matter how annoying it was. Didn't I just say I related to being a smart kid? That might have been an overstatement. But I did appreciate this, too.
So, are you a big genius show-off butt brain again?
I'm not sure. Of course, what is genius but an artificial construct in the guise of an empirical truth?
Of course, there's a meteor headed towards Retroville, and they need Jimmy to be smart again. The mayor even shows up? Did you know they had a mayor? I'm pretty sure this is his only appearance. And man, they go a little dark for a Nickelodeon show.
All right, children. Now everyone stand in an orderly fashion as we await our imminent doom.
It's also the first episode where we get a glimpse of the inevitable Jimmy x Cindy plotline.
How does this thing work?
I don't know, Susie.
It's Cindy!
You're kinda cute.
That said, I'm a little concerned they don't really resolve the I'm unhappy with being a genius plotline. It just gets erased by this, well, you have to be. Even though the problem you needed him to solve was one he caused.
I'm loopy.
Okay, I think we should stop now.
I want to talk about how Hugh Neutron is a really good dad. He supports Jimmy's experiments, even when some of them turn out messy. The joke is not that he's a bad dad, like say on Jimmy's sister show, Fairly Odd Parents, but rather that he's a dumb dad who's a far better parent than he realizes. It's certainly a unique take on fatherhood. I would even say it's reminiscent of what made Goofy work in a Goofy movie. He's dumb, but he's a good father. But of course, a Goofy movie was way different. It's about a kinda cool, but mostly really dorky kid who's best friends with a comedically fat character voiced by Rob Paulsen and a sort of spaced out weirdo with spiky hair. And hey, wait a minute!
Ladies and gentlemen, and Cindy.
What? Jimmy Neutron says non-binary rights?
And may the best salesperson win.
Yeah, sure. Jimmy Neutron says non-binary rights. Why not?
In this episode, they have to sell candy. No, this is not the one with the super extra good candy. This is the one with the robot salesman. No, I don't remember this one either. I remember the book gum from the beginning of the episode, so I guess I've seen this one before, but if you had to ask me to start naming plots before going in, I wouldn't have mentioned this one. Cindy uses intimidation to win the contest.
That's a very beautiful horse. It would be unfortunate for him to have an accident. Capiche?
And Jimmy's robot tries to sell him into slavery.
I always wanted to buy her since I was 5 years old.
What an episode. At this point, you may be asking why the military allows Jimmy, a a 10-year-old boy, to have a functional rocket. I assume it's kind of a Rick and Morty or even Metalocalypse type thing, where they keep their eye on him, but at a distance, which the next episode basically confirms.
Mom, Dad, I have an announcement.
Oh, tell me now if this involves any principals, policemen, or government people.
Nope, not this time.
You don't get where Jimmy's at without attracting some attention. Jimmy wants a little brother, but his dad's already snipped, so he has to build one for himself. I really remember this being later in the series. I'm starting to think I saw the pilot and then only caught season 1 in reruns for a while. Or maybe I saw them so much in reruns that they got fixed in my memory deep into the series. Anyway, Brobot commits the cardinal sin, being more likable than Jimmy. So Jimmy pulls a normal stunt, but when that doesn't work, he decides he's had enough and is deactivating him, when Brobot goes HAL 9000 on him.
But then we can't play anymore. And you're my big brother.
In the end, Jimmy sends him to the moon with a robot mom and dad. So remember, kids, if your younger sibling is annoying, just send them to the moon with new parents. And they do have kind of a nice ending where Jimmy learns to play with Goddard when he's alone. So do you guys remember the episode where he brings Thomas Edison back to life? Yeah, so the setup to that happening is Cindy giving a report on Marconi inventing the radio, which Jimmy says isn't true, which arguably it isn't. Tesla technically beat him to it, except here Jimmy's gonna argue Marconi couldn't have done it without Edison inventing electricity first. So even in Nick cartoons, Edison steals Tesla's spotlight. They do nail his reaction to showing up in the present, though.
Where I come from, that's copyright infringement! Copyright infringement!
Also, Jimmy just, leaves in the middle of class to bring a man from the past to the present. He's already got a time machine at the ready. There's even an implication he's used it before to disastrous results.
Hey, Cindy! I just came back from the Lost and Found. Oh, really? Did you happen to see Jimmy's point?
God damn, this man invented time travel and they're dunking on him for it. Oh man, you brought Thomas Edison back from the dead? Big whoop. And what are they learning in Miss Fowle's math class? Speaking of Miss Fowl, she and Edison start dating. Good for them. Unfortunately, this show acts like without Thomas Edison, most electric things wouldn't exist, which is not true. He was not the only one inventing things then. In fact, without him, electronics would probably be more accessible. And apparently Goddard won't disappear if he's solar-powered? I am not even going to try to understand that. Meanwhile, Tom is totally content to let it all die for some good pussy, so it's up to Jimmy to break them up.
Will you hear this poem I wrote ya? Roses are red, violets are blue. Miss Fowle's armpits stink like an old skunky. What? Wait a minute. I didn't say that.
Can they not see the robot dog sticking out of the bush? Or tell that Edison's lips aren't moving? I do like the resolution to this plotline, though.
Oh, Tom, today was wonderful, but I'm not the marrying kind. I'm a free spirit, a butterfly in the breeze.
Well, knock 100 points off my IQ and call me Tesla.
Let's move on.
Episode 4 starts dark, but I don't know how much I can show without getting copyright strike. Basically, Jimmy erased his parents' memory of their second honeymoon an entire year of their marriage? What is Jimmy hiding? Is this how he got the rockets? Grandma Neutron is staying to watch Jimmy while they're away. I like her. She's unhinged.
I told you I could get here from the airport in under 50 cents.
If I made her young again, I bet she'd stop complaining.
Can you guess where this goes? She's a baby who can talk. And the townspeople act like Jimmy isn't doing crazy shit like this all the time. I'm nitpicking. This episode's hilarious. Jimmy is literally me.
I love and respect Mom far too much to let her know I disobeyed her.
Also, Cindy says this.
Looks like Libby and I have a date with some enchilada burritos.
Do I ship Cindy and Libby? Can't think of a reason not to.
In the next episode, Jimmy sees a commercial for the Encyclopedia of Infinite Knowledge. Don't do it, Jimmy. You're only like 5 years from Wikipedia. It's not worth it.
Seriously, my parents bought me an encyclopedia set when I was like 5, and by the time I was old enough to use it, everything was online.
This episode is actually the first mention of McSpanky's, a restaurant that appears in one of the show's more infamous episodes, as Hugh had the opportunity to invest in it, which would have made him a very wealthy man. Jimmy goes back in time 15 years, and it's the 70s?
15 years ago now, this episode was already 5 years old.
But also 15 years before this episode was 1987, so either Jimmy Neutron is set in the late 80s, early 90s, or Hugh and Judy hit their disco phase a decade too late. But I kinda believe that. It's 1987, and Hugh just discovered the Bee Gees. And Jimmy approaches them for some reason thinking they'd recognize him as their son?
Of course they don't know me. We don't exist yet.
Jimmy, for a boy genius, you're kinda stupid. Carl quotes Day the Earth Stood Still for no discernible reason.
Klaatu Barada Nikto.
But as a kid, I didn't know what that meant, so I let it slide. I also let this slide.
Are you one of Hubie Doobie's neighbors?
Holy shit, Jimmy's parents smoked weed. Also, Jimmy's parents have been living in the same house for 15 years, and even in the alternate timeline where they're rich, they live in the same house. Home ownership was wild in the 80s. Of course, his parents are snotty assholes when they're rich, and Jimmy realizes the encyclopedias aren't worth it. I know it sounds like I'm glossing over the point of the episode, but the episode kinda glosses over it. He's rich for barely 2 minutes. I feel like this maybe needed more development. Then again, it's not the most original plot line, and I guess they kinda knew it. So yeah, credit for showing us Jimmy's parents when they were young, but ultimately a lesser episode in my opinion. Hey, did you guys know Jimmy went to school with Butch the Bully?
Butch just gave me a wedgie.
Jimmy and Cindy end up being lab partners, and Jimmy devises a very risky, adventurous project that Cindy immediately agrees to. I really don't know why he thought she wouldn't want to do that. Let's make something clear. Cindy is also unrealistically smart. She's just less unrealistically smart than Jimmy.
Excuse me, but the mandible crest of Cindy's alleged plesiosaur is actually that of a male megalosaur as defined by last week's World Congress of Paleontologists.
Those findings were inconclusive and you know it, Neutron.
She's also smarter than Jimmy in a lot of practical ways.
Yeah, here we go. Time to complicate a perfectly good plan with one of your goofy, unnecessary inventions.
Like, way to summarize the entire show for us, Cindy.
So, I don't really know where this is going or why I'm bringing this up, but when I was a kid, I had a crush on Cindy Vortex. Keep in mind, I'm talking like age 7, age 8. Which is weird, because I didn't hate Jimmy. There were a lot of characters I supported because of the people they opposed, but Cindy wasn't one of them. I loved Jimmy. I saw myself in Jimmy. I wanted to be him. But I never got their rivalry. To me, it seemed like if Jimmy was really all that smart, he'd see that he and Cindy worked much better together. Maybe that was the point.
And at some point, after Jimmy's gotten them hopelessly lost, Cindy pulls a "look at me, I'm the captain now" on him. But she also knows when she needs Jimmy to fix the problems he's created. Of course, the buried treasure they were after is actually delicious saltwater taffy. Jimmy seems really upset, even though he got an A+. I thought this was just something you devised to scare Cindy away. I didn't know you were all that interested in the treasure.
Now, Viacom owns Jimmy Neutron, and they are notoriously picky with their YouTube copyright strikes. And while I think they're a tad overzealous, I have to admit, there's a part of me that wants to show you the entire 1.5-minute opening of I Dream of Jimmy. Now, I could not get away with that. That would get copyright struck for sure, even from a less trigger-happy company. So, you're just gonna have to play along at home with this one.
Carl is having bad dreams about something chasing him, and Jimmy's like, "Man, that sucks. Wish there was something I could do." "Oh, wait, I already built a machine to go into your dreams." How did you forget that? Jimmy Neutron did Inception before Inception, and he just neglects to even mention it until now? And I mean, this is Inception down to the main conflict of the episode being that he could die in the dream. He also gets upset at Carl for needing a glass of warm milk, even though Goddard produces it in like 2 seconds. There is a bit of continuity from the movie in this episode.
She would rub my tummy and she'd sing. Nani, nani, nani.
What? Anything else? Nani, nani, nani.
This episode feels darker than I think they intended it to, but then again, maybe they intended it to. In the dream, Carl's a genius who hurts Jimmy with his experiments. It feels like Carl has a lot of pent-up resentment for Jimmy. He even has Jimmy's parents in the dream. Meanwhile, Boy Genius takes half the episode to realize, hey, I'm in a dream, I have to use dream logic. Jimmy finds the source of his nightmares is a killer lima bean. So that's 2 cartoons I was obsessed with as a kid that have explored the subtle terror of large beans. Of course, Jimmy Neutron did it first, and frankly, more effectively. And of course, the thing that's gonna snap Carl awake is Jimmy kissing Cindy. And in an ending as appropriate as it is bizarre, the bean chases them out of the dream, there's a cutaway, and then they're eating the bean. No explanation.
This is my favorite episode so far.
Jimmy makes winter in summer. Lame. I can tolerate winter for what little we get of it, but deep down, summer is superior. Then it becomes a second ice age. Jimmy could probably stop climate change, and he hasn't. Oh, and the solution involves sweating, which is kind of weird. That's all I have to say about this episode. Let's move on. In this episode, there's a talent show, and Jimmy decides to say he, Carl, and Sheen have a band. Weirdly, he gets the idea from an NSYNC parody, but then he builds them all instruments, which NSYNC didn't play. And if NSYNC, or Out of Sync, are that popular, that means it probably is the early 2000s.
Oh, hey, what about this? The Science Kings!
Now, I don't know if Jimmy would like mathcore, but I do know that Jimmy would give me a very detailed explanation of what mathcore is, without ever letting on what his feelings were. It's like, yeah, that's cool, man. I'm here because the music slaps.
The robot instruments make them great, and they immediately get huge egos.
I'm thinking about changing our name. What about the Jimmy Neutron Experience?
The Jimmy Neutron Experience actually is a good name for a band. This episode is also noteworthy as it's the first to have any prominent featuring of Mr. Nick Dean.
Nick was the cool kid from the movie. He's sort of a combination of James Dean and the Fonz, except Hispanic for some reason. Also weird that the cool kid had the same name as the network this was on. You think that was on purpose? Because I never noticed as a kid.
He's shown up in episodes, but here he gets his first line since the movie. I like this character. Sheen demands to be called the artist formerly known as Sheen.
From now on, you will refer to me as the artist formerly known as Sheen.
And as a child, I thought this was so funny, I wanted to be called the artist formerly known as Matt. That's right, not formerly, formally. I misheard him and thought he just wanted to be addressed in a formal way. I had no idea who was.
I want a behind-the-scenes documentary tracing my amazing ride to fame while revealing several humiliating skeletons in my closet.
What skeletons does Sheen have? Here, I am going to compliment the work of voice actress Andrea Martin, the voice of Jimmy's teacher, Miss Fowl. The joke with Miss Fowl is that she looks and talks like a bird, which is a gimmick that could become very annoying very quickly with another actor, but Martin absolutely nails it. I'm not sure how many were scripted, but she always leads into them in a way that feels completely natural. This character really only works with her.
Instead, here is Jimmy, Sheen, and Carl doing something else.
This episode ends disgusting too. I did not remember Jimmy Neutron having this much gross-out humor. Granted, in this case, the joke is that everyone thought it was gross. Next episode, Jimmy is bad at athletics, and for some reason his school is giving out last place ribbons 2 days in a row. I'm leaving out some very funny jokes, I don't want to ruin it for anyone. Also, I really have nothing to say about them except they're funny. This is the first episode to mention Purple Flurp, also from the movie. I appreciate that they referenced stuff from the movie, but didn't feel the need to force it in right at the beginning. It's inserted naturally, it's not just, hey, remember the movie? You know, like I'm doing.
Oh, look! A 1957 Van de Graaff electrostatic generator!
What?
Jimmy, you are the very face of high intelligence, low wisdom. Cindy T-poses into the men's restroom to assert dominance. Good for her. This is the first episode where Jimmy feels kinda evil. He steals Miss Foul's sandwich and just bullies some random kids for no reason. It's not just showing up Cindy in this episode, he's really a dick.
Who wrote this episode? I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
Luckily, he gets what's coming to him. And look at this animation. You're telling me this was done in 2002 on a TV budget? Jimmy makes a device that can translate thought into music, and Cindy has a boombox in her desk specifically to prank him on this? That's some commitment to the bit. Of course, he then tweaks it to read Cindy's mind on the phone, and, naturally, a stray lightning bolt means they swap brains. Yep, it's the gender swap episode, everyone.
They wonder why our whole generation grew up to be trans, but every cartoon had this episode when we were kids.
They spend several days fighting, racking up extra detention and starting lame jobs. But if you don't find a way out of their body, you're the one who has to work and go to detention. Alright, I'll give you guys one joke.
Are you sure about this, Cindy?
Yes, Cindy's mother.
That's the joke that has made me laugh the hardest so far. The only solution to their situation? Dumping their brains into a pot and letting Carl, Sheen, and Libby sort it out. No offense, Jim, but I trust Libby more than your guys.
Did you, notice when our brains were floating inside that thing together, one of us was imagining us walking down a country lane holding hands and, kissing?
Wait, they have memory of being in the brain vat? They've already read all of each other's thoughts? Would these guys have to sort out the memories of their time in the vat?
Or, is it actually brilliant? They don't remember being in the vat together. They were just both imagining that.
This next episode I remember watching repeatedly as a kid to understand Sheen's extremely long joke at the end. Jimmy sets out to prove the Phantom of Retroland doesn't exist, so he sneaks out to the park after midnight. Am I alone in thinking being in an amusement park at night with no one else around would be really cool? Of course, they meet the Phantom, and I think Jimmy's explanation of what he's doing is bullshit, but the end of it is they hit the Phantom with one of those swinging boat rides, except it's shaped like a pendulum? Holy shit, Retroland is the most metal theme park ever. It's Nick. Honestly, this is the first Nick-heavy episode. He had a pretty big role in the movie, but they use him sparingly in the show. He gets a spot on the poster and Libby doesn't, but I would consider Libby to be part of the main cast, where Nick's just a side character. Then again, I like that they don't feel the need to shove him into every episode. He's here when we need him. Also, I think the message of this episode is that Jimmy's dedication to empirical facts and science is ruining the fun for everyone else, which isn't a message you see in a lot of kids' content. In the second part of this episode, Jimmy becomes a hamster because of a teleporter, a la The Fly. Jimmy has, for reasons I do not understand, programmed Goddard to hate rodents like a normal dog would. Jimmy Hamster and Hamster Jimmy certainly stick out in my mind as things I remember from my childhood, but this episode feels like it's over as soon as it starts. I really have nothing to add, let's move on. No reason to go deep on every episode.
I've been calling him Furry Jimmy.
In this episode, Jimmy becomes a hall monitor and lets the power go to his head. Never seen a Nickelodeon show do that before.
It's Jimmy. Jimmy's the hall monitor.
That said, unlike the SpongeBob episode, which is mostly a joke on SpongeBob as a character, this seems like a more direct indictment of law enforcement.
A colorfully wrapped sucrose-based chewing substance. Gum, perhaps?
But I wasn't chewing it.
That's possession, Sheen. You are going down.
Then Jimmy hypnotizes his parents into thinking every day is his birthday. This invention has moral implications this show is not prepared to discuss. Ben Stein makes a cameo as a clown. It's nice that this episode is about how too much of a good thing is a bad thing. I like this one. I'm sorry, I just realized I'm only 9 episodes in. I gotta pick up the pace just a little. But next is the well-remembered candy episode. Lots of nostalgia bait posters love to post stuff like, "You all wanted to eat this candy."
But I would never nostalgia bait you guys.
Honestly, I never did want to eat the candy. I always thought it was impossibly good, something only a cartoon could eat. It would never taste as good as it was supposed to in real life. This episode starts with Jimmy doing torturous experiments on Carl.
Ugh. You guys want to know what Sheen's fetish is?
My turn! I want to touch the shocky door again!
Okay, no, you probably didn't want to know that, so let's talk about the childhood obsession with eating the sourest candy.
What was that, man? I enjoy a good sour candy, but the impulse as a kid was to go way overboard.
The candy's so perfect, it seems to have created a physiological need in people. Let the exploitation begin.
Jimmy seems like the type of guy who'd get up to some Walter White shit, you know what I mean?
Heisenberg!
But when the masses get too demanding, Jimmy has to use shock therapy to return everyone to normal? I don't know about that one, Jim. Then Jimmy turns Miss Fowl into the Jolly Green Giant. That's fun. And I simply can't neglect to mention the B-plot where Jimmy's dad goes to a toaster convention because Jimmy keeps converting all his toasters into inventions. Cindy once again invades the men's restroom to berate Carl and Sheen.
Goddard! Town-saving music!
Jimmy, you don't get to play heroic town-saving music when it's your fault the town is under siege. Next episode, Jimmy is dealing with a bully who is not the usual bully, Butch, but an entirely new bully, Terry. Although, honestly, what's Butch's deal? The only thing he's done all season is wedgie Carl. Jimmy bullies more kids than that. It's like they were told to insert a generic bully character and then never did anything with him. And honestly, in the grand scheme of things Jimmy has dealt with, this one bully character who's in this episode and only this episode seems like no big deal. Last episode, Miss Fowl was a kaiju and I wrote 4 sentences about it. Cindy is a more consistent bully than this. No, of course, he's not the antagonist. This is the episode that introduces the nanobots, recurring villains on the show. The nanobots thing is that they attack everyone who isn't Jimmy, so Jimmy has to create Isaac Asimov's worst nightmare. I don't know why Jimmy couldn't just program Goddard to fight off bullies, but you know, I like the nanobots. They're really funny, so I'm glad they come back in later episodes. They're also sort of a meta gag, as they're voiced by Darren Norris and Tom Kenny, Cosmo and SpongeBob, the leads in Nick's other 2 biggest cartoons. Also, this episode goes to absurd lengths to do a sitcom misunderstanding to the point it's clear that's the joke. And this ending.
You see, Goddard, boys are one way and girls, well, they're another way entirely. Then there's ducks.
Next is a very personal episode to me. It's called Crime Sheen Investigation. Alright kids, pay attention. This is a video now. It was a way to watch episodes of TV shows and even some movies portably at like 140p with horrible sound and in black and white. I begged my parents for one of these for Christmas. And a year later, in 2003, they released the much better Video Now color, and I felt like I had missed out and gotten the worst version. But by like 2006, we had pretty good portable DVD players, so both of them were obsolete. Point being, I had 2 episodes on the Video Now exclusive platform. This episode and Band Geeks from SpongeBob. I had these episodes memorized. Which is too bad because this is one of the weaker episodes so far. Jimmy is a pervert, though.
Goddard, X-ray the suspect's clothes.
For what purpose, Jimmy? Do you think she has Sheen's missing Ultralord under her shirt? Honestly, the funniest joke is that Sheen's figure was stolen by squirrels, and even that seems pretty obvious. I mean, I have heard every joke this episode has done 100 times over. Maybe that's affecting my enjoyment. Then again, I still think Band Geeks is hilarious. I just think this one's forgettable. Like, I made a big deal about having it memorized, and I barely remembered any of it. Then we get Journey to the Center of Carl, and is it me, or did we also get a lot of these going inside people episodes in cartoons? Like, it made sense for Magic School Bus to do. It was an educational program that was teaching kids about the human body. Jimmy Neutron, I'd say, is educational adjacent. They weren't required to teach you anything, but it was about science, so you might accidentally learn something. So it makes sense for them to do too. But it happened in Ah Real Monsters, Captain Planet, SpongeBob, Kids Next Door, Dexter's Lab, and the list goes on. The episode is also a great example of the thing I was talking about earlier. Jimmy makes a sick patch to get out of going to school, although there are certain nice things you get when you're sick that come with the caveat of being sick, so I understand Jimmy's plight. They also create the opposite of the US healthcare system. I think this is my favorite Miss Fowl scene.
I miss them all so much. Except Sheen.
Alarmingly, the patches absorb into their skin, and Jimmy has to go inside Carl to get his own disease to make a vaccine? Showing this propaganda to children? For shame, Nickelodeon.
Germ attack!
I saw that movie. The special effects were third rate, but the acting was better than I expected. I gave it a thumbs up.
Shit, I am just Sheen. Also, all of the parents in Retroville have insane at-home cures.
No more leeches, Mama. No more leeches, Mama. No more leeches, Mama.
Oh, that's troubling. Hugh takes the boys deep into the woods for a campout in a Boy Scout-style Acorn Lads outfit. But it doesn't seem like this is an Acorn Lads sanctioned event, as it's only 3 boys and 1 adult, which is actually a pretty alarming ratio. And Jimmy makes the wilderness nicer than his actual house. As much as I've praised the animation, I'll admit this episode has some ugly animals. And this strange reveal.
Good thing I implanted a homing chip under your father's skin, or I never would have been able to find you.
Oh yeah, that darn thing still itches me.
Hey, remember when I said every episode except the pilot was on Paramount Plus? Turns out I lied. Episode 13, Party at Neutron / Ultra Sheen, also isn't on the service, which is insane because this is a great episode. Moral of the story, buy the DVD, not Paramount Plus. Jimmy's parents are going to see a fake play called Ducks, which sounds like it should be a Cats parody, but the song is from West Side Story.
When you're a duck all the way, from the first time you quack to the last egg you lay.
And Sheen comes over with a DVD of some terrible Ultralord spinoff. Haha, I agree, Sheen. Pointless spinoffs can be obnoxious. Sheen and Carl convince Jimmy to throw a party, pointing out that they might get Nick or even Betty Quinlan to show up.
Betty Quinlan?
Oh, god damn it. I thought she didn't show up till the 2nd season. Okay. Betty Quinlan is the worst. If there's one thing I like about Jimmy Neutron, it's the characters. They all have their perfect little roles to play in making the story what it is. Except Betty Quinlan.
Betty Quinlan is a generic romantic interest girl. The prettiest girl in school, so to speak. Think Trixie from Fairly Odd Parents. Except Trixie works because she gets introduced pretty early, and Timmy otherwise has no love interest. Plus, Timmy's pretty explicitly a superficial person, so him going after the hot chick in school makes sense. Jimmy, on the other hand, already has a blatantly obvious love interest and is clearly set up as more of an intellectual than Timmy. Also, he's a 10-year-old boy. Most of the time it seems like he doesn't even like girls. She doesn't work outside of maybe 1 episode. If she pulled a Terry and we never saw her again, which seems like the original intent since we don't see her until the middle of the next season, maybe this could pass, but her continued existence contradicts so much of what we know, and it just never feels right. Put a pin in her, we'll come back to her. Sheen shows off Jimmy's inventions, which it's impossible they didn't already know about that because Jimmy's such a fucking show-off. She wants to dance like Uma Thurman, bury me till I confess. Also, who invited Butch the Bully? Bullies have no friends. So apart from the glaring stain that is introducing Betty Quinlan to the series, this is a pretty good episode. Then we get Ultra Sheen, where Sheen gets transported into an Ultra Lord video game. And let me tell you, any Ultra Lord-centric episode is guaranteed to rule. I guess I haven't explained who Ultra Lord is yet. Ultra Lord is this superhero that Sheen has this obsession with. Like, to an almost religious extent?
I'd like to be paired with my Ultra Lord collection.
Which does raise questions about the name Ultra Lord. Hey, I got an Ultra Lord I could tell you about. This does have a trope I kinda hate where characters end up in a video game and then they defeat the boss in a way that probably wouldn't work in a real game. But I'm not too concerned about that. This episode is great. Sheen wins by knowing obscure Ultra Lord lore.
Yes, the European director's cut of Ultra Lord episode 317 reveals that his arch enemy RoboFiend is lactose intolerant. Taste llama milk, Star Destroyer.
No! I'm allergic!
And Ultra Lord is voiced by Jim Cummings.
Greetings, life form. I'm about to engage RoboFiend in pitched combat. Would you like to be my battle buddy?
In the next episode, Jimmy gets a TV show.
Nah, Jimmy Neutron wouldn't work on TV. Not unless it was like a dance show or something.
Hey everybody, it's time to get down with America's favorite educational program, Funky Jam Dance Party!
Okay, I'm listening.
I'll be your test tube baby at the Funky Jam Dance Party.
Okay, I take it back. This could work.
Actually, no, it's very clear the voices the actresses have given these characters aren't really suited for singing high-pitched dance music. That's fine, though. The scene still works in context. Although this love child between Britney Spears and Crazy Frog has always bothered me, I'm glad she was only ever a background character with zero elaboration. Although I think her name is Britney. I do love the dark plotline Sheen has given his puppet show.
Dad, you've been bitten. You're turning into a giant worm. Run, run, son. Run while you can. I love you, Dad.
I thought Jimmy was the one I related to, but in retrospect, Sheen is exactly how I acted at that age. He's puppetastic. And oh boy, this next one is a big one. It's the introduction of Professor Finbar Calamitous.
So, I'm pretty sure Professor Calamitous is the most recurring villain on the show. I haven't gone back and double-checked that, but my memory is that he stands out as the biggest villain of the series. And it makes perfect sense why. He's evil Jimmy. He's all of Jimmy's worst traits exaggerated. He is Jimmy's Wario.
Jimmy's a lazy genius. Professor Calamitous can never finish anything. He flunked out of Miss Foul's class and was never seen again, so I'm not sure how he received a doctorate. Oh, and he's voiced by Tim Curry.
You see, these walls are made of pure chromium steel with just a hint of magenta in the piping to really bring out the... Oh, never mind.
Much like how I think the show's pilot is a good introduction to the show while not being its best episode, I think this is a great introduction to a villain that has better episodes. At least I remember better episodes with him. We'll see if that holds up.
I see you shiver with anticipation.
Hey, remember the episode where Jimmy was bad at athletics and then made technology to make him better at athletics? Well, what if we did that episode again, but this time it was parent-student games, and Jimmy's dad was the one who was unathletic. It's season 1 and you're already repeating stories. And how come we never see this overly aggressive gym coach in action again?
Ready, set. I did not say go. I said set. Ready, set. Not go. Not go. Go!
Wait a minute, is that Jim Belushi? Well, fuck, I think this is the funniest he's ever been. So naturally, Cindy destroys the special headband Jimmy made his dad before the big finale, and her mom is, well, frankly, really rude in general, but especially for someone who's down 2-0.
Smell that, Cindy. That's the stench of loserdom.
Except the last event is 90% of your score for some reason. What is this, a college exam? But even without the headband, Hugh does pretty well up until he hits a lemonade stand, which I can't even blame him for. They put that right in the middle of the course for blindfolded wagon race. Someone was bound to run into it. I do like the ending where Cindy's mother turns out to be her aunt.
Yes, it's me, Olympic champion and Buff Chick magazine foldout, Susie Vortex.
God, how do I get a subscription to Buff Chick magazine? Also here, I want to compliment voice actor Rob Paulson, well known as one of the greats in the industry, who plays Carl and his father with 2 distinct voices that feel like they're relatives but very different ages.
You hear that, son? We won! And not a single injury. Ow, my foot!
This is great work. Up next, it's The Pizza is Aggressive. I don't even know if people will get that reference. There was a funny internet meme called the Jimmy Neutron Happy Family Hour that's kind of based on this episode, because this has a scary pizza and that has a scary pizza. Anyways, Jimmy throws the ultimate sleepover with pillow fights, pizza, and scary stories. Although a surprising lack of video games despite his ability to produce them in the wilderness. Also, this story is not scary at all.
Once there was a monster who only appeared at night, at sleepovers. And he was called the Sleepover Monster. He only came out at night because the sun was his mortal enemy, and he liked to eat children.
This is the thing you say to the tiniest 3-year-old to scare them, not cool preteens like Jimmy and his pals. But then, of course, Carl pushes all the buttons and gets an aggressive pizza. You guys ever seen House 4?
Don't forget to eat your favorite pizza, man.
I won't spoil the ending, but it's the type of off-the-wall ending that really made me love Jimmy Neutron. So, a pretty weak episode stitched to a pretty strong episode. Honestly, I think it's one of the show's best. And you know what makes Maximum Hugh even weaker as an episode? The next episode is about Jimmy being embarrassed by his dad at a school function, but this time it's not athletic, so it doesn't just feel like a rehash of an earlier episode. And this one was so good, they made it a full 22-minute episode instead of having 2 11-minute segments.
That's something I always liked about Jimmy Neutron. It was willing to use either format. If the episode only required 11 minutes, it'd just be an 11-minute episode, but if they needed all 22, they'd take all 22. This is unlike something like SpongeBob, where every episode was 2 11-minute segments, and the double-length 22-minute episodes were usually, like, big event episodes. Jimmy would just do that for any episode.
In fact, after this episode, 22 minutes becomes the norm, with only occasional segmented episodes. This is also the first, and if memory serves, only episode where Cindy and Libby's respective dads return from the movie, because it's the Father's Day Follies, and Jimmy's dad is embarrassing. So what does he do but make his dad cool? And goddamn, Retroville is pretty fucking retro. The cool kid in school is James Dean, so naturally when Jimmy's dad is cool, he's basically Elvis. They even bring back his Hubie Doobie nickname from the 70s, which honestly makes even less sense when talking about how retro the town is. This town is stuck in the 50s, how did they make it to the 70s? Weirdly, the animation seems off in this episode. Like, look at Hugh's feet. And what the fuck are they eating in this scene? Anyways, Jimmy wants his dad back and he uses paternal instinct to do it. Honestly, this one could have been 11 minutes. But this next one could not have. First things first, Cindy has a blow-up doll of Jimmy. Concerning. Second, I also remember this one being from later in the series, and there's 2 reasons why. 1, these alien characters would become somewhat more recurring in later episodes. 2, Libby's hair is different.
So, Let me tell you about the Libby's hair debacle. So, in the movie, and all of the episodes so far, Libby has looked like this. But in this episode, A Beautiful Mind, and the next episode, Sorry Wrong Era, she looks like this, before going back to looking like this for the rest of Season 1. And then, in the Season 2 premiere, they explained how she went from this look to this look. So, what I figure must have happened is they were working on Season 2 while Season 1 was still coming out, and these 2 episodes were singled out as particularly good and moved up to Season 1. A, to generate hype for the upcoming Season 2, and B, not to distract from some of the event episodes from Season 2. And they just kind of figured we wouldn't notice Libby looked different, but I definitely did, and honestly, I thought it was weird they even bothered to explain her change in appearance. I thought it was just fine for her to suddenly look different.
An asteroid full of asterubies lands in Cindy's lawn, and Jimmy says the mother lode is on a bigger asteroid, so he takes them all up there to mine. It's treasure of the Sierra Madre for children. That is a compliment.
Libby, I don't think they need no stinking badges.
Also, Jimmy has a holographic camp counselor named Chip, except that is not Chip. That is Skeet, the big McThankies from McSpankies guy. Now, hear me out. Jimmy saw Skeet at McSpankies and based his hologram on him. It makes sense. And yes, they do explain how they breathe in space in a different episode. We'll get there. I will admit these aliens are kinda ugly, and even in a generic way. Everything looked this bad back then. I'm sorry I already made the Crazy Frog joke. Maurice LaMarche plays Zia, a great voice talent, love him. But the 2 goons are named Barbarino and T. Barbarino's based on John Travolta's character on Welcome Back, Kotter, which is weird enough that it kinda works. But T is just based on Mr. T, and it is very awkward. And unlike Calamitous, this probably is their best episode, but that's nothing to sneeze at. This is one of the better episodes. Next up, in Sorry Wrong Era, Jimmy subjects Libby and Cindy to the existential horror of smoothies coming out of their nose for all time. Over and over and over.
Is it still there? Fuck, I looked!
Jimmy's dad sends them back to the Cretaceous era, and when they get there, Jimmy makes a big deal about not messing around with anything that may disrupt the timeline, but then he sets a volcano to go off many years too early, which I feel would be way more catastrophic to the timeline than any little thing Carl and Sheen might do. It's not even necessary at that point. He could have just sent them home. But the timeline seems to be mostly fine. Except now Hugh's allowed to jump out of an airplane with no parachute on into the middle of downtown? There's a lot of great stuff in this episode. It's got one of my favorite Sheen and Carl interactions, plus Carl's Calypso song and Sheen's adventures with the pterodactyl are pretty cool. Plus you got Jimmy's dad doing all these time shenanigans. But I'm foregoing showing you any of that so I can show you this ending.
Oh no! We did alter the timeline! We created a world where human males are slaves to a race of female warriors!
They expected us to ask, why can Jimmy breathe in space? But ever since I've seen this, the only question I have is, why does Jimmy's mom have a cage for his dad?
And that's the final episode of Season 1, but you may have noticed I skipped 2, and there's a reason for that. This 2-part episode is a follow-up to the movie.
But I haven't talked about the movie yet, so let's tell this story from the beginning.
It's hard to say when the story of Jimmy Neutron starts. Creator John A. Davis created the idea for Runaway Rocket Boy in college, but shelved it for being too ambitious. However, in the 90s, Davis would become one of the earliest people to dip into computer animation. He made a proof-of-concept clip starring a character named Johnny Quasar and his robot dog Goddard. The clip was eventually seen by Steve Odekirk, the director of Ace Ventura 2 and all those Thumb movies, though now he's probably best known for Kung Pao Enter the Fist. He loved the idea and began helping John develop a pitch for Nickelodeon. Together they made Runaway Rocket Boy, a 15-minute proof of concept. There's a lot of rough edges that needed to be sanded off before the show, but it equally shows promise. This short would be an inspiration for the movie, and there's jokes in this that land better than they do in the movie. Like this
How many times have we told you not to launch yourself off the roof?
doesn't work as well because he crashed into the roof, not launched off of it. But in this version,
How many times have we told you not to launch your friends off the roof?
yeah, that's clearly what the joke was meant to be. At the same time, this version of Carl is not ready for prime time.
I don't know, Jimmy. I get car sick.
Nick loved the show enough to greenlight a season, plus a movie to help promote the show. That sounds insane now, but Nickelodeon was coming hot off the heels of some very lucrative Rugrats and Wild Thornberry movies, so a theatrical tie-in movie made sense back then. However, leading up to the movie, a series of shorts were produced and aired on Nickelodeon. These were pretty close to the end product, although the animation was clearly worse and the voices aren't quite right.
Oh, Gas Planet, it still doesn't work right.
Anything I can do to help, Jimmy?
Also, Goddard speaks.
Seems logical, Captain.
Weirdly enough, we will address this again, and I don't mean in the movie where Goddard's suggestions come with voiceover. These would even inspire things that happened later in the series, including the whole episode Sorry Wrong Era. These culminated in Calling All Aliens, which kinda led into the movie, except these still seem to be part of those not quite canon early segments, mostly because they called Mr. and Mrs. Vortex the Applebees. But the final segment ends right where the movie opens. This was actually my first exposure to Jimmy Neutron. I saw the movie in theaters, and it's what got me curious about the show. The film opens with Jimmy launching a satellite into space because he picked up a message but couldn't decipher it, and is now attempting to reach out to the aliens. Later that day, Jimmy and his friends want to go to a theme park opening on a school night, but when their parents won't let them, they sneak out. They declare how cool it is to not have parents and see a shooting star. But they better be careful what they wish for, because all the adults in town are abducted by aliens. The children initially celebrate, but quickly find they need their parents back. And it takes Jimmy entirely too long to figure out that there's something suspicious going on, eventually locating their parents on a different planet. And in a sequence as cool and imaginative as it is ridiculously impractical, they convert all the Retroland rides into rocket ships and blast them off into space. Of course, the aliens, who are all goo creatures in egg bodies, worship a giant chicken who they intend to feed the parents to. And it's up to Jimmy and his friends to take them down and save their parents. So, what do I think of it? I think it holds up about as well as it did on release. But honestly, I liked this movie as a kid, but I never loved it. I always preferred the show, and on a rewatch, I hold to that. This movie never reaches the highs of some of the show's best episodes, and there's also a bunch of little things the show does better. Cindy gets a redesign before the pilot, and she just looks better in the show. And weirdly, the animation looks better on the show. I think maybe it's the lighting, but something's just off about these characters in a way they aren't usually on the show. I don't know, they're too gooey, too bouncy. It doesn't look right. And this movie has way too many pop song montages, and like I said earlier, most of the music isn't good. It even feels a little tonally inconsistent. They've got this 50s aesthetic. Why are they playing so much modern pop? And, 70s punk? Okay, the Ramones kind of work, especially for a scene of kids with a no-adult supervision. Although I have no idea how Blitzkrieg Bop became the go-to song for every single movie. I think something like Rock and Roll High School would have been better for this scene. Also, the recurring motif of the show is that Jimmy causes all of the problems he has to fix, and this movie tries to do that by having the Yokians blame him for sending them a message, but, that's not his fault. They're the ones who reached out, and they're the ones sacrificing people. And, well, I brought up his role in the film, and I really just gotta talk about Nick. At the start of the movie, he seems to be the bad influence. He's the one who encourages Jimmy and his friends to sneak out. But later, he's the one who wants to lead the charge against the aliens, and the show goes on to continue showing him as a cool kid. There's no comeuppance for him being a bad influence, not even a moment where he has to admit he's wrong.
You heard it here, folks. Jimmy Neutron says sneaking out is cool.
That being said, much like the pilot, this movie is a good introduction to the show. It shows Jimmy's more rebellious side, deciding to sneak out and declaring that no parents is best, while also showing some comeuppance for his hubris. I also appreciate that it remained canon to the series, at least as canon as any other episode. It always bothered me how many shows just ignored the movie after it happened. It's also got a scope to it that feels appropriate for the feature film version of this show. It starts with Jimmy being chased by the military, and the alien abduction story is such a grand send-up of 50s and 60s sci-fi, like the show so often did. There's a lot of great humor, cool, fun, imaginative scenes, and a genuinely heartfelt moment between Jimmy and Cindy. There's even some weird-ass symbolism in the film. In an older film like Pinocchio, the theme park would have so blatantly been a place of sin and vice, but in Jimmy Neutron, they take those visuals and turn them into the coolest fucking roller coasters I've ever seen. Like, holy shit. What it lacks in presentation, I think it more than makes up for in story, and even then, the visuals were pretty decent for the time, keeping in mind they didn't have DreamWorks or Pixar money. Speaking of, this film would be one of the first 3 movies nominated for the Oscars' much-maligned Best Animated Feature category. It was up against Shrek and Monsters, Inc., which were miles ahead of it, but I don't think its position is unearned. It is upsetting they didn't nominate Richard Linklater's Waking Life, a beautiful movie that is much better than Jimmy Neutron, but I'm not even mad at Jimmy Neutron for that. They only nominated 3 movies. They could have nominated Waking Life and still left Jimmy in. Oh, but then who would they have edited into the audience? So yeah, I still like this movie. If you grew up with it, you'll probably enjoy a rewatch, although I must admit it probably won't appeal much to people who aren't already familiar with it. And that brings me to The Eggpire Strikes Back, a 2-parter follow-up to the film, which I'm pretty sure was supposed to be the season finale. My evidence for this is the Libby's hair thing from the actual final 2 episodes, combined with the fact that it's a 2-part follow-up to the movie. It even ends with Cindy mentioning several of the exploits they got into during season 1. Unfortunately, Patrick Stewart and Martin Short don't reprise their roles as the Yokian leaders King Goobot and his brother Ooblar, respectively, and you can tell...
What galaxy are you from?
Ooblar.
Where is your leader?
Ooblar, stop it. It's toast.
All that remains of the late, great Pearltron.
Yes, it seemed like just yesterday she abandoned us out of shame to be the chicken god of some other planet.
But honestly, these guys are doing something different enough that if you haven't just seen the movie, you kinda accept it. Like, yeah, sure, that was their voices. Plus, these are the original voices from Runaway Rocket Boy.
Bring the Earth creature to me, alive!
Okay.
I do appreciate that they still animated the lights coming from the bottom of their egg bodies. That's a nice touch.
And that concludes my report on the Pilgrims, America's first fashion victims.
This is what the liberals are teaching our children in public schools. And Jimmy once again proves to be a really stupid genius.
How do I get down?
Down?
Jimmy!
I'm not sure, Carl. I never thought about the landing.
Jimmy, who are you, Elon Musk? The Okians are back, and they bribe the citizens of Retroville with some really nice gifts. And honestly, both sides are really obnoxious here. The town gets way too fixated on the material gifts the Yokians give and not enough on them feeling sincerely sorry. But on the other hand, Jimmy just assumes they're still evil. And, like, they are, of course they are, but he doesn't know that. On the other hand, his principal bullies him.
Stop them before they're nice again!
That's a problem. Cindy goes deep undercover to find out Jimmy gets into his lab with a strand of hair at a DNA scanner. Not like he does that out in the open so anyone could see him do it. I think she's even seen him do it before. She's definitely been inside the lab. Jimmy keeps going, "I gotta warn everybody about the Yokians," and then runs out and no one believes him. And then he finds new proof the Yokians are still evil, and he goes, "I gotta warn everybody about the Yokians," runs out and no one believes him. Just over and over and over again. Of course, Poltra's back, and Jimmy defeats it because chickens can't burp.
She's drinking it!
Thank you, Jimmy. I can see that with my eyeballs. So to compare the two, the episode actually gave me more laughs. I think it's able to play around with the characters a little better, but story-wise the movie's got it, and probably rightfully so. This had to be an episode because of how easily the town turns on Jimmy. That'd be a problem for establishing a world, but it works as a joke on how dumb the town is once you get to know them.
And that concludes Season 1 of The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius. It mostly holds up.
There's the odd Joker episode I think doesn't land. It certainly doesn't have that perfect batting average SpongeBob did in its first 3 seasons, but when it's good, it's really good. It's a show with a great premise, interesting characters, phenomenal voice talent, and admittedly hit or miss, but also ahead of its time animation. And I remember plenty of great episodes we haven't gotten to, so there's still lots to look forward to. So obviously, after the success of the movie and the first season, Nickelodeon greenlit a second season of Jimmy Neutron. Although, it's maybe a little odd to break these up by season, since as a kid I didn't know where one season stopped and one season started. But there is one good indication of what's season 1 and what's season 2. Libby's hair! And look, I don't want to relitigate the Libby's hair debacle, but it is a passable segue into the first episode, Beach Party Mummy. The season opens with Jimmy going full mad scientist and resurrecting the dead. They make fun of Ken Burns, by name, not even a parody of him, and we learn Libby's family hails from Egypt. I'm sure that won't come back. Jimmy decides they're gonna sneak out, once again just blatantly breaking the rules. He doesn't even invite Nick to come with them this time. Sheen gives my favorite Sheen joke.
It'll go on our permanent record! Carl, how many times do I have to tell you? Your permanent record is just a myth, like the Loch Ness Monster or North Dakota.
And they're off to Egypt. Jimmy tries to uncover the lost tomb of an Egyptian queen, which is actually the plot of the 1932 The Mummy. And its 1959 remake. They also get to play with another, as of yet unexplored 50s thing, beach party movies.
Egyptian beach party. Beach party. Shake it loose on the Nile. Beach party. Egyptian beach party. Beach party. We can make the Sphinx smile.
Which did kind of start to bleed over into monster movies, or monster movies bled into it.
I don't believe it.
It can't be.
But it is.
It!
See, on top of me absolutely noticing her hair changing in the previous episode, this would have been a better reveal if I hadn't seen her look like that already. Naturally, they light Jimmy's revivify machine and bring some mummies back, and they don't seem too cool about it.
I can bring the dead back to life!
All right! You trampled all over the laws of nature! Way to go!
So Libby gets her new look to fool the mummies. And unlike Cindy's redesign from the movie, I don't think either of these are the better look. I like both of them fine. And like I said last episode, I thought it was weird they even bothered to explain her change in appearance. I just accepted it the first time I saw it. This is also an important episode for the romance stories. It's the first time we really get any hint of a Sheen-Libby romance, and boy do they lean hard on the Jimmy and Cindy thing. Honestly, given some of the things that happen later, maybe a little too hard. But Jesus, look how jealous she instantly gets when she thinks Jimmy is flirting with Libby.
Libby, quick, I need you!
Why, Jimmy, this is so sudden. Hey, what's going on?
This is beautiful. I also appreciate the touch of animosity between Cindy and Libby. It shows they've been friends long enough to know which buttons to push. Overall, a strong start to Season 2. You know, I've been stopping to talk about these characters and how much I love all of them, and I know we're only on the first episode, but I can't think of a better place to stop and talk about one Miss Libby Fullfax. Now, I don't think a lot of black girls were watching Jimmy Neutron back in the day. Some certainly were. I know a few who were, but they definitely seemed like a pretty small portion of the show's actual demographic. Which is too bad, because I think Libby's the type of character a lot of shows were missing in our childhood. Libby is essential to Jimmy Neutron exactly as she is. The show doesn't work without her. It doesn't work without any of these characters. She's a unique voice in the story that keeps it grounded. I talk a lot about the 50s influence on the show, but Libby helps keep it modern. And not just because she's black, but like kinda because she's black. The 50s were racist. Let's not pretend they weren't. But my point was, Libby's hip and trendy and into popular music. And make no mistakes, Jimmy Neutron is a very 2000s TV show. The low-quality CG, the modern pop culture references, the music, the costumes. As much as it apes the 50s, it makes certain you know when it was made, for better or for worse. But in Libby's case, that's certainly for the better. She's integral to the plot and gets plenty of funny moments. She's a really humorous character. And honestly, she never felt like pandering because, well, like I said, it never seemed like this show was trying to appeal to black girls. She was just a good character who happened to be a black female. I never felt like I was being preached to. You know, like I do, now, listening to myself. My one issue is that she's definitely the character most likely to get sidelined, and arguably rightfully so. As much as she works off the other characters, she doesn't have much of a relationship with Jimmy. She'll dunk on him, but mostly to back up Cindy or just to shut down his ego. They seem like the type of people who mostly hang out because their friends hang out with each other. I don't think that's the worst, it just means she doesn't show up in episodes where maybe she could. Then we get the Retroville 9, which is the robot band episode and the two previous cheating at athletics episodes combined. The one unique thing about this one is it's about baseball, and here Jimmy Neutron is showing its age again. In the early 2000s, steroid use in the MLB was a big hot-button issue, so it seems the writers of Jimmy Neutron were commenting on that. Except I was 8 years old, I didn't really know about steroids or its widespread use in the major leagues, and I sorta doubt anyone in the MLB was watching Jimmy Neutron and going, damn, I gotta get off the sauce. Incidentally, Jimmy has played for the major leagues. There's a lot I could dwell on in this episode. The cliché morals, the lame liar revealed story they have to really stretch to keep going, the weird inconsistencies with Butch having a baseball team, Terry, bizarre costuming issues. Instead, I forgo dwelling on those to instead bring you this quote from the voice of Cobra Bubbles.
Somewhere in the Rytridian galaxy, Ultra Lord weeps.
That's the only good part of the episode. This is quite possibly the worst one so far. But in the B segment, Jimmy and Co. want a violent video game about killing old ladies. But it's immature, so they try to age themselves up, and yeah, it's the end of the baby grandma segment turned into a full episode. But you know what? It works. Carl and Sheen in the B-plot going to a seniors buffet are hilarious, and Jimmy's desperate search for titanium has its humor. I don't think just because the story has an obvious setup means it can't be funny. I love how sketchy everyone in this show secretly is.
I suppose, theoretically, a person could accelerate his metabolism to make himself 18, but it would be highly unethical.
You mean the only thing standing between us and hot multiplayer action is the difference between right and wrong?
Although I don't see how that's any less ethical than de-aging your grandmother, or, you know, hypnotizing your parents, freezing your rival in a moment in time, or building a fully functional military droid. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Up next, we got a very special episode of Jimmy Neutron, one of the 44-minute specials, in episode 3 of the season. Right before a Halloween special, the introduction of a fan-favorite character, the return of a fan-favorite character, a Christmas episode, and a Valentine's Day episode, they really front-loaded this season with special episodes. And also a lame baseball episode. Operation Rescue Jet Fusion, a take on spy movies, most obviously James Bond. More 60s than 50s, but Jimmy does just kind of reference the nebulous past. This a little more directly answers my questions about the government's take on Jimmy. They want to recruit him. that checks out, actually. They reuse footage in the opening, so we get to see both of Libby's hairstyles in the same episode. And characters who aren't in this episode. Jimmy and Co. are going to see a movie about a spy named Jet Fusion. Jimmy thinks he'd be cool if he were real. Which, like, yeah, Jimmy, that's the point of the movie. And his catchphrase is...
Got a jet.
Shockingly similar to Jimmy's catchphrase. Is it just canon that Jimmy stole his catchphrase from a movie character? Because that is something a kid would do. Of course, everyone in school is talking about Jet Fusion.
I wouldn't mind doing homework with Jet Fusion.
I don't like the way she said that. Jimmy is recruited by a big-time secret organization to rescue a missing spy. I wonder who it is.
Mom, Dad, I have to tell you something, but you can't tell anyone.
Is this about your friend Carl?
I really don't like the way he said that. Hey, did you guys know there's a pineapple in the background underwater as a reference to SpongeBob SquarePants? Because Nickelodeon loved to tell us that fact every single commercial break. While retrieving Jet Fusion's tracker, I mean, who could it be's tracker, they run into a femme as fatale as a kid's show will allow, Beautiful Gorgeous, which is pretty much the perfect child-friendly version of a Bond girl name. But I must say, from the lips of the one who crushed on Cindy Vortex, this show's not very good at sexy. It can do cute, it can do cool, it can do gross, it can do horrifying even. But it's not good at sexy. But boy, they sure did try, didn't they? So I'm pretty sure this is the first episode to confirm that Sheen is Mexican.
Must be an aficionado.
Actually, I'm Mexican.
Anyways, the agent turns out to be Jet Fusion. Whoa, couldn't see that coming. I guess it's like a Malibu Express situation where he's an agent who also plays agents in movies. And my god, this is a star-studded episode. I had no idea how many big names were on Jimmy Neutron. Wendy Malick, Dan Castellaneta, Michael Clark Duncan? Jet Fusion himself is played by fucking Christian Slater.
It all started after I graduated from MIT, Caltech, and Harvard.
And of course, Tim Curry returns as...
Professor Calamitous.
Now that's a twist. Honestly, it makes the Jet Fusion twist work. You're focused on that being the obvious reveal, and then they just slide Calamitous in there. Perfect little sleight of hand. Okay, no, I have to address this one specific joke.
In a world where evil is spelled E-V-I-L.
I remembered this joke, but I couldn't remember what it was from. Whenever I tried to remember, my brain went SpongeBob, and I had to go, no, the joke in SpongeBob is every villain is lemon. I'm glad I finally figured out what it was, and honestly, I'm glad it was from Jimmy Neutron. This show has stuck with me in ways I didn't even realize. So Calamitous's plan is global warming. Oh, and Beautiful Gorgeous is his daughter. Oh yeah. Tim Curry as evil Jimmy fucks. I wonder if her mother is some bizarro version of Cindy. Wait, how did he have a kid if he never finishes anything? Which is a habit he claims to have kicked after some self-help classes.
Patient.
Although he admits to missing the last class, and his plan is missing a few steps. They do a pretty good job with the spy antics. The action is just about good enough for a Jimmy Neutron episode. Honestly, I think the episode is good if you accept its limitations. It's great story-wise, but the visuals are definitely less epic than I think they'd hoped. Then again, from what I've heard, production was so troubled, particularly in the animation department, they were often happy to get anything out. They do have this really cute moment where Jimmy convinces Jet Fusion to do his catchphrase.
Oh, okay. Got a jet.
But then they do it like 3 more times. It's too much. They hypnotize Beautiful Gorgeous, fetishy, blow up Calamitous's lab, and Sheen becomes the chosen one for a guild of monks because he can put his leg behind his head. I am only mentioning this because it will be important later. So here's a question. Who the fuck are Jose and Angie? 'Cause Jimmy's got them on speed dial. Okay, so according to the Jimmy Neutron wiki, this is Angie? I don't know where they're getting that information, but I believe them. I've seen her before. She's one of Jimmy's classmates. 0 results for Jose, though. There are no characters in this show named Jose. And so we come back to where we started. The Halloween episode that prompted the complete rewatch. Carl and Sheen want cool costumes, and Jimmy's dad reminisces about wanting to be Octopus Man. This movie looks awesome. Honestly, I have to wonder if I came hardwired to like B-movies, and that's why I liked Jimmy Neutron, or if Jimmy Neutron somehow influenced my current love of B-movies. Jimmy offers to give Carl and Sheen the scariest costumes in exchange for 25% of their candy. Something capitalism. Man, they even made custom Halloween transitions. Fuck yeah. Michael Jackson joke, but at least they didn't call attention to it. Kinda dates the episode. And Jimmy's super secure lab no one can break into? Hugh ends up in there by mistake. And of course, he becomes Frankenstein.
I used to love to dress up for Halloween. One year, I was a butterfly. Then I was an elf, a sprite, an ice skater. I was Peter Pan 6 times.
Was Jimmy's principal partial inspiration for Dean Pelton on Community? Discuss. The plot goes exactly where you want it to, with all of them actually becoming the monsters. So Jimmy can just rewrite people's DNA. He could cure cancer, but he doesn't want to. He wants to turn people into dinosaurs. I take it back. This is my favorite Miss Fowl scene.
But how do you know about werewolves?
I was married to one, but that's a story for another day.
And how have I not talked about Sam, the owner of the candy bar, voiced by Billy West? He is always funny.
I wish I was married.
Cindy is dressed as Goth Cindy.
I got nothing.
I do like this weird interaction between Cindy and Carl. They don't interact one-on-one often, but this is a really funny scene to put them in. Carl being seductive at all is kind of funny, but directed at Cindy? Riotous. Sheen goes for Libby, which feels a little obvious, but we do learn a bit more about her. If it keeps Libby on screen, I say we let Sheen have it.
Well, don't look at me. I'm a vegetarian.
I knew it! Carlos me $2. He thought you were a Republican.
See, this is what suburban America is missing nowadays. Random stores that only sell garlic.
Sheen must have bitten Libby.
We're just good friends.
The joke is they fucked. So the monsters fight and team up to rampage through the town. This is better than some of the actual Universal monster movies. In the end, Jimmy slightly changes the machine so he won't actually become the monster, and becomes, you guessed it, Octopus Man. What a perfectly satisfying Halloween episode. Alright, so we've made it back around to the episode that influenced this whole project, and we're actually just shy of halfway through the series. You know, unless you're watching this on Patreon, because my patrons got this segment a little bit early. So what I thought would be fun to do is to go through all the episodes and tier rank them. Now, I'm doing this now while these are sort of fresh on my mind, and we're going to come back and we're going to put the second half of the episodes in once we're done with them. So this is my tier ranking of the first sort of half of Jimmy Neutron. Starting with, of course, the pilot episode, Wind Pants Attack, which has gotta go into the A tier. It's just such a solid start to the series. I think it really understands what the series is all about. It really gives you a good idea of what you're getting into with Jimmy Neutron. I'm gonna move over, get this shot a little nicer. Yeah, that looks a little better. There we go. Then we got Normal Boy. I guess Normal Boy is also gonna go on the A tier, since I thought it was, like, so insanely funny as a kid. And I still think it's pretty funny. I think it's a pretty good episode. Birth of a Salesman, unfortunately, is gonna go in the D tier. It's really forgettable. Like, everyone remembers the book gum, but no one remembers the episode the book gum is from. I didn't remember it, and I was, like, a huge Jimmy Neutron fan, so, like, yeah, that's going in D just for being forgettable. Brobot. I like Brobot as a character, so Sure, we'll go A tier with Brobot 2. The Big Pinch is the one where he brings Thomas Edison back from the past, and that's going in the F tier. It's not a good episode. God damn, I'm already filling up the A tier here, but we got Granny Baby, and I think Granny is a really funny character. I think the whole episode, in spite of how like obvious the setup is, I think the episode really works. It's a fun episode, so that's going to A tier. Time is Money, I'm gonna put in C tier. It was nice seeing Jimmy's parents, but like the message A, it's like a super obvious story to do. And B, it just feels so glossed over. It's felt like they had this idea for like, oh, we gotta have an episode where Jimmy meets his parents when they were young, so we can do like 70s Hugh and Judy. And that was the only idea they had, and then they just made like the most cliche possible time travel story. All they wanted to do was do, like, 70s Hugh and 70s Judy. And for that, it gets C tier. Like, I'm not going to put it in the bottom of the list. It is fun to see them like that, but it's not a great episode. Raise the Uzi Scab. Ah, jeez. Is this... I gotta put something in B tier, right? It's a good episode. I enjoy Raise the Uzi Scab. I don't know, it's not as good as like When Pants Attack or Granny Baby, really. But it's a fun episode. We'll go B tier with this one. I Dream of Jimmy, on the other hand, straight to S tier. It's still my favorite episode. It may end up being my favorite episode of the whole series. Jimmy on Ice, where he creates a second Ice Age, is going in the F tier because it's so thoroughly underwhelming. Like, there's nothing fun about that episode. It just sort of, like, happens. You're like, okay. Even in my review of it, I said, like, 2-3 lines. That was the first episode where I just had nothing to say about it. So, yeah, F tier, Jimmy on Ice. Battle of the Bands, hilarious. A tier. A tier. We're going A tier with it. Now, See Jimmy Run is the one where he, like, bullies some kids, which is weird, but it's also got that really cool goo animation at the end. So we're going C tier for that one. It's not a great episode, but it's got some solid stuff. Trading Faces, oh god, I think Trading Faces has to go S tier. Like, maybe you could convince me it's an A tier, not an S tier, but like, I don't know, I feel like if you were doing like an abridged version of Jimmy Neutron, it's like, what episodes do you need to watch to understand Jimmy Neutron? Trading Faces has gotta be one of them, so yeah, S tier, Trading Faces. The Phantom of Retroland, fun episode, not great, we'll put it in B. It's a fun episode though, I enjoy it. My Son the Hamster, I felt, was, like, pretty underwhelming. Not a lot going on in that one. Do I want to give it D? I don't even... D feels a little low, because it is... There's like, some charm to it, but it's not a great episode. We'll go C with that one. Time is Money, See Jimmy Run, My Son... Yeah, that feels like a good place for it. Hall Monster, I'm gonna go B tier with Hall Monster. It is pretty similar to that SpongeBob episode, but it feels a lot more anti-police, weirdly enough. Hypno Birthday to You, that's a B tier. That's also a B tier. Solid episode, but like not the greatest. Crunch Time has got like the super good candy, so that's gotta go in the A tier. Substitute Creature, Miss Fowl becomes a giant monster. Oh, and there is that really funny B plot where Q is getting a new toast. Alright, it's getting an A just for the toaster jokes. Safety First is going in S tier. It's the introduction of the nanobots, and I think the nanobots are hilarious. Crime Sheen Investigation, on the other hand, is going in D tier, and that hurts me a little, because that is the episode that, like, it's probably the episode I watched the most as a kid, just because I had it for video now, but it's like, I don't know, it's not a good episode, honestly. Like, it's not that funny. Journey to the Center of Carl, solid episode. Okay, I'm giving it A tier just because of that really good Miss Fowl scene. Og Wilderness, thoroughly underwhelming. That's going in the D tier. Party at Neutrons could have been A tier, except it introduces Betty Quinlan, so I'm knocking it down to B tier. Ultra Sheen is A tier. Any Ultra Lord focused episode has got to get some extra points, and a Sheen focused episode too. So shout out to Sheen. Now I think with a little bit of effort, it could have been an S tier episode. It does fall just a little short, but I think it's really good. So A tier with that one. Broadcast Blues goes in pretty obvious directions, but I do think Funky Jam Dance Party with some science is a solid joke. It's a decent episode. We'll go B tier with it. Professor Calamitous, I presume, has to go straight to S tier. Much like the Nanobots, just a villain I love. Maximum Hue. In spite of my criticisms of it, I am giving it at least D tier because it has some solid jokes. I like the ending where it turns out everyone has cheated at this, but, like, I don't know, it's kind of... Honestly, does it deserve C tier? Here's the thing. If See Jimmy Run and Make Room for Daddy-O didn't exist, this could be C tier, maybe even B tier. But... Nah, I think I gotta go D tier with it. Sleepless in Retroville is the sleepover episode. Is the sleepover episode S tier? For the ending alone, Sleepless in Retroville gets S tier. The Eggpire Strikes Back, honestly, I'm going B tier with it, because, like, it's supposed to be this grand follow-up to the movie, and it's just kinda okay. Like, it's an okay episode, and clearly they wanted it to be more than an okay episode. Make Room for Daddy-O, solid C tier. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's a C tier episode. A Beautiful Mind, S tier. I love that one. Solid episode. Sorry, Wrong Era. Is that A tier or is it S tier? S tier is already getting kind of crowded, but I'm gonna go A tier. I'm going A tier just because of, like, the weird ending where, like, Jimmy's mom has a cage for his dad. That weirds me out so much. I'm putting it in A tier. Beach Party Mummy, S tier. Not even a question. That is an S tier episode. If it might not be the only Libby-centric episode. I'd have to think. I don't think there's another Libby-centric episode. If there is, it's definitely not as good as Beach Party Mummy. That is the best Libby-centric episode. The Retroville 9, F tier. Not a good episode. Grumpy Young Men, solid. B tier. We'll give that one B tier. Operation Rescue Jet Fusion. Much like the Eggpire Strikes Back, clearly they intended for it to be like a big thing, and I don't think it was as grand as they maybe wanted it to be, but I like it better than the Eggpire Strikes Back, at least in part because it has Professor Calamitous, so I'm going A tier with Jet Fusion, honestly. Nightmare in Retroville, the one we just watched, the Halloween episode, solid S tier. It is a perfect Halloween episode. Alright, and that's all the episodes I've discussed so far tier ranked. Lot in the A tier. I guess you can kind of tell, like, I'm a little biased. I like this show. I'm putting a lot of the episodes in the top half of the list. Now, maybe when we get to, like, later in the third season, we'll fill up more of the bottom of this list, but I can't even say that for sure. I don't remember how good or bad the third season was. I remember it gets weird near the end, but I think we could easily end up with a tier chart where most of the episodes are in the top half. And because, I mean, even right now, like, the top 3 tiers vastly outnumber the bottom 3 tiers. There might even, hold on, 9, 10... Okay, there are as many A tier episodes as there are C, D, and F tier. So, I mean, that's a good sign for the show, but also kind of indicates that I am biased and I like most of these episodes. But, you know, I do at least have episodes I don't think are as good, so yeah, I'm happy with this layout. I'm happy with this tier chart.
You know, sometimes in the right light, Miss Fowl looks kinda...
So apparently since last episode, Miss Fowl and Sam have begun dating. I'd say good for them, but we all know Miss Fowl's not prepared to commit. In this episode, we get to see the mayor's face, and it's Clark Gable? There's a lake monster, and Jimmy's out to prove it doesn't exist by doing a whole Jaws parody that's just a little too obvious. Still, I like the salty sea dog, Captain Betty, and the weird way Sheen grows attached to him.
Oh, nicely done, Laddybuck. I like the cut of your jib. That is why I made you this.
Wow, a genuine scrimshaw pea shooter. I love you, Captain Betty.
If I had a nickel for every Jimmy Neutron character named Betty that I actually liked, I'd have 1 nickel. Carl says he lost a turtle here as a kid, so naturally the monster turns out to be his pet turtle, mutated by years of Hugh dumping nuclear runoff from Jimmy's lab? Now, a Jaws reference, that's lame. Everyone does Jaws references. You know what's cool? A Gamera reference.
Gamera is really neat. Gamera is filled with meat. We've been eating Gamera.
This one's a little mixed, but it gets points for having Captain Betty just get eaten? He lives, but still, holy shit. And this next episode is a milestone for the series. It's the debut of iconic character Bolby Stroganovsky, an exchange student from the fictional country of Bakharistan.
Slap, 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 clap, 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 slap, 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 clap, 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 slap, slap, slap.
So, back in the day, there was this Hot Wheels VCR camera, and I had one, and I would just fill tapes with all sorts of random sketches. Luckily, I've had the foresight not to save those tapes, but one of my favorite skits to do was one called Bolby Time, in which I impersonated Bolby Stroganovsky and talked about a variety of topics. I found the dumbest shit from this show hilarious. Is this character racist? In order to answer that question, you'd first have to tell me what nationality he's a parody of, 'cause to me he's so all of Europe that it kinda works. I mean, I guess it could be taken as a stereotype of just being foreign, but I'm American. I don't give a fuck what Europeans think. I also don't give a fuck what Americans think. Fuck y'all too. It's class president elections. Kids, do not let our school system fool you. There is absolutely nothing special about being class president. Especially in elementary school, where it basically just means you get to stay after school and have a cookie. College is the only place where any sort of student leadership matters. Your power in elementary school is basically non-existent, even when democratically elected by your peers.
I can't run because of that silly little incident last year.
You mean when you were stuffing the ballot boxes with your name?
That was never proven.
Man, all of our childhood heroes were corrupt. Sheen is blackmailing Carl, and Jimmy's attempt to win involves making everyone sticky, throwing candy on the ground, and, sexy ladies? Where did Jimmy get sexy ladies? Did he invent the sexy ladies? Does he have some Rocky Horror-esque invention that creates sexy people? In the end, it comes down to Carl's vote, but he exposes Jimmy and Co.'s unethical practices, so Bolby is now president.
Slap, 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 clap, 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 slap, 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 clap, 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 everybody, slap, slap, slap.
10 out of 10 episode. I'm sorry, if you're not here for weird Jimmy Neutron, what are you here for? What are any of us here for? And why aren't the nanobots here? Let's bring back the nanobots. In this episode, Jimmy and Cindy are writing poetry about each other, so Jimmy asks his gay friends for help. That is the only way I can interpret what is going on here. This prompts them to escape to their old ship. Could they have done this the whole time? I guess Jimmy switched their heads, maybe they weren't smart enough before? Yeah, okay, but the nanobots will never be ballin'. This time, the nanobots get to kill people, and they finally make this show perfect. It's just Hugh.
Weezer? 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 Where is everybody?
And I think they played the long game with this pie joke. Hugh loves pie. When he thinks he's the last man on Earth, he finds endless pie. Jimmy makes the nanobots calculate pie, which is infinite. You see what I mean? You might accidentally learn something from this show. And somehow the nano ship exploding undeletes everyone. This is my favorite episode of the entire series. The nanobots are hilarious, and this is perhaps Hugh's greatest story. Now look, I know what you're all thinking. Matt, shouldn't you be working on a Christmas video? Fool! This is the Christmas video! You know what, surprisingly? Fruitcake Mountain Dew? A lot better than gingerbread Mountain Dew. Still, Mountain Dew, please, come on. It's Christmas in Retroville, and Jimmy is concerned about
this very nebulous and highly speculative issue of Santa Claus.
They sing a surprisingly decent Christmas song. Definitely sounds better than Funky Jam Dance Party.
Basking in the warmth of Christmas Day.
Now this show was animated right here in the great state of Texas. And apparently it takes place there too because it's Christmas and there's no snow on the ground. Cindy and Libby sing about the glory of consumerism, and Jimmy's a little Ben Shapiro about it.
These feelings that you speak of are subjective. All I want is something that is real.
But it turns out Jimmy's reasons for not believing in Santa are equally subjective, as he asked for a sample from a dwarf star that he didn't get. But like, come on, he was obviously naughty that year. You'd think a kid who erased an entire year of his parents' marriage is on the nice list? And as proof, Jimmy's DNA sequencing device detects Santa's DNA, so they're off to the North Pole to look for him. Cindy and Libby get trapped in Jimmy's hypercube, which seems like a really forced way to get them in on the adventure, but then Jimmy just sends them back to Retroville. What was the point? Complete waste of Cindy and Libby. They get to Santa's workshop and Jimmy's machine kills Santa. But Jimmy, still a non-believer, says if he can deliver all the toys, it'll prove Santa doesn't exist. Jimmy, wouldn't that prove Santa could exist? Like, if you couldn't do it, that would be evidence Santa couldn't do it. But if you can do it, what's stopping Santa from just doing what you did? He even retrofits his rocket to be Jingle Bell powered for no apparent reason. Meanwhile, Hugh invents Christmas but with pie? Christmas already has pie. There's a whole song about this and I'm still really unclear what the holiday is. He breaks into people's houses and gives them pie? Meanwhile, world's dumbest genius has forgotten to deliver any presents to Retroville. Like his hometown is the only place on Earth he forgot to deliver presents. Luckily, Santa arrives to save them, and this has to be one of the best Santa castings ever.
So you're Jimmy Neutron. You've been on my naughty list for some time now.
It's Mel Brooks, one of the most famously Jewish comedians, and also one of the funniest people to ever live. He even gets to do a brain blast.
Brain blast!
Apparently Jimmy never got his samples because it needed 5 years to cool? So Santa can get a sample from a dwarf star, but he still has to wait for it to cool. Yeah, okay, why not? Hey, you wanna know what I got for Christmas? It's Goddard! No, seriously, I'm pretty sure I got this for Christmas. I love Goddard so much. Jimmy's one successful invention, proving to be whatever Jimmy needs him to be. I think Goddard is the first thing that worked about this show. You look at that Johnny Quasar clip, and that kid's a long way from Jimmy. But that guy, that's Goddard. He has such a good design. He's clearly both robot and dog. He's just adorable. I think he's supposed to be remote controlled. He's got like an antenna here, but I'm pretty sure I lost the remote to this a long, long time ago. But he does have a little button on the side, so he can still... He's gonna knock over all my shit. It doesn't sound like Frank Welker's barking, actually. He opens up in the top, but there's not really like... It's just like a switch panel, like where you put batteries and shit. But, you know, it's cool that he opens up like that, like, you know, the real Goddard does. Look at him. Look at the little Goddard. Oh, he can even, like, stick his tongue up in there and get him to close his mouth. Ah. Unlike the Halloween special, I'd say the Christmas one's a mixed bag. Definitely some good humor, and obviously I love Mel Brooks as Santa, but honestly it feels like maybe they were stretching to make this a full 22 minutes. I guess it'd be weird to only do an 11-minute Christmas segment. Not stretching, however, is the all-important Valentine's Day special, which makes it okay that this video definitely didn't come out before Christmas. And this one's way more important to the series overall. We learned that these two characters are dating. You remember these two, right? This one and, that one? Jimmy invents a love potion, Carl breaks his computer, and now Jimmy and Sheen have a crush on Cindy and Libby respectively. You know, like they didn't already. This is, however, the episode to introduce Carl having a crush on Jimmy's mom. And I know what you're waiting for me to address. Why is Jimmy allowed to drive a hover car? Like, he drives it like you drive a car. He even abides by road safety laws. He's 10 years old. Does he have a license for that? In Fairly Odd Parents, they made Timmy get a license for his hover car. Sheen is a freak, but I guess it works? This one has a musical number too, and,
Honor and obey, he'll do just what I say, my Valentine. My Valentine.
Jesus Christ, every cartoon was written by perverts. But they make great cartoons, those perverts. There's a Hugh Hefner joke?
Access holographic room imaging. File name, Health.
What? I kinda like how insane all of the characters are in this episode, though. And bonus points for Hugh asking his adult wife to be his Valentine. That's sweet. I like that they kinda reset the status quo, but not really. The romance only becomes more pronounced from here. So yeah, not as funny as the Christmas episode, but story-wise, I think they got this one down way better. The song is definitely worse, though. Up next is Sheen's Brain, one of the show's more memorable, not entirely for good reason. Although it's a close examination of the character Sheen and his particular flavor of neurodivergency.
What kind of name is Ida? What's it short for? Ida preferred a different name?
Sheen, concentrate!
I am concentrating. Hey look, TV.
With a big test coming up, Sheen is hit with the threat of being held back, something his friends won't stand for.
No way! We're the three amigops!
The three amigops?
Yeah, well, you see, I was making us name tags, and I accidentally added a P.
Jimmy uses the brain drain helmet to make Sheen smart, and he quickly becomes evil. So yeah, Sheen is the character I relate to most. Glad we got that established. Also, his head keeps growing in this episode until it looks like this. You know the subtitles on Paramount Plus get something wrong? Jimmy likes to say leapin' leptons. Now, a lepton is a subatomic particle, anything smaller than a proton or neutron. I believe electrons are actually classified as a lepton. Except the dummies at Paramount Plus have decided what Jimmy is saying is leapin' electrons. I don't know, I've always liked how freaky this episode gets. Although the conclusion with this Ultra Lord costume is bullshit. This is not one of Jimmy's reality-bending inventions. This was on sale in a costume shop. Of course, what gets him to return to normal is thinking he's hurt Jimmy and Carl, because you can't split up the three amigops. Overall, I think it's a solid episode. We didn't get too many episodes solely focused on Sheen, so it's nice to see it done well. They even keep Miss Foul's love life consistent.
I'm afraid of commitment!
And they finally give Butch a funny line.
And what if we all went around freakishly enlarging our friends' heads, huh?
Ooh, me first! Me first!
Still doesn't bully anyone, though.
Ah yes, Sheen Estevez. His name a reference to the Estevez family of actors, many of whom have taken up the stage name Sheen. Sheen is the comedic heart of the show. He is absolutely the funniest character.
Honestly, I think Sheen is what kept me invested in the show as a kid. Of course, I loved Jimmy and his wacky adventures, and all the other characters too. But I was a kid who loved comedy, and Sheen was always the funniest. Sure, what he brings to the table is a little more obvious than the others, but he's an important piece of the puzzle nonetheless. And man, here's another character-centric episode, this time focusing on Jimmy's mom, Jimmy Neutron. It's a pretty standard not appreciating mom enough setup, which is not only a very common TV trope, it's one that honestly usually feels a little off. Like, Jimmy and Hugh appreciate Judy, they can cause issues for her, but they usually have their comeuppance and make amends. Hell, Jimmy learning to appreciate his parents was the entire point of the movie. But here they're assholes, so Judy goes to a week at a spa, leaving them a long list of chores. Naturally, Jimmy programs a robot that goes crazy and imprisons he and his dad inside, and Mom has to save them with the laser gun she keeps in her closet? Okay, that's not usually part of the trope. Aunt Susie makes a return appearance. Certainly laughs to be had with this episode, but it plays a little too much into well-worn jokes.
Switching to wife mode. Take out the trash. We never talk anymore. Give me some ice cream.
I have far less to say about Judy than I did with Hugh. I still think she's a great character. I appreciate that she can be tough, but still comes off as a loving, caring mother.
It's honestly a little odd how full circle Jimmy's family feels. Like, TV families used to be all kind and loving, and then The Simpsons mixed it up by making them flawed and dysfunctional. And everyone started doing that. Even Jimmy's sister show, Fairly Odd Parents, has outright neglectful parents, although that's actually part of the story, it's why he gets fairies. The Neutrons have a very different relationship than most TV families. Hugh is dumb, but not oblivious the way a lot of cartoon parents are, which is often used as a way to get them out of the picture while the central children go on adventures. Meanwhile, Judy is the firm hand of punishment, but never in a way that makes her seem mean or unreasonable. Hell, Jimmy probably causes more problems for himself than she does. Next episode, Jimmy is trying to get out of a list of chores his mother has for him, and didn't we literally just do this? Like, I'm okay with that being a setup multiple times, hell, it was kinda the plot of the pilot, but break it up a little, these are halves of the same 30-minute block. Luckily, this one's the classic clones episode. It seems the 6 clones are split half and half between Rob Paulson and Jeff Bennett. I know Bennett's definitely cool, Jimmy, because it's the exact same voice he does for Barbarino.
I'm walking here. You got a problem with that skateboard, boy?
Hey, cool. Voices in my head.
They even do another John Travolta joke, this time Saturday Night Fever. And I love that he pulls a helmet out of nowhere to skateboard because Nick obviously wouldn't let him skateboard without it. The network, Nick, not this Nick. This Nick probably would let him do it without a helmet. Although, he can't even handle the Neutron style. Happy Jimmy, sad Jimmy, and funny Jimmy sure are there. Romantic Jimmy knows what lies in Jimmy's heart, and evil Jimmy has a dead-on Jack Nicholson impression for a voice. Not that he sounds exactly like Jack Nicholson, but because he sounds like every Jack Nicholson impression you've ever heard.
Well, 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 if it isn't Jimmy, Goddard, and Jimmy. Oh, you know what? It's that evil one. He's so bad he makes Attila the Hun look like Bambi!
My man, he threw a pie in a guy's face, that's it.
You can't beat the classics.
It's also clear this episode was made just for the jokes because it's hilarious, but also they didn't know how to end the episode. Evil Jimmy runs behind a corner and changes his hair, and the clones of our boy genius get confused. So then Jimmy freezes them, but the evil one gets away, and when everyone finds out Jimmy let one escape, they chase normal Jimmy instead of the evil clone. And this time it's not like a trick, they actually want to beat the shit out of Jimmy rather than deal with the clone on the loose. But hey, it was a good episode that introduced a cool, if not a bit obvious villain. The next episode is bizarre. It's a heist episode? Why is Jimmy Neutron doing a heist episode? Sure, it'd be a cool thing to do with his inventions, but he doesn't even use any, instead relying on a power Libby has never had before and Cindy's karate, which is consistent with canon. This is going exactly where you think it's going, and it's kinda weird how dedicated they are to not subverting your expectations at all. They do not even try to hide that the woman who contacted Jimmy is evil, or that Carl left the real egg so she only gets away with the fake one. I forgot this episode existed, but now that I'm rewatching it, I remember being bored by this one as a kid. It's not really funny, it doesn't have a very good story. They even have the evil princess turn out to be Professor Calamitous, which is such a lame way to bring back an iconic villain. It adds nothing to the episode. Well, okay, it adds this line.
When I rule the earth, you shall receive a charming gift basket.
But that's it. It feels like a deleted plotline from Jet Fusion that should have stayed deleted. I don't think it's as lame as the baseball episode, but it's still the worst episode of the season so far, so an appropriate place for a Betty Quinlan reference. Then Jimmy's dad and Carl's dad get in a feud and refuse to let them see each other. So both the A segment and the B segment are gonna be lame. But at least in both of them, Sheen is funny.
He's already selected a rap-themed greeting for an additional 3 cents a word. Dear Jimmy, how are you? What's up? What's new?
But you can't just put Jimmy and Carl in silly outfits and expect that to make this a good episode. I mean, it makes it a little better. It's also another episode that ends with characters wanting to beat up a child for no apparent reason. And man, this season was on a hot streak, but after that double bill of disappointment, we get Out Darn Spotlight, which features the return of Betty Quinlan. But also the return of Bolby?
Alright, but you're on thin ice.
Honestly, Betty works a little better in this one, but they really do lean into her liking Jimmy. But I know they're not gonna get together, so you're just setting us up for disappointment. That's the problem I've always had with Betty. It seems like the show wants me to want them to get together. But I don't want Jimmy and Betty to get together. I want Jimmy and Cindy to get together. Who the fuck is Betty Quinlan? I bet even people who watch this show don't remember her. To go back to the Trixie comparison, Fairly Odd Parents was a bit more mean-spirited than Jimmy Neutron, so they got away with Trixie being mean to Timmy. And to make another comparison within the show, it's outright stated a few times that Cindy is interested in Nick, but the show never pretends this is an option. Nick never really gives Cindy the time of day, which I think is how Betty should treat Jimmy. Betty is too nice to Jimmy. I know there won't be any good payoff. And it even starts to feel like she's talking down to him at points, like, come on, Jimmy, you can do it. That being said, this episode is good enough I'm willing to take back something I said last season. This should have been Betty's last appearance. It also probably should have been her first appearance. Betty's not the only downside. Cindy trying to get famous feels both out of character and extremely obvious. And there's a crack at Keanu Reeves in there.
And downloaded the Keanu Reeves Advanced Acting course. Whoa! Is this a laser sword I see before me?
I'm telling you, kids, I was the only one defending Keanu Reeves back in the day. But Principal Willoughby seriously just being Dean Pelton and actually getting to see Macbeth in space, it's like half the episode, make this one great. And when I say the animation hasn't aged well, I'm talking about the models, textures, and lighting. The actual character rigging is honestly really good. You get awkward glitches in there, but again, this show was made in a rush, it seems, and I think they put their focus exactly where it needed to be. And speaking of Nick, he's also had a character redesign this season, going from a blue shirt to a leather jacket, and you know what? I never noticed as a kid. it wasn't anywhere near as noticeable as Cindy or Libby. In fact, I had to see it twice in this watch through as an adult to catch on. I thought he was just wearing a leather jacket to skateboard last episode. It wasn't until I noticed he was wearing it again in this one that I realized this was his new look. Also, I love that they mentioned Sheen's laser spear has a real laser in it, and that just doesn't come back. Why would you need a real laser for a school play? I thought it was a Chekhov's laser or something, but no, he uses a normal old jetpack in the climax. He had one of those in the movie. This laser was introduced for no reason. Overall, I'd say it's a well-written episode that seems to be written by someone who doesn't quite understand the show, which is a weird thing to say because it was written by the head writer. Perhaps there was studio interference at play, but that would just be speculation on my part. I liked it though. Next is another return, this time of Brobot, who tells Jimmy about an impending Mooney Man attack, and they finally answer the question we all have.
How come whenever we're in outer space, we don't gotta wear helmets?
Good question, Sheen. And the answer is quite interesting. You see...
Moon, 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 spoon, 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 June, 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 spittoon, spittoon, spittoon!
Anyways, turns out Brobot just pranked them so they can play together. After a very on-the-nose Boy Who Cried Wolf reference, Brobot guilts Jimmy into staying until Brobot tells a new story about the Junk Man, prompting Jimmy to leave.
The Junk Man? That sounds like a villain on a lame TV show that people watch because they have no real lives.
Thanks, Jimmy. I also figured that space was just a flat image behind them, but the shot where it doesn't even go all the way to the edge of the screen basically confirms that. Naturally, they get caught by the Junk Man, and Goddard has a crush on this cool space dog. A romance for the ages. They gotta save Brobot's parents, who didn't really do anything in their first appearance, so it's fun to see them expanded upon.
Captain, where's the poop deck? Can we ride on the poop deck?
I just love the word poop deck.
I know what you mean. Can't say poop without saying deck.
Brobot shows up and helps Jimmy and his friends escape, but ultimately the Junk Man gets away because at this point they were really committed to bringing back villains. I guess Calamitous escapes in season 1, but that's about it. Not the greatest, but a fun episode. Definitely some memorable jokes. Hey, you guys want to see a Betty Quinlan episode done right? Next episode, they're on a school field trip to the rodeo, so yeah, they definitely live in Texas. And this is the most deranged Miss Fowl has ever been. I love it.
The 5 O's on our table better set a good example. Hang on, children!
But here's the part I'm talking about. Sagebrush Sally. A cowgirl the 3 Amigops instantly have a crush on. And Sagebrushily gets everything right that Betty Quinlan gets wrong. This episode really helped me pin down why I don't like Betty. The show acts like she's status quo, but she is not. She's not a member of the gang. She's not Nick or Libby or Miss Fowl or Hugh. She was in 1 episode of season 1. She's less important than Robo Fiend. Sage, meanwhile, is decidedly a new character. I feel properly introduced to her. And I know she and Jimmy are not hooking up at the end of the episode, and if we ever see her again, it'll be a deliberate callback to this episode. And they play the guys striking out with her as a joke. They're being dumb, and they get a comeuppance. Jimmy striking out with Betty isn't played for laughs, it just makes me feel bad for Jimmy. Also, they use her to make Cindy jealous instead of, like, fame obsessed. I'm sorry you gotta suffer like this, babe, but you're way funnier when you're jealous. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm dwelling on this, but it really bothered me as a kid. I'm just trying to unpack it. Anyways, this episode finally gives Jimmy an appropriately sized hat. He needs all 10 gallons! Woohoo! Also, they're trying to do this, oh, the boys are faking to impress a girl, but Sheen actually pulls off some impressive stuff. Carl takes on the future Back at the Barnyard star, and Jimmy's fake bull just blatantly has switches and control panels. Jimmy, surely you could just get a magnetic saddle or something.
Sweet Buster's the child of trouble!
God damn it, just when I thought I'd seen Miss Foul's best episode. Next episode features an idea I also had as a kid before I knew how fuel and the oil lobby worked. Using garbage to power cars.
See? I told you garbage could be most into a clean burning oil substitute.
No, you didn't.
Oh, maybe I dreamed it.
Cindy makes a case that Jimmy should be banned from the school science fair, which is bullshit, but it works.
Ooh, a trial. I've always wanted to be a judge, and the robes. Don't get me started, okay?
And holy hell, I knew Cindy was a lesser genius, but I think Libby might be too.
A mood CD player. It detects your mood by measuring skin temperature, then chooses a CD to match it.
Ooh, let me try.
You're my candy girl.
Barred from the science fair, Jimmy wins a Junior Nobel Prize, which they definitely send one single guy to award to you at your elementary school, unannounced. Also, he invented a way to turn trash into oil. I think that should qualify for an actual Nobel Prize. Or at the very least, like, $1 billion in hush money from the oil companies. Of course it goes haywire, and the other students need to use their inventions to stop it.
I can't believe it's not oil. Ha! I can't believe you're not in jail.
The machine had a slight malfunction. This is still borderline alchemy. Honestly, just use a conveyor belt. The trash-seeking hose was a bad idea in the first place.
Of course it goes haywire because of Bowlby's experiment. Alright, new theory. Bowlby is a CIA operative, and this was their way of getting Jimmy's invention out of the picture.
Hey kid, forget about that. I got 4 words for you. Big McThankies from McSpankies.
Jimmy invents flying helmets that run on gold, and I guess he didn't know that fuel burns? Also, 2 episodes ago, he built flying shoes that did this exact same thing, no problem. How are the helmets better? They agree they have to get jobs to replace the gold, even though Jimmy can create diamonds, pearls, and oil. And apparently there's a nuclear plant in Jimmy's town?
Which is consistent with the Jimmy Neutron game for PC. Don't ask me how I know that.
They end up at a burger joint, McSpankies, with the lovely and infamous Skeet.
Dude, you're supposed to push the buttons with the pictures of food on them.
Don't need to, Skeet. I memorized the prices and did the tax and change in my head.
Jimmy, you dipshit, you press the buttons so they know you're not swiping from the till. Actually, I love this episode because Skeet totally calls Jimmy on being a dipshit. Yeah, if you asked people to start naming episodes of Jimmy Neutron, this would probably be the most common response. I know I quoted Hugh's Taco Shack song endlessly as a kid, and it gave us the great meme, steamed hams or something.
You know, these hamburgers are quite similar to the ones they have at Krusty Burger.
Oh no, patented Skinner burgers.
Jimmy brings the restaurant into the future.
While your fries are boiled in the finest imported oils at precisely 250 degrees Fahrenheit.
Jimmy, that sounds kinda expensive. How are you bankrolling this? And Jimmy's design can't account for one customer wanting to go somewhere else without going completely haywire. And apparently he equipped it with the ability to fly and brought back the purple flurp gun, but firing whatever the Nickelodeon splat was made of. That stuff's bad for you. Jimmy sends McSpankies into the sun, where it's commandeered by the Space Bandits from the Mine episode.
Which means I must now go full geek mode and correct something I said last time.
I told you all this guy was named Zia and this guy was named Barbarino. That's what IMDb credits them as. But Wikipedia and the Jimmy Neutron wiki have their names listed as Zix and Travoltron. So I went to the source with this one, and according to the end credits, this guy is Zix and this guy is Barbarino. So they each got one right and one wrong. Until season 3 rolls around and they call him Travoltron. Not confusing at all. I guess that makes Travoltron his official name, since they don't actually call him Barbarino in the show. T is still just T, though. You know, I acted surprised that Jimmy's parents partook in marijuana last time, but this next episode straight up confirms it.
Yeah, well, that's what Burning Duck is all about, Weezer, my man. We're gonna let it all hang out. Groove to a natural scene. Maybe even toast some marshmallows.
Honey, put your pants on. You can groove when we get to the desert.
Jimmy stays with the Weezers, who have every sort of ailment, so Jimmy gives them pills that make them more athletic. Oh, can you make people more athletic, Jimmy? I didn't know that. You've never done that type of thing thing before. I'm bitching for no reason again. This is the best version of that plot. Because of course this time the pill could wear off at any moment. And I can't even say that's inconsistency. Jimmy makes it very clear he only wants this for the weekend. I always loved the joke of them holding in the air until the moment the pills wear off. And in the end, their powerful sneezes save the day. Solid episode, nothing grand, but you need those in a series. Next, Jimmy faces off against a douchey rich kid he beat in a kite contest, Eustace Stretch. And it's fun to see Jimmy jealous of someone hitting on Cindy. Cindy is always the jealous bitch, so it's nice to see Jimmy have his moment. And the rich kid is holding robot animal fights. This is a very Nickelodeon way to have dog fights in your basement. Like, everyone just suddenly gets super uncomfortable when this happens, as if it was a real dog fight. I'm positive one of the Five Nights at Freddy's games has ripped off this robot cat of Eustace's. Another decent one. It's cool to see Jimmy up against someone with equivalent technology, and I love Hugh and Mr. Starch getting along, even if it is only one scene.
And so at last we've come to the season finale, and before we get into it, let me just ask you, from your memory, what is the longest episode of Jimmy Neutron? Not counting the movie, obviously, just the TV show. I just want you to think about it in your head, maybe write it down somewhere. You know, longest episode, was it the Fusions, the Twonkies, the Power Hours? No, in fact, the longest episode of Jimmy Neutron is Win, Loser, Kaboom. It guest starred Tim Allen and Alyssa Milano. How did I forget this episode existed?
Completely honestly here, I forgot this episode existed for years, and as soon as I read the title I went, oh fuck, I do remember this. I was so hyped for this episode when I was a kid. A Jimmy Neutron TV movie? Something to rival Channel Chasers, or perhaps more importantly, the TV movies Cartoon Network shows were getting? But this shit was buried. This memory has laid dormant in my brain for probably over a decade.
Which is weird to say about a feature-length season finale. If there's one episode you should remember, it should be the hour-long season finale, right?
We start not with the theme song, but with giant asteroids with cryptic text. They land on a planet of worms who say MIP, and a planet of all my D&D characters. Cindy is quite literally trying to negotiate the terms of a proposed friendship between she and Jimmy, and Sheen gets into pickup culture.
It's a phase, he'll outgrow it.
The space rock is important enough to bring back Mayor Gable, and they turn the rock into a tourist attraction because Cindy is kinda racist against aliens.
Haven't we learned from the Yokians not to talk to intergalactic strangers?
Oh, but this is big enough for the general from the movie to return. And then they do a heist in Jimmy Neutron that is good. Very stylish, even if it does remind me of Ang Lee's Hulk. It's short and simple, and it feels like every character contributes.
How often is this show gonna do something wrong only to turn around and prove they knew how to do it right the whole time? Also, I swear when I made that joke about Bowlby being in the CIA, I didn't remember this.
Hello, fellow children! Bowlby?
I now fully believe Bowlby is an undercover agent sent to spy on Jimmy.
Anyways, by filling in the correct answer, Jimmy enters Earth in a game show. Jimmy claims the rock could only be solved by advanced species, but the warmongering orcs made it. They filled the stands with every single alien they've had on the show, and also apparently germs and the lima bean from Carl's Nightmare are aliens.
Your planet is being connected to the Galactic Cable Network with over 9 billion channels of service.
Free cable? From space? Look at all these great shows. Laser Soccer from Regulon. Who Wants to Marry a Yokian? Studs?
Yeah, I saw it. You stay over there. You stay where you are.
They play Quidditch. Like, you can't tell me this isn't just space Quidditch. Jimmy's a little too cocky, and it loses them the game. Hey, this episode is bringing back every character I said only appeared once, because there's Libby and Cindy's dads, along with the Weezers and Sheen's dad getting his first line since the movie.
I will run powerful extension cords to your lawn. Yes.
Anyways, after basically stealing from Harry Potter and Monty Python, they do a Survivor parody, and Bowlby's punishment for getting voted off is
little to the left.
Cindy and Alyssa Milano orc get in a cat fight, and apparently using Goddard in the final match is cheating, but not when he did it earlier. While racing brain people, they think they win and get sent home, and this scene was definitely buried in the recesses of my mind.
Here, kids, eat and forget this whole scary business. Yes?
Eat, children! Eat and forget!
Creepy, but also really cool. And of course, Jimmy learns they work better when they work together. And they do a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire parody just to prove it really was the early 2000s. And after feeling unappreciated, Jimmy lets Hugh answer the final question to save the Earth. And they really all just go, fuck those other planets. But Jimmy says that's not right, and they go back to save them. And they all learn to work together, because of course they do. They also learned that torture is acceptable.
This is quite painful.
And what do we end the season on but Jimmy and Cindy almost kissing? Win, Lose, and Kaboom, I think, is the purest essence of Jimmy Neutron. Some good stuff, some dumb stuff, some stuff that's amazing it ever happened. It has everything. This is what Jimmy Neutron was. And though the memories are easily buried, once dug up, they all come flooding back. I'm glad Win, Lose, and Kaboom is the longest episode of Jimmy Neutron. I'm also glad it's kind of forgotten, if only because I think it says something about the show. And that's Season 2 of The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron, and holy shit, this season was stacked. It has clunkers just like Season 1, but a lot of the show's best and most iconic episodes come from right here. It honestly makes me worried for Season 3. What's even left? I remember like 3 episodes. But that's a very good sign for Season 2. This is when the show excelled. I think any TV show that was ever this good deserves credit. I was prepared to call this revisit a success after Season 1. This show was good. But Season 2 proves that beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I hope maybe I've brought back some nostalgic memories from you, or clued you into something you knew very little about before. It's truly been awesome coming back to a childhood obsession and finding that so much of it is still thoroughly entertaining. So, last time I ended by talking about a piece of spin-off media, that being the movie, and next time I'm also gonna end by talking about a piece of spin-off media, so how else could I end this one?
Last call for Jimmy Neutron.
Yo-ho, Spiny! You still playing those Sonic games?
Yeah, I'm still playing Sonic.
Cool. I just got done playing all the Jimmy Neutron games, and let me tell you, that was an experience.
I'm sorry, do I know you?
There were 3 console games, plus 2 PC exclusives. I played the 5 major releases, starting with the first one, Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius, for PS2 and GameCube. A movie tie-in, naturally, arriving around the same time as the movie in 2001.
Jimmy Neutron was that show with the Genius Sisters, right? Talking dog, a lot of whip cracking.
No, you're thinking of Johnny Quest. Anyways, the console version is a collect-a-thon, with Jimmy needing to go to 5 different levels to collect various things. And your eyes aren't fooling you, this game steals a lot from Crash Bandicoot. Unfortunately, good graphics and gameplay aren't among them. These are some ugly models, but we better start with the gameplay. The platforming is just awful. It's too hard to aim and way too picky about where you jump from. Also, there's just no way to move the camera, which, like, come on, Mario 64 let you move the camera, and that game was 5 years old at this point. There are paths and platforms it's not clear you can use because they're off-screen. Why would you put stuff off-screen when you know I can't move the camera? Plus, it makes it next to impossible to collect every atom, something the game clearly wants you to do as it shows you how many there are, and congratulates you if you get all of the items in a given area. But how am I supposed to jump across these rocks to get to that last one? The game would seriously be like 20% better if you could just move the damn camera. There's combat in this game, but it's more like you combating the game. Unless you absolutely have to, I'd avoid killing the enemies. They take as many hits as you, although they're pretty easy to stun lock if you do have to kill them. There are weapons such as a baseball bat, shrink ray, and inflating ray, but they only last a few seconds, and like, come on, you put them in the game, make them permanent unlocks that you can cycle through. It wouldn't even make the game that much easier. The hitboxes are janky as hell, but that helps you as much as it hurts you. You are as hard to hit as everything else. Occasionally, you'll find a Goddard that can turn into a pogo stick or a scooter. The pogo stick is required in some parts and works fine, but the scooter has no clear purpose that I could find. Nothing is inaccessible without it, and honestly, it's more of a hindrance than anything, so I recommend avoiding it. Although, you know, I also recommend you avoid this game. It also feels like they're missing a level. The game starts at Retroland with Nick congratulating you for sneaking out, and then it just throws you into it and expects you to know what you're doing. It feels like there should be like an introductory tutorial level before we get here, but it fits with the game's theme of not communicating anything to you. Like here, if you end up on the lower floor of Jimmy's lab, you have to kick this barrel to get back to the top. How was I supposed to know that without looking it up? And the game is just filled with shit like that. Things you need to know that just aren't communicated. Look at that. Does it look like I accomplished anything there? Well, apparently I did, because you gotta hit this guy 3 times to kill him. As for the content of the game, the challenge is almost entirely from the bad controls and poor communication. Some of these missions are ludicrously easy. And man, this game is not pleasant to look at. This would have looked bad on PS1. This was pretty unacceptable for the time. They've turned Jimmy into a mouth breather. Oh, but he's gotten off better than Nick. Okay, so the controls and visuals are fucked up. What else can we fuck up? How about the sound? Loud gurgling. No gurgling. Great sound design. There's the hilarious, like this 2-second loop of fire. The pointless, like these ants clicking. And the flat-out annoying, like the air blowing sounds in most of the levels. I guess that is something you can turn off, though. What you cannot turn off is this game's glaring lack of Rob Paulsen.
My inhaler! That's swell, Jimmy.
Pretty much everyone has their original voice except Carl, who sounds more like Irwin from Billy and Mandy.
Stupid alien! Without those glasses, I'm doomed! Doomed! Hey, you! Get your darn hands off that, yo!
So let's talk about the levels. Level 1 is Retroland, broken down into 5 sections, 0 of which are based on Bat Outta Heck, but 3 of which are based on Show Me the Mummy. Okay, I'm wrong. This one's based on a ride you can see way in the background for like 2 seconds. This clown level makes me uncomfortable. I have never seen something so embody the phrase, "the vibes are rancid." Cindy asks you to find her dog, and you just walk a little to the left and he's there. Believe me, I wish this entire game was that easy. Level 2 is the lab and Jimmy's house, which is easily the best level of the game because A, there's very little platforming involved, and B, they did a pretty good job translating the setting. This is easily the least ugly level. Level 3 is the comet from the middle of the movie, just completely skipping one of the movie's coolest moments without so much as a cutscene. Also, this is not an action scene, this is time for the kids to bond. They've added Yokians and the asteroid monster from Empire Strikes Back and whatever the fuck these are to try to make it a rescue mission. You gotta save 5 kids. Carl, Cindy, Nissa, Rose, and Zachary? Why not Sheen? Or Libby, who's not even in the fucking game. And here's where the bad platforming and no camera start to be a problem. You gotta do this jump over some insta-kill slime to get where you need to go, but that place is actually a snowboard portion with a split path, meaning you'll have to go over the acid 3 times minimum to beat the level. And you have to hop on this rock that's fucking off-screen. Gee, maybe a rotating camera would help me with this. So they skipped the opening with the military and the Retroland liftoff. But do you know what scene from the movie they decided to use for level 4?
The one where Dee Dee gets into Jimmy's lab?
No, that's Johnny Quest again. It's the fucking comet! Again! That was a 3-minute scene with no enemies. Hell, in the game you have to go into a Yokian mining facility? Why couldn't this just be on Yokus Prime? This is where the game goes from bad to unplayable. The level opens on this snowboarding section, and yes, the snowboard controls are exactly as janky as you'd expect, but up to this point they've compensated for it by making it really slow and not fun. But then in level 4 they introduce jumps! I have already complained about how precise some of the platforming is, so how do you think that fares when you've got constant forward momentum?
And it borrowed a ton from Battle for Bikini Bottom, but like...
Did you guys see that? 2 levels on the Yokian homeworld, right? You fight the Yoki... You fight the Yokians, and
But it's a great scene. Oh my god, what the fuck? That was bullshit. I talked too much too. But, god damn. Oh.
Just grow some balls, it's easy.
And still missed that. Nope, okay. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here that I did the first time somehow.
It's a game that, one, had a funny script, which the show hadn't had for such a long time.
The Monsters, Inc. game. The Monsters, Inc. game.
Where there was a time where it's just like, oh, if you have a movie, it's like, especially if it's an animated movie, it's getting a video game.
Usually because they're not finished with the movie when they start working on the game.
I've always heard great things about the DuckTales game, I've never played it.
About that.
Real quick, like, I got the game when it came out, and I was like so underwhelmed by it. You know what happens with me in that game every time, like where I finally break off of it?
I hope everyone who worked on this game has constant intrusive thoughts about the embarrassing Jimmy Neutron game they made. And you've got finite lives, so even if you beat this portion, there's a chance you'll have to do it again when you game over. And to make matters worse, level 4 is way longer than the other levels, so there's more opportunity to game over. You cannot have platforming challenges until your platforming fucking works! Also, when you game over, you gotta load your save file again, which is just an added layer of tedium to the game. Just give me a continue screen. And just for fun, here's a couple extra nitpicks about this level. In this section, it seems like you should be able to jump out onto this platform, you know, like you would in any other game, but no, you have to climb out on the wing to progress. Similarly, this platform you can walk onto without jumping, and then it whips around to this angle, which looks like you should be able to walk off it, but no, you fall and die. Also, when you jump between these gears, Jimmy just sort of awkwardly moves to the left in a way that just isn't right. But you know, you die to it a few times and then you get the hang of it. Level 5 is insanely easy by comparison. I only got a game over once. You run around Yokus Prime to free parents with an ending showdown against Ooblar, obviously not voiced by Martin Short, but also not voiced by the guy from the show. It's a totally different voice.
Long by my shattered shell, now you've really done it! Release the Annihilators!
And then level 6 has 2 extremely easy areas, a platforming segment that's awful, but what else is new, and then a fight where you have to trick Poltra into attacking these guns. They don't make that very clear, and it's also very easy to defeat her while you're dying. Also, Poltra is easily the worst asset in the game. This bitch is horrifying. And for the game's final boss, you fight King Goobot by throwing eggs at his guns and then kicking the shit out of him. He takes as many hits to defeat as every other Yokian. Although I did spend a while throwing eggs at him because the game couldn't miss one last opportunity to not communicate something to you. And so Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius for console ends not with a bang but with a whimper. As for positives, there's not a lot. I appreciate that it only takes 10 atoms to get a free life, but only because I needed every single one of them. Also, this section was nice to look at, although given that there's no threat here and it ties into nothing in the movie, nor anything else in the game, I'm not really sure why it's here. It feels like a bonus area, but you have to go through here to beat the level. Also, there's a Dexter's Lab reference. I liked that, although I don't know who this other kid is. By all accounts, it seems like the game was a rush job. I mean, it's unpolished enough that you might just assume that from looking at it, but my strongest evidence is actually the cutscene that plays when you boot the game. It has clips from the movie, but there are way more clips from Runaway Rocket Boy, the Jimmy Neutron test pilot, as well as a couple clips from the preview shorts that aired ahead of the movie. I'm pretty sure every shot of the Yokians in this is from Runaway Rocket Boy, no movie footage for them. And that'll forgive some stuff. Character models, sound design, even controls and a lack of camera movement. But if you knew you weren't putting out a high quality product, you could have at least made the game easier. Like I said, give me permanent weapons, and don't bother with a life system. Level 1 has infinite lives, and the game would be at least marginally improved if every level did. And holy shit, please, a little leeway on these jumps would go a long way. It seems the studio behind this game, Big Sky, only made one other game, SpongeBob Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, before closing its doors. Can't imagine why with their quality of output. This game is bad. Unequivocally bad. Possibly the worst game I've ever completed. This is the type of game I would have been so excited to get as a kid, played once, and then never felt the desire to play again. It's not the absolute bottom of the barrel when it comes to licensed games, but I'd still say it's well below average in a genre where the bar is pretty fucking low.
Hey, there are some good licensed games.
Oh, you mean like Rise of Lyric?
Okay, well, no need to be hurtful.
Yeah, that one was below the belt. I'm sorry. There's also a game based on the movie for PC that is completely different. This was weirdly common practice at the time, and I don't know why. Pretty much everyone, especially kids, are just gonna assume the games are the same and only buy one. Hell, most websites list these as the same game despite them being wildly different. And listen, Jimmy Neutron for PC is a bad game, make no mistakes. But this is what you expect from bad licensed games. It is completely playable. So I may end up being nicer to this game than I should be just because it's leagues ahead of the last game. It's open world, which is odd. And look, it's not GTA, it's not even Simpsons Hit and Run, but it's kinda interesting. I did explore most of these areas, and because I wanted to run around Retroville, not just because I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing. Although, once or twice it was because I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing. The game just directly gives you a list of quests that need to be completed to progress, and otherwise you can wander around as you please. Look at this, in Retroland you can ride Show Me the Mummy. Although if you try to ride Bat Outta Heck, Jimmy says,
I don't want to go in there.
Come on, that's the coolest ride. Test your IQ. Well, heck, let's test our IQ, guys. Apparently it's pretty low because we're not allowed in there. And where the last game did not communicate anything to you, this game almost communicates too much. There are arrows pointing at things I can't interact with. I spent like 2 minutes trying to pick up this fish bowl before I realized Jimmy was telling me to go find the fish. The graphics are nicer to look at, but not by much. In fact, the one thing I will give the console version over this is their Cindy and their Goddard looked better. And poor Nick. Maybe one of these games will get you right. Also, I think Jimmy's house looked a little better on console, but this one's open world, so I'll let that slide. But then there's stuff like the square edges that appear when you use the bubble, and a lot of these models are flat 2D sprites that rotate to face you, like Doom or Duke Nukem, games that were nearly 10 years old at this point. And some of these are just straight up photographs. Presenting the Krabby Patty! And this game really shoves its assets in your face. Pull the camera back, please! Similarly, the controls are bad, but the levels are much more accommodating. This game has tank controls, and yes, the platforming is bad, but a lot of platforms the game just lets you climb on, and most of the worst platforming is optional anyways. They made the game easy for kids, but also left in some challenge just in case. The challenges are difficult, tedious, and no fun, but at least they're optional. I'd honestly be hard-pressed to say which game has worse controls, but here the game feels like it was built to work with the controls, unlike console where the level design is actively fighting against you. Although there are 2 rocket ship portions that are very slow and control like complete ass, nothing as bad as the snowboard level, but still, this sucks. Worth noting, though, that I played Jimmy for console on a controller while this PC game is mapped to the arrow keys. Also, shift is jump and spacebar is menu. Usually it's the opposite of that, so I kept opening the menu when I meant to jump. I'm sure there was probably a way to set up a controller with this game, but after how much of a pain in the ass it was to install, I figured it just wasn't worth it. I do adore this Windows 95 era install screen, even if I had to sit through it way too many times. Goddard has a scooter mode in this too, and what do you know, it's actually kinda helpful at getting around faster. I'd prefer a run button, but this is something. They've made more of their voice actors, but that actually starts to get annoying with Jimmy saying the same shit all the time. There's a T-Rex chasing the school bus, and Jimmy's over here like... Incidentally, the T-Rex chasing a school bus gets zero elaboration. It's just happening and Jimmy does nothing to stop it.
But I saw something outside that looks really neat. Follow me and I'll show you.
Whoa, who's that? I thought Carl sounded like this. Yeah, no idea why Rob Paulsen is in this game but not the other game. I guess he was busy during the 5 days they had to develop that. Then again, they give Goddard a voice and it is so absolutely wrong.
Tell Mom and Dad I love them. Do your best to bring me home. I'll be back.
They do have Libby in the game, so they bothered to find out who the important characters were. They also have Darwin, a character so important you'll only hear about him in this extended cut. He doesn't even have an entry on the Jimmy Neutron wiki. See, I actually remember Darwin from a book I had as a kid, My Book of Inventions, a book showcasing many of the inventions that appeared in the movie. His inclusion in this book and the game makes me suspect he was planned for the movie, but ultimately cut. Probably because he was seen as promoting evolution, which at the time was a touchy subject among stupid parents, including mine. I suppose the console port also got closer to the film's plot, even if it is the most stripped down telling of the story. That said, the PC game feels like it has a more complete story despite deviating wildly from the movie. The Yokians already know who Jimmy is at the start of the game and are hunting him down. From there you collect a variety of inventions, cause hey, guess what? They're permanent unlocks in this one. Yay. Then you get in a scooter race with Nick to win, a map to Area 51? How did Nick get this? And why are we going to Area 51? From here, you have to collect parts for a new invention, and then, for reasons I am unable to parse, Jimmy ends up on the Yokian ship and has to escape. The stuff on the ship is definitely the most difficult part, but it's still pretty forgiving. Honestly, this game might be too easy. Like in this race with Nick, I almost lapped him and I wasn't even really trying. You can add a little challenge to your game, just don't make it so I have to run this perfect to win. Anyways, after traveling to Area 51 and getting abducted, you're tasked with getting some keys from your dad so your mom can get some wrenches. Which actually does tie into the movie because Mrs. Neutron says Hugh's car needs a new transmission. This game finally resolves that. Mom, just open the garage door, I'm right here. Also, I guess you need to collect parts for a science fair project, because Jimmy can't just show off his functional shrink ray that apparently has a clone function?
Oh no! I had my shrink ray set on clone.
Then Sheen wants you to go to Retroland to get Ultralord's autograph in exchange for some parts. Sheen, why don't you go to Retroland? Give me my damn parts! Then Carl is abducted by the Yokians, and from here the story goes off the rails. You have to get your rocket back from Ultralord, or at least a guy in an Ultralord costume. Why does he have that?
Remember I loaned mine to you when yours got stuck in customs back in Tokyo? Huh? Remember?
Of course, little man.
Okay. You talk to Cindy to get the keys to Miss Foul's class and have this beautiful interaction.
But I need to rescue Carl from space!
My therapist warned me about you, Jimmy. There are no such things as aliens. Oh no! There's a key, Jimmy! Hurry, Jimmy Neutron! You're our only hope!
women.
Then you go to Miss Foul's class to get her access card to the local nuclear power plant, where I guess Miss Foul just moonlights. Teachers don't get paid enough, gotta get a second job doing whatever Homer Simpson does. And then Jimmy goes in and steals plutonium. Jimmy, I think those fans might have been on for a reason. Then it's off to fight the Yokian Fleet Commander. Goobot and Ooblar are absent from the game entirely. And Jimmy just shrinks one guy and they surrender. There's not even a boss fight. And everyone stands around congratulating you one by one.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations.
And then the game sends you back to the beginning, which kinda sucks. It's open world, let me explore more. Overall, Jimmy Neutron for PC is not a very good game, but as a kid I probably wouldn't have noticed. There's enough to do that's fun that I probably would have just enjoyed running around Retroville. Plus a lot of the time it's bad in funny ways. It was not the chore Jimmy for console was. It held my interest and the truly infuriating parts were usually optional. So honestly, I don't know why this wasn't just the console version too. I get it, a game console and a PC had different computing capabilities, but what in this game is so complicated it wouldn't work on PS2 or GameCube? I guess consoles just weren't powerful enough to render Rob Paulson's voice. Making two different games is pointless, and it's very easy to tell which of these two games you should have gone with. My guess is that it has something to do with either time or money. Jimmy Neutron for console was either cheaper or quicker to make than porting the PC game. That would certainly explain a lot. The PC game actually had a direct sequel, Jimmy Neutron vs. Jimmy Negatron, the only one of these games not based on an episode, released in 2002.
Shouldn't it be Jimmy Electron?
That only works if there's also a good Jimmy named Jimmy Proton. I do buy that our Jimmy is neutral rather than good, though. It's got the same assets, same mechanics, same tank controls. They have made the spacebar fire instead of menu, so that's nice. This one seemed to run into more issues, but I am playing a 20-year-old game on a computer it was never meant to play on, so that's kinda to be expected. This introduces Jimmy Negatron, an evil version of Jimmy from an alternate dimension. Not his evil clone from the show, this is a completely original character. And look at his stupid fucking goatee. It's like someone opened up his texture file in MS Paint and just spray painted a goatee on. They very obviously did not get Miss Fowl or Libby's voice actors in this one, which is weird since they were both in the first game.
Now, class, over here we have a replica of the first steamless steam engine, which was invented by Norville Flugelhammer in 1892.
They've also updated Cindy to her TV design, which is more effort than I expected from these developers. The story starts with Jimmy trying to fix a time machine Albert Einstein built, I think, in a museum. Little does he know, Jimmy Negatron is waiting for him to activate one of his inventions to swap places with him. Clean parents' cage. I guess some things stay the same no matter what universe you're in. Trying to teleport back home, Jimmy ends up needing to use Goddard's fly mode, which is something that would help you in like 100 other different spots in this game, but whatever. You occasionally have to collect parts to make new inventions, but the game only lets you use them in specific levels they want you to have them. I guess that's fine, there's never a point where you'd want the weapons and don't have them, it's just kinda lame. The aiming is a lot better in this one, but the tank controls might actually be worse. Like the first, it is pretty forgiving in the platforming, actually just teleporting you back to where you were if you fall off. But like, if you know the controls are bad, don't change the game to accommodate them, fix the controls! And it does nothing for picking things up, which is a pain every single time. But even that pales in comparison to this awful fucking submarine section. It took me 2 whole minutes to pick up this wire because up and forward are both mapped to the up button. And the hitboxes on the mouth of this cave are nonsense. I have no idea how I got out, I just happened to randomly mash the correct series of buttons. Every level ends with this really confusing splash screen that stays up way longer than I think is necessary. Once back in his own dimension, Jimmy must deal with 3 different problems Negatron has created. You're allowed to do these in whichever order you feel. First you got Carl, who's become giant, and Jimmy has to feed him food to make him smaller? Jimmy, you have a shrink ray. It was your only weapon in the last game. The rocket does control a little better in this game because you at least have an accelerate button, plus putting it out in the open rather than a small cavern really helps. Next, Libby is being sucked into Vox, Jimmy's computer system that plays a much bigger role in the video games. I don't even know if it appeared after the movie. I kinda like this level, good aesthetics, some degree of challenge without being impossible, and you're in a tank, so the tank controls actually work. This boss fight is a joke though. You just shoot this wasp thing and he takes way too many hits considering there's no strategy, you're just fucking blasting him. And then you gotta save Miss Fowl and your parents from being entombed in the mummy exhibit. What the hell? Why is there so much mummy shit in these games? This segment is way longer than the other two. It accounts for a quarter of my gameplay. There's platforming, color matching puzzles, combat, a floor maze, a slide section, and somehow none of it is noteworthy. There was a funny glitch where Jimmy appeared outside a door he just opened, then proceeded to walk out the door he was already out. Then Negatron steals Jimmy's time machine to change the past. Alright, when are we going? The pirate era? Medieval times? The Jurassic period? Are we finally gonna get an answer about that dinosaur in the first game? Nah, it's just a bunch of holidays from within the last year. I told you guys this was my Christmas video. Halloween, you gotta build a new earthquake invention to defeat him, but then in Christmas and 4th of July, you get the scooter and the jetpack from the last game, and you just run into him? Come on, I don't even get to shoot fireworks at him. I don't know why these needed to be set at specific holidays, they could have just been random levels. And finally, you enter the Purple Flurp Factory to shut down Negatron's development of Black Flurp. And then after you defeat him, he goes, "Ah, but I also made robot dinosaurs!" And then you gotta destroy all the robot dinosaurs. It's tedious and not all that fun, and honestly a bit anticlimactic as we've already defeated Negatron, but nowhere near as anticlimactic as the first PC game. Improvements have been made with Negatron, but ultimately I think I like the first PC game a little better, purely because of it being open world. Running around exploring was one of the best parts of the game. It's a real shame they did away with that. This game's so linear, and most of it is not fun. Also, you can beat the whole thing in 3 hours. A kid I don't think would enjoy this one as much. They'd likely beat it in 1 or 2 sittings, and it's not like there's much else to do once you beat it. Then in 2003, we got Jimmy Neutron Jet Fusion for PS2 and GameCube, and do you notice something missing from the cover? Like, I don't know, maybe Jet Fusion? Yeah, the title character is nowhere on this box. Even in the manual, Jimmy and Goddard get nice PNGs, but the one and only image of Jet Fusion is his model from the game. This whole project's bizarre. Jet Fusion was a Season 2 episode, but this all feels like it was based on a style guide made before the movie. Cindy has her movie design, Miss Fowl is wearing the same brown shirt she wore in the PC game, instead of her show and movie accurate orange shirt, and Goddard is voiced by Frank Welker, just like he is in that one short from before the movie.
I have a Play Dead mode. If you hold the Play Dead button, you can control me for 3 seconds.
Seems logical, Captain.
Oh yeah, Sheen was that kid who obsessed over every tiny detail of his favorite show.
I didn't mention Sheen.
No, I know.
Technically, Welker always plays Goddard, just with barks and dog noises. In this, Goddard talks, and Frank Welker is way better than whoever this is. Also, the plot bears no resemblance to the plot of the episode. Now I get it, video games take a long time to make. Well, okay, most video games. So probably they were given a 1-sentence explanation of Jimmy's favorite movie star, Jet Fusion, is kidnapped by the evil Professor Calamitous, because they didn't have the full episode written yet. Still though, this is light years ahead of the other games visually. It looks like Jimmy Neutron. They even introduce a gym coach character unique to the game, and he looks like a Jimmy Neutron character, although he'll never be Gym Coach Belushi. And I mean, yeah, it's a PS2 game, things still look a little off sometimes, especially when they get real close to the faces, but the animation is fluid and the models are about as close to the show as you could really get given the time. The controls are infinitely better, and oh hey, I can move the camera! Granted, you have weapons and the aiming kinda sucks, but it's never too big of an issue. Also, the platforming in this game is better than those other three, but does that make it good? What do you think?
Well, based on the context, I'm guessing it's not.
It's not! Although here I have to admit I'm not very good at video games, so there are parts where I'm sucking, and it's because I'm bad, not the game. There's some completely fair deaths and failures in this playthrough. There's also a lot of bullshit. And I mean, even the best games have some bullshit, but Jetty Fusetron has more than the average game. For the most part, the game was pretty decent, but when it sucked, it fucking sucked. I got way more angry at this game than I did the other three. With Jimmy for console, I was either seething in pure, thoughtless rage, or I was kinda laughing at the game for being as horrendously awful as it was. And the PC games are just too easy to ever get mad at beyond a simple, oh fuck off. But Jet Fusion gave me something the others didn't. Expectations. And when those expectations weren't met, I could perfectly articulate why. I'm angrier at this game because I care more about it. It could so easily be good, and it just isn't! Like I said, the game doesn't follow the plot of the episode at all. It opens with Jimmy building a machine to holographically project the contents of a Jet Fusion book? Then it goes wrong and instead turns Retroville into the worlds from the book. The game is broken up into 4 worlds with 2 levels and a boss stage each, plus a tutorial stage in Jimmy's school, where Jimmy gets a gun and starts killing his bullies. Like, presumably everyone else he's killing are holograms from the book, but this is before that. These kids are dead. And even if you want to argue it's only a light ray, you can also use Goddard's Play Dead trick, which is definitely lethal. Also, I guess Jimmy had his gun set to clone as well? Why are there so many butches? Now here's where you make a lesbian joke.
I don't know any lesbian jokes.
And I suppose console still couldn't render Rob Paulson's voice because he's not in this one either. Now they had the good sense to not include Carl, but they've replaced his voice for Butch with...
This boss got your name on him, Neutron.
He really is irreplaceable. And apparently so is Tim Curry, as they've gotten him to reprise his role as Professor Calamitous.
Useless machine.
Christian Slater isn't, though. They got someone else voicing Jet, and...
I don't know exactly where I am, but I'm in some sort of totally metal room.
Yeah, he sounds perfectly fine. Also in the sound department, I have to mention how good the music is. So far, the music has been forgettable and inoffensive enough that it wasn't really worth mentioning, with maybe the exception of the Flurp Factory, which is pretty bad. But this has some legitimately fun and memorable tracks. My friend Chris, who plays a lot more video games than I do, compared it to Ty the Tasmanian Tiger.
Oh, you know Chris. That must be how I know you.
Dude, I'm in like half your videos.
Mitzi?
The thing that's not good about the soundtrack is that in a few levels, it doesn't really loop. It fades out and fades back in again. That's the lazy solution, but the tracks are good, so eh. After the Lindbergh Elementary Massacre, you enter the Asian Village, even though Jimmy outright says it's Japanese. Oh yeah, this game's kinda... racist.
No way, buddy. I just feel the need. The need. I bet you can't beat me around this track.
Although it's all supposed to be from the fictional worlds of a James Bond parody, so maybe it's actually subtle commentary on how problematic the old Bond films were. but probably it's just racist. The objective in every level is to collect all the invention parts to invent something to help you beat the stage. Also, you have to collect these nav chips to unlock later levels, which I think is bullshit. They set them up like they're just any other collectible, but you need them to progress, and backtracking through these levels can get a little tedious. Usually the invention parts are sitting around, but occasionally you'll have to beat a minigame for them. This race controls pretty poorly. You remember when I said you could have a challenging race without needing to do it perfect? That wasn't supposed to be foreshadowing, but it turned out to be. You basically can't hit a single oil slick if you want to win. Also, Jimmy meets a supposed 3-time champion sumo wrestler who's shorter than he is, and then just beats him in one try. He didn't even use an invention or anything. He's just stronger than this sumo wrestler. Also, you cannot touch water. It is instant death. Even if it is so shallow, Jimmy could easily wade through it. The first level takes place right outside the school, but after that, the levels don't look much like Retroville apart from the occasional anachronism. But you know what? I really like the design of these levels. Most of the invention parts are stuff Jimmy could come across naturally, but in this level you build a robot ninja, and one of the parts is just a robot ninja head. Seems like a cop-out. We get to the first boss, Sheen, who's now calling himself the Ultra Ninja Lord. They don't make super clear why he's evil, and my friends ended up thinking Sheen had just turned on Jimmy, and oh my god, this pissed me off. They give you basically no indication of what to do. Goddard will occasionally say,
"Try to magnetically charge the Ultra Ninja Lord. Then, it might be easier to deflect the Ultra Lord action figures into him."
But there's no text box, so it's easy to miss, and honestly, that doesn't really help that much. There's more to conveyance than just having a character tell you what to do. Take these enemies. They got a big metal bucket on their head, so I know I have to use the magnet gun on them. Nothing about Sheen's design or moveset indicates what I'm supposed to do. So eventually I looked up a walkthrough that told me I had to use my magnet gun to deflect the Ultra Lord figures he throws back at him, except that didn't work either because what the walkthrough failed to mention is that every gun has 2 firing modes, and I have to use the alternate firing mode to deflect them. It's such a weirdly specific thing to do. Bad boss fight, it made me angry. Then Jimmy's off to the jungle, and yo, where did Jimmy get these sick threads? Gotta say, I'm not really into playing as a white man running into the jungle and killing the natives. And I get it, the jungle and the natives are holograms, but still, it's a bad look. But unlike the Japanese enemies, I can't say they have racist accents. Only because I don't know what they're going for with this voice.
Hello, big-headed one. I am the gatekeeper.
Speaking of races, there's a boat race that controls about 10 times better than the last race. Why? How were you able to make this race good, but not this one? I will say, the placement of this nav chip is just a little off. Could you not move that just like a little closer? And is it weird to say this game has a pacing issue? Nearly every level you get around the point where you're ready for the level to wrap up, and there's still just a little bit left. I got actually pissed off at this ending when I probably shouldn't have. It's inoffensive, and if it had been earlier in the level, I'd have thought nothing of it. But I was desperate for the level to end, and this is not fun. I have always hated run around and hit switches gameplay. Sometimes it works if there's a puzzle or something you have to figure out, but this one is just do platforming, hit a switch, do platforming, hit a switch. And like I said, the platforming is not good. It's such an obnoxious way to pad a level that really should have ended back here. And then Jimmy goes into a volcano, and this level is pretty short, actually. He also has to defend Goddard from fucking dragons in a minigame I'm told is also similar to Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. And we might not have bat out of heck, but we do get to ride around in minecarts with bats everywhere. There are so few obstacles to avoid in this track section, I don't know why they even bothered. Plus, if you, hit them and then have to restart, the ones you hit don't respawn. The boss for this area is Miss Fowl, who's also got some sick duds. I found this boss less infuriating, but I still had to look up what to do. I suppose there is a chance you could have figured out that using these switches creates puddles, and needing to push Miss Fowl into them on your own makes sense. She's got fire powers, water hurts her, checks out. And then we get to World 3, a pirate world, and this is where the game goes from redeemable to, okay, this one's bad too. Look at Jimmy's outfit. They found the sexiest pirate outfit they could and put it on a 10-year-old. There's so much platforming and on these little tiny poles that it's so easy to fall off of. And then there's these fucking ropes. You have to scale across here, avoiding the birds and climbing ladders. It genuinely had me questioning if it was even possible at points. It's so infuriatingly tedious. If I had to sum up the problems with this game in one word, that'd be it. It's tedious. There's so much exhausting little bullshit you have to do to get back to the fun part of the games. Listen, I used save states to beat this game. Tell me that's cheating, tell me I didn't beat the game legitimately, fine, but I must have saved hours of my life doing this. And look, I beat level 4 of Jimmy for console legitimately. You do not get to say I wasn't trying. Goddard has to chase some birds in a minigame whose controls are way too finicky. Didn't enjoy it. There's this shooting minigame, which doesn't control great, but it's pretty easy. I have no complaints, it just feels like padding. There's a fishing segment? Because early 2000s platformers are renowned for their great fishing segments.
Yeah, they are.
It's not terribly difficult once you figure out what you're doing, but I listened very closely to Goddard's instructions, and it still took me forever to figure this out. Then there's a jet ski section, and oh my god, stay in your lane, Jet Fusion! Almost every attempt to spice up the gameplay ends up being detrimental to the game, and the few that aren't are mostly lateral moves. None of these are gonna draw me back. Focus on making this a fun game, not making the game longer. Anyways, the next level spices up the gameplay by being a submarine level. This controls better than PC Jimmy's Rocket, but there's more obstacles in this one, so I'd say they're equally annoying. Definitely better than Negatron's Submarine, though. There's a squid mini-boss. This is nothing to write home about. It is a very normal mini-boss, not terribly challenging, but you'll probably still die once or twice. A perfectly acceptable way to pad your game. But then there's this icicle shooting game that goes on way too long. After that pain in the ass, we get a boss fight with Cindy, who's had the most dramatic change. Miss Fowl and Sheen just changed outfits. Cindy's been transformed into a fucking sea hag. She has every right to be mad at us. And Carl, Libby, Hugh, Judy, and Nick might not have made it into this game, but Cindy's dog Humphrey does. He's been in 3 of the 4 games so far. This boss fight is way easier than the others because I figured out what to do without consulting a walkthrough. So to compensate, they made it much longer, which is annoying, but it's still the best boss fight of the game. Then we get to the final world, which opens at a communication tower. And you want to talk about pointless tedium for the sake of pointless tedium, here it is, folks. Enjoy the thrilling gameplay of this floor maze with incredibly precise timing, swinging from rope to rope, and if you fall you have to start all over again, pushing a box through a maze of invisible lasers, a precise marble rolling section, a button mashing minigame that goes on just shy of eternity, and goddamn motherfucking slide puzzles. This is what the very worst licensed games do for padding. This is straight up Phoenix Games level shit. Jet Fusion is above this. It can be really fun, but not this level, man. With the other levels, I just wanted to get through the bullshit so I could go back to the fun parts, but this level is oops all bullshit. Oh, and did you make it to the end of the level without the invention piece at the very start? Well, you can't backtrack in this level, so it looks like you're starting the level over. I already had my doubts any kid would be able to make it this far, but this level guarantees none of them would ever never beat this game. Then there's a Goddard snowboarding section. It controls better than Jimmy for console, but then again, so would snowboarding on my remote-controlled Goddard. And how else could this game end but with the most tedious boss fight ever? You do at least get to use the Jimmy bot, something Jimmy doesn't actually do in the episode. And there's 2 FMV cutscenes, one at the beginning that feels really disconnected from the game, and one to end things off. This looks better than the show. They did not have to go this hard for a licensed game, especially because no one was getting this far in the game. After those first 3 train wrecks, I really wanted to praise Jet Fusion. A lot of the game is good, but way too much of it is just unbearable. It's almost a victim of its own ambition. If they'd settled for a very standard run-and-gun collectathon with some platforming, it'd be a much better game, because that ambition only went so far. They wanted the game to be bigger and grander, but they were lacking either the time, money, skill, or gumption to make those extra parts good. As it is, I really can't endorse it. I actually had this as a kid, and I never made it past the first jungle level. And you know what? That's probably the ideal way to experience the game. Quit early. But even a child more dedicated than I think, would get frustrated and give up well before the end of the game. The best thing to do in this game is just run around and experience the world, stay away from the mini-games. And finally, there was Attack of the Twonkies from 2004, which if you're watching this at the end of my Season 2 video, is an episode I haven't covered yet, and it actually sticks a little closer to the plot of the episode than Jet Fusion. It has differences. They get to the Twonkies being evil a lot faster, mostly because you kinda have to in a video game. I'm equal parts impressed at them for making so many character models, not just major characters like Carl and Libby, but Jimmy's whole class and even Principal Willoughby. And also amused that they clearly reused Jet Fusion's assets, giving us the odd sight of movie design Cindy with Season 2 Libby. In this game, you collect parts to build inventions. Again. I think Jet Fusion definitely did this concept best. Collecting the parts was more satisfying, and it felt like you got them at an appropriate pace. This game, you have to figure out which parts go together, even though Jimmy makes it very clear to you which parts go together. And there's too many of them, because you got gadgets, inventions, and super inventions. Some gadgets are useful, some are necessary, and some are purely aesthetic and do not affect gameplay. Inventions are basically your weapons, and occasionally you'll just get to something and go, welp, time to go through the list trying every invention because I know it's one of them, but it's not clear which one. And super inventions are mostly for boss fights. They also get the writing in the cutscenes a lot closer to the show. Granted, a lot of this is dialogue from the show, but even the unique parts sound like Jimmy Neutron.
School emergency! We have a school emergency, people! Don't panic! Leave in a calm manner! Please don't raise your voices, then you won't be able to hear me yelling at you! Come with me! Follow me, but don't run! Don't run! Get out of my way! And don't panic!
They do bring up the plot point from the episode of Carl looking for a hypoallergenic pet, but then when Jimmy gets back with the Twonky, it turns evil pretty quick, so that just doesn't tie into anything. Anyways, there's an intro in the lab before you blast off to Twonkus 3. There's so much tutorial dialogue, and you can't skip any of it. This is the most generic rocket segment I've ever seen. You have played this level in hundreds of other games, and yet it is easily the best rocket segment out of any of these games. That's kind of the place Attack of the Twonkies finds itself. Bland, generic, and also easily better than the other games. Actually, the platforming is way better in this game than the others, so naturally it's the one with the least platforming segments. Really, there's so little to say about most of these levels. You collect some shit, you invent some shit, you move on. Jimmy gets back to Earth with a Twonky, and this is about where the game diverts from the episode with the Twonkies hearing music and turning evil in the same cutscene they're introduced. A desk traps Jimmy in the room with the Twonkies, and he invents his shrink ray. So I'm thinking shrink the desk, but apparently Jimmy was thinking shrink himself in a mirror. In the game, we learn Sheen's awful singing turns the evil Twonkies back to good. Now in the show, his voice puts them to sleep, but they had to change it because Jimmy's Luigi's Mansion backpack can only suck up the small ones. And that's a lot of the game. de-transforming the big Twonkies, then sucking up the little Twonkies. Occasionally there's boss fights against bigger Twonkies like this lightning one. These guys are unique to the game as only the red Twonky appears in the special, but mostly this is sucking up Twonkies. You do it around town, then you go do it in the park, and hey Nick, you don't look deformed. There's this awful segment where you gotta round up a bunch of llamas and put them back in the petting zoo. This was the first time the game started to get frustrating, but ooh boy was it not the last. There's a boss fight against an ice Twonky and it is infuriating. You have to shoot exploding pucks off these ramps and the game is so incredibly picky about when you can and cannot hit it. If it's roaring or doing its ice breath, the puck will blow back at you. If you do it as it's ground pounding, it'll blow up the puck. While it's reforming the ice structure, it has a shield? Are you kidding me? Why? Just let me have this. You can only shoot this thing in between attacks or when it's throwing these snowballs that turn into icicles, which are also a bitch because the icicles block the ramps, so you have to run around to another ramp, and whenever this boss is on screen, the emulator slows to a crawl, which just adds another layer to the whole thing. But you think, okay, if they're gonna be this picky about when attacks do and don't land, maybe he'll only take like 3 or 4 hits to go down. 12! He takes 12 fucking hits! I was almost gonna give this game credit because it never felt like I needed save states, but this sure ruined that. This fight took an hour and a half with save states. God help you if you're playing it on the actual system. Fuck you! Fuck you! I am enjoying your death! Your death brings me pleasure! I enjoy watching you go down, you fucking piece of shit! I'm so happy you're dead! I am elated that you're fucking dead! Oh, fucking die, you piece of shit! Fucking die! Fuck you! Anyways, wrapping
Live
this
from
one up.
Retroland.
Fuck this boss battle. I mean, fuck. Fuck this boss battle. God damn it. Really took the wind out of my sails with that one. Then we get a Retroland level? Retroland wasn't in the episode at all, but hey, absolutely give me another Retroland level. This time I can ride Octopuke and the Butterfly Ride, but not Show Me the Mummy, which is fine, we already have that one. This level is actually kind of fun. Until you get to the end where you have to earn 50 coins by playing games at the arcade. That's not how that works, it should really be tickets, not coins, but I'm way more concerned about being forced to not just play these games, but being forced to beat the high scores to move on. So you gotta play them over and over and over. This is some Jet Fusion bullshit, Attack of the Twonkies. There's a Frogger knockoff with a Squirrel, a Galaga knockoff with the Yokians, an Adventure knockoff with Ultralord, and Breakout and Asteroids. I'm not even gonna call these knockoffs, they are functionally just Breakout and Asteroids. I was hyped to play an Ultralord game, but it's probably the worst of these. These would be fun if you only had to play them once, but the requirement to beat a high score really drags out the end of this level. But then we finally get to ride Bat Out of Heck in a cutscene. Ah well, good enough. Here you fight the enlightened Twonky by blowing holes in the roof to let sunlight in. It really feels like you're doing nothing for most of this battle, but the trick with this level is to blow enough holes in the ceiling, you basically chain damage him to death, so you deal most of your damage all at once, which feels impractical for a boss fight where you kinda wanna be draining his energy the whole time, but ah well, it's still way less tedious than the Ice Twonk. Then you fuck around in a radio station a while, then face off with the final Twonk, who reminds me of the things from Attack the Block. He uses powers of all 3 bosses, and yet is way easier to kill. Not effortless, but it's not something noteworthy in how awful it is. Fucking writhe, bitch. I'm not even happy you're dead. I feel nothing. Your death is meaningless. to me. It's the least obnoxious game, but I can't say much of it is particularly fun. I think it overcomplicates things in a more pervasive way than Jet Fusion. Fusion just needed to stay in its lane. Twonkies makes every step a chore. Literally, it's on a to-do list. I had this one as a kid too, and I'm pretty confident I quit at the Ice Twonky. So now I'm gonna rank all of them, and just to be extra spiteful, I'm including the worst level for every game. I was gonna do best too, but for most of these, the best level is, I don't know, that one? But bet your ass I got a worst level for every game. In last place, surprising no one, is Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius for console. This is a 1 out of 10. Not a full 0, but still a 1. It's not completely broken, but it's pretty fucking unacceptable. Worst level is level 4, which is quite possibly the worst level I've ever played in any game. In 4th place is Jimmy Neutron vs. Jimmy Negatron. It inherits all of the first PC game's worst traits without the fun advantage of being open world. Worst level is the submarine level. It does not control good. Above that, I'm putting Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius for PC. I think they did decently to accommodate for the cut corners, but the corners are still noticeably cut. The worst level is the ending in the Yokian ship, though I'd say it's the best of the worst levels. It's only kind of a pain in the ass. In second, I'm dropping Jimmy Neutron Attack of the Twonkies. It was honestly hard for me to stack this one up to Jet Fusion. I had more fun with Jet Fusion, but I was also a lot more miserable. But there's also definitely misery in this game, so I can't even give it the edge on being inoffensive. Worst level is the Ice Twonky, which is the worst boss battle in this entire series. And in first place is Jimmy Neutron Jet Fusion, which is really sad. I had the most fun with this one. There's a good game in there somewhere, but oh my god, there's so much bullshit. Honestly, the perfect Jimmy Neutron game lies somewhere between this and Attack of the Twonkies. Like, give me the core of this game without any of the extra mini-games or whatever, plus give it the controls from Attack of the Twonkies. It just feels a little nicer to play as this Jimmy. It would be a great game. Worst level was the Communication Tower with its fucking slide puzzles. Honestly, it was kind of a hard choice, which is a weird thing to say about the best game. I'm disappointed I didn't like a single one of these. But hey, I at least had fun looking into it.
Big no! Sorry, what were you talking about?
Well, I was about to start talking about the handheld games.
Gotta go fast!
Spiny? Oh, there he goes. He's running. I'll tell him about it later.
Chris, that is ludicrous. Jimmy Neutron, you got a comment?
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy.
James Isaac Neutron!
Sometimes all a movie needs to get my attention is a silly title. The Twonky? What's a Twonky? I gotta know. So, let's talk about the Twonky.
When he walks into the theater, that's got one thing on his mind. Then you know he's gotta tell the world, get ready for that fun movie time.
Today's episode, The Twonky. Hello, Twonkus 3. I am called Matt. This is the second time I'm recording this because my dumb, shitty, stupid, fucking bitch computer decided to just erase the audio the first time. Don't ever buy a Lenovo. They are shit. The Twonky from 1953 stars Hans Conried, the man who played Captain Hook as well as plenty of other iconic roles. The rest of the cast, wait a minute. I'm not talking about the Twonky from 1953. I'm talking about the adventures of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius Season 3 premiere Attack of the Twonkies, only on Nickelodeon. That's right, a mere 4 months after the feature-length Win, Lose, and Kaboom, Jimmy Neutron was back with a brand new double-length episode to kick off the third and final season. The second season is really where this show found its footing, so you gotta wonder, can it maintain that all the way to the end? Will we get a satisfying conclusion? My understanding is the writers knew this could be the final season, but they really wanted a 4th season. So how will that affect the story? All will be revealed. This is Season 3 of Jimmy Neutron. And to start us off, how do you tell this season from the second season? Jimmy wears a lab coat whenever he's in the lab. I wonder if that's a standards and practices thing. Okay, well, more obviously, the clips in the theme song were updated, which is good in theory because the original had almost entirely clips from the movie. Seems a little outdated by this point, but I don't know, something's off with this one. It's not bad, but it doesn't capture the same spirit the original did. Maybe using all clips from the movie was a good idea, actually. It gave a sense of cohesion to it, plus the movie was pretty introductory. It captures the essence of the series. So it kind of makes for a more appropriate theme song. This tells me Jimmy gets into zany adventures. This tells me there's lore and I need to catch up. One is a little more inviting. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Attack of the Twonkies has a custom opening, just like Jet Fusion. We're not even to the new theme song yet. Anyways, Jimmy Neutron is back, and he's name-dropping actual 50s B movies. Although I watched The Twonky, and it's nothing like this episode. It's about an evil TV. It was surprisingly funny, actually. A tad blunt with its TV hypnotizes people message, but it was the 50s, so they were doing it before it was cool. To summarize,
I saw that movie. The special effects were third rate, but the acting was better than I expected. I gave it a thumbs up.
They do say a Twonky's a thing you don't know what it is, so I suppose these also count as Twonkies? The movie this episode actually is Gremlins, and like, Gremlins 2 is the greatest movie ever made. I'm willing to let Jimmy Neutron just do Gremlins, but oh man, it really is just Gremlins. Sheen wants to audition for the Lindbergh Elementary Chorus because it's been specially selected to play the opening of a new library.
We'll need plenty of new voices to perform the special song I wrote for the occasion. And it goes something like this.
Well, I'm a peanut bar, and I'm here to say...
Fowl and Willoughby mock children, and Sheen enters the list of characters who have done more bullying than Butch. Carl is looking for a hypoallergenic pet, and Jimmy is going to Twonkus 3 for unspecified scientific material. I don't know, man, does he really need a reason to land on a comet? Anyways, he meets a monster impervious to all his Chekhov's weapons, but they escape the comet safely. At home, a cute creature reveals itself, and Carl begs to keep it as it irritates none of his allergies. But when it gives birth in class, everyone just fucking takes one, despite Jimmy warning them not to. This one is all on them. It is not Jimmy's fault when these people die. And instead of eating after midnight, it's music that transforms them into horrifying beasts. I do kinda like their terrifying designs. Although they destroy a ventriloquist dummy, so how bad can they be?
Guten Abend, gute Nacht, wirst du wieder geweckt.
Nick, why are you doing this in private? Is this supposed to make me think he's less cool? And this episode completely nails what music sounded like in the 2000s. It was this, or this.
Come on, get your feet on. Just walk with your 2 feet on.
Jimmy captures the evil Twonkies, but Grey Star, yeah, that name checks out, plays so much music the Twonkies combine into the monster from the beginning. Sheen, having been rejected from the chorus, sings to his Twonky, but fortunately he's so bad at it, it instead puts the Twonkies to sleep. Honestly, though, he's not really that much worse than most of the other characters.
He is a letter that we all should know. Without it, we can't spell ant!
This prompts Jimmy to strap Sheen to his hover car and have him sing the Mega Twonky to sleep. He gets it strapped to a rocket, but the launch mechanism breaks.
I can trigger the thruster manually, but I'll need a fire to provide the necessary heat. Does anyone have 4.2 pounds of dry timber wood?
Yes, good. Burn him. But we get a cliffhanger. Yes, the Twonkies will return in... Well, like, most of the episodes from here on out, they just become like a background gag. They're never a threat again. In fact, we see them listening to music a few times with no issues. It's weird that this is even 45 minutes. It feels shorter somehow. It's a fast-paced episode, which means unfortunately we lose out on a lot of Gremlin antics. Although they definitely couldn't go too far. It was Nickelodeon. But yeah, this is a serviceable Gremlins clone. I have certainly seen worse. And as an episode of the show, I think it's pretty fun. I think I like this better than Jet Fusion. The show is just better at sci-fi and horror than action. So you do a TV movie and a 45-minute special. How do you follow that up? Well, how about by releasing 2 of the show's most iconic episodes in the same night? I'm talking about the Inmen. I guess their parents are just okay with them driving around the space car they won from nearly getting the Earth destroyed. Turns out that was a mistake as they drive through a radiation belt, giving them all superpowers. Because Jimmy Neutron really wants you to remember it's from the early 2000s. But in this case, they do enough unique with it that I find it charming rather than dated, and as a result, this is one of the show's most memorable episodes. I still remembered all 5 superpowers. Cindy is super strong, makes sense. Sheen has super speed. Libby delivers the black invisible woman Josh Trank failed to give us. Carl has powerful burps, juvenile, but it's a kid's show. And Jimmy is Orange Hulk.
Who are you? And why do you smell all fruity?
Nickelodeon, no! They had to have known, right? They did that on purpose. I love that they reference a broad range of heroes, even ones who didn't have a movie at the time. Obviously, the setup is based on Fantastic Four, but Libby's the only one with Fantastic Four powers. Sheen is the Flash, and I love Carl's Plastic Man-inspired costume. They were even ahead of the curve on doing more damage than good. The Inmen have a body count. The powers are draining their life force, but Jimmy's prepared to speed up the process. Cindy gets to tell Jimmy how much she likes him, which finally takes him out of Hulk mode.
Sam's heavy seltzer, of course! It absorbs radiation!
What? Okay, sure. What can you say? It's remembered for a reason. The costumes are cool, there's funny moments, the powers are honestly really neat. I love that Carl gets the dramatic, I don't want to use my powers story. I don't think it's the show's best, it definitely shows its age in spots, but it's a solid episode. And then that same night they released Lights, Camera, Danger, the one with Quentin Tarantino. The gang want to enter a completely legitimate script writing contest, and they say Jimmy has no creative skills.
When they were passing out creativity, you were locked in the little nerd's room.
But he makes crazy inventions all the time. Surely that takes some creativity.
I have to approach this scientifically. Goddard, download the most successful movies and let me watch them at hyperspeed.
Oh, so Jimmy is gonna be a studio head when he grows up. Unexpectedly, Jimmy wins the contest, and Quentin Smithy, a combination of Quentin Tarantino and Alan Smithy, the fake name the Directors Guild of America used for movies directors wanted their names taken off of, is on the scene.
Now that you're a big Hollywood screenwriter, are you gonna remember us little people?
And your name is, I'm just kidding. It's Rob, right?
'Cause he's voiced by Rob Paulson. Smithy is voiced by very talented impressionist Jim Meskimen. He even played 2 of the impersonators on Community. He does a pretty solid Tarantino.
My name is Quentin Smithy, and I am here to rock your cinematic world.
It's not perfect, but you can tell that's what they're going for. He, of course, hires Jimmy and his friends to be in the movie. Very normal Hollywood practice. Nothing suspicious about that.
I'm bigger than Eric Estrada.
There he is!
They basically make this an excuse to do a bunch of movie parodies, which is fun, and Hugh's off on his Donut Boy B-plot. This is why people remember Hugh. Of course, every time they film a scene, they almost die, and yeah, Quentin Smithy is Calamitous. That's how you bring back Calamitous! Fucking egg heist. There's a musical number.
Come on, boys, we gotta stop that ghost and save the day. Halt the alien invasion, or we'll be toast. And save the day.
I'll put this above the first Christmas song, but below the Pule song. Yes, I'm ranking the musical numbers now, which is convenient because this episode also has the best musical number of the series.
Who's the super cool cop? It always gets the bad guy. Donut boy! That's me, yeah.
Hugh saves the day, and they make everyone else's movies with the equipment. Listen, man, any episode of a TV show where the characters make a movie is guaranteed to be one of my favorites of the series, and in Jimmy Neutron's case, it is really funny. I would probably still put Return of the Nanobots above this, but it's a solid second place. And now, random nitpick things that only Matt cares about. IMDb has these episodes in some sort of production order, while Paramount Plus, the DVD release, and Wikipedia have, to this point, had everything in release order. Except Paramount, Wikipedia, and IMDb agree this episode came out on May 23rd, 2005. And yet Paramount Plus, the DVD, and Wikipedia all list it after the next 3 episodes. Now, maybe that date is wrong, but I've got 3 agreeing sources, including the company themselves, so I'm gonna trust that this one's actually next. It's just weird that the chronological lists suddenly stop being chronological, and only the non-chronological list has it right? Maybe there's some time travel going on with this time travel episode.
Wow, that looks like the future.
15 years into Retroville's future, to be exact.
Yep, that's what things look like in the distant future of 2020. Yes, the boys are going to the future, and I gotta take back what I said last time. I remember way more of Season 3 than I thought I did.
I've been experimenting on some plants with my new chemical, megalomanium. It makes anything it touches mad with power.
Jimmy, why would you invent that? You are literally begging for something bad to happen. It's like he knew this would lead to one of the coolest episodes so far. Although they act surprised at Jimmy for discovering time travel, even though Jimmy has already time traveled on at least 3 occasions. But I love every part of this episode. Seeing the good future versions of the guys is fun, but the dejected loser future them are really funny. Yeah, Libby got the evil potion as a birthday present because of course Carl mixed up the bottles, and oh my god, the writers of this show wanted to be dominated so bad. It's too much to ignore at this point.
Cindy, can you not call me Neutron now that we're married? No!
You just screamed for 4 minutes, Jim.
I love that they acknowledge the length of the commercial break. And I love Tom Kenny as RoboCop.
Dance Gazebo. It's required viewing by all subjects of Retroville, along with Dance Airport, Dance Grocery Store, and Dance Dance Hall.
Oh yeah, Dance Dance Hall. It's my favorite.
That was a test. There is no Dance Dance Hall. That's ridiculous.
And Butch stands up to the giant 4-armed robot from the future? This dude's not a bully, he's out here protecting people. Also, let's address the Sheen and Libby in the room. I think people think this was some will they won't they thing like Jimmy and Cindy, but I think at this point it's pretty much confirmed they're a couple. They're not dating just yet, but Sheen and Libby at least openly have feelings for each other. It's cute, but I think it might have given kids unrealistic expectations about elementary school relationships. It's me, I'm kids. The next episode's one of the weird ones. Jimmy's moving because his dad's job is going out of business.
We're moving?
You're moving?
Your dad has a job?
So he becomes a toy inventor, a job you can definitely apply for, and he makes baby quackers.
Well, you're in touch with your inner child, aren't you?
Yeah, actually, Peebo and I aren't speaking right now. But I do occasionally talk to Bing Bing, a giant invisible panda.
Mom, Dad needs help.
I know, honey, but therapy is expensive, and with the move and all...
No, Mom!
Hugh is schizo, and his wife knows it. And the nanobots make a return in this one. I knew they were in a 3rd episode, I just couldn't remember which one or what happened in it. And now that I'm seeing this again, I remember why I don't remember. 'Cause they're barely in it. Of course, Jimmy ends up being the true inventor, giving his dad's already disturbing toys an even more disturbing upgrade.
It destroys stuff!
Jimmy's inventions are better than Timmy's fairies because Jimmy's allowed to kill people.
Maybe we could get a new best friend and train him to be just like Timmy!
Hey, yeah!
But where will we find someone so incredibly clueless that he won't even realize what we're doing?
La 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 la! Bulby happy! Bulby get a lint brush for birthday!
Oh, I love where this is going. Bulby straight up pulls a kebab out of his ass. That's where this is going.
So as you can see, baby quackers will appeal to boys, girls, and duck lovers everywhere.
Ah, yes, the three genders. Everything about this one is weird. It runs on children's logic of how jobs work, which I guess is fair for a show aimed at kids, but it raises some questions. Like, Jimmy is exposing his inventions to the public. Why have so few people come knocking on his door? Also, their montage track... It's hey ya, but it's not hey ya. Hugh, mistaking the nanobots for batteries, allows them to control one of Jimmy's deadly toys, which definitely adds to his body count. And in the end, the Neutrons get to stay in Retroville because the thing they created destroyed most of the cars in town, and Hugh gets to keep his job at the auto plant. Because Jimmy lives in Detroit. Ah, wait, it's still the 50s in Retroville. Hugh is probably in a really good union. So, the most negative things I've seen anyone say about Jimmy Neutron online is that it was a weird fever dream show. And when it comes to episodes like this, yeah, I kinda see why. I think these episodes were rare, but they definitely happened. But honestly, I prefer that to some of the less interesting episodes. I get that it's gonna scare off newcomers, but I'm kinda okay with this one being super weird. Trust me, there are way worse weird episodes. Jimmy and Cindy are arguing again because they're too insecure to admit their feelings. And it's getting in the way of Butch teaching a self-defense class? What the hell? He's a nice dude. You guys are just judging him because his name is Butch and he looks like this. Jimmy Neutron takes place in Texas. There it is, undeniable. And I know you guys are so excited to hear about Jimmy and Cindy on the island. So let's talk about a character I think is very important to the Jimmy Neutron series that I haven't even brought up yet. I am referring, of course, to Paul. Paul is a three-eyed monkey who appears at the end of every episode as part of DNA Animation's logo. DNA Productions was founded in 1987 by Jimmy Neutron creator John A. Davis and showrunner Keith Alcorn, with the name standing for their respective initials. They were early adopters of computer animation, doing things like shorts and title sequences for a variety of projects, including Steve Odenkirk's The O Show and The Weird Al Show. In '97, they released a Christmas video titled Santa vs. the Snowman, re-released in 3D following Jimmy Neutron's success. However, their first big break would be a TV movie adaptation of All of the Other Reindeer. Around the end of Jimmy Neutron's run, they released their second feature film, The Ant Bully, which didn't do well, and with Jimmy ending, the company was closed and absorbed into Odenkirk's O Entertainment. Right behind me, you'll see the corporate offices of On the Border and Saffron. Although back in the day, this building also housed the corporate offices of DNA Animation Studios. It's about a half hour from where I grew up, and that's where the magic happened. That's where they made Jimmy Neutron. Okay, Jimmy and Cindy get trapped on a desert island and have to confront their true feelings for each other. It's not subtle, but it's exactly what you want from this episode. It does maybe turn around a little too fast, but whatever, this has been coming since the movie, let them have it. This is a cute episode. Honestly, I think it's one of the show's strongest because it's focused on the characters. The characters were always the best part of this show. Sure, you came for the wacky sci-fi action antics, but this is what kept people hooked. This is the real heart of the show. Next episode, Jimmy is recruited by a college of super geniuses, and apparently the members of Grey Star are smarter than I would have guessed. And Jimmy makes an enemy of the Crypt Keeper, John Cassier, who seeks to embarrass Jimmy while stealing his designs.
How dare that punk steal my scientific thunder! I've got to find find a way to slap him down fast.
And speaking of stealing designs, Seymour is basically the same model as the kid losing his ice cream in the theme song. I'll be honest, this one's maybe trying a little too hard. I like it in concept, but something about the execution is off, although they've hit a point where no matter the episode, Sheen is still funny.
Next up, the reckless, poorly thought out flip jug.
Flip, 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 flip.
This one's kinda in the middle. Some good stuff, some bad stuff.
Toga, 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 toga.
Up next is the one where Carl gets ass pregnant. Do I really have to talk about this one? It's the one where Carl gets ass pregnant. They do an Aliens parody, and Carl gets pregnant in his ass. This one made waves a year or two ago, so if you've seen a video about Jimmy Neutron recently, it was probably about this episode. Is what I wrote in the script before Jordan Fringe uploaded a full series analysis. You stepping in on my territory, brah? So, to avoid talking about this episode, I'm gonna divert my attention with the worst thing I can think of.
Carl, scrape me a sample.
Me?
Don't worry, I'll be monitoring from a safe distance the whole time.
You thought I wasn't prepared to do it, didn't you, bitch? Jimmy Neutron is Rick and Morty for kids. There, I said it. I don't mean that in a positive or negative way, it's just an observation. Obviously, I like both shows, although I'm willing to acknowledge both have their faults. Rick and Morty for kids doesn't necessarily make you good. Part of what makes Rick and Morty brilliant is that it's very adult. Rick and Morty for kids sounds kinda terrible. But at their core, I think they're both shows about irresponsible geniuses. Jimmy Neutron, being a kids show, is pretty deliberate about making sure he has his comeuppance, where Rick and Morty kinda rides off the fact that Rick so often gets away with it. But on top of that, both shows have characters openly acknowledge how much they love getting involved in dangerous adventures. I'm not saying Jimmy Neutron is as good as Rick and Morty. In fact, part of my point is that it's not. I just mean I enjoy them for similar reasons. And occasionally, both do episodes on cosmic pregnancies that you just want to pretend don't exist. This is one of those places where Jimmy Neutron's weirdness starts to become a bad thing. Which is too bad, because this is the episode that reveals Butch isn't a bully. He's actually a pretty decent dude.
My counselor was right. All I needed to curb my anger was a hobby.
Hell, one of his first appearances was playing catch with his little brother. Leave Butch alone. Moving on, we get to see the Neutron family, who apparently John A. Davis married into. Hugh's whole family has issues, and we get an update on Grandma Neutron.
It's too bad your dear old granny couldn't be here to see this. But she's in Reno, kicking butt at the slots. I can see her.
While most of the family looks like Hugh, I guess baby Eddie takes after Grandma Neutron because they basically look identical as babies. So one of Jimmy's relatives is secretly an evil genius. Can you guess who it is? Of course it's the baby. This one's fun just for seeing Hugh's extended family. Mark DiCarlo does a great job voicing most of Hugh's family, especially baby Eddie.
Wait till I hit puberty! Ba-bang!
The baby Eddie twist is obvious, and it's kinda lame for them to just go, oh, Goddard had a backup battery. But it's cool to have Jimmy up against another genius. It's certainly better than its company. Really, just make this a 22-minute segment and ditch the other one. Next is an interesting sequel episode, My Big Fat Spy Wedding, the return of Jet Fusion, still voiced by Christian Slater. They got Christian Slater on twice, and Michael Clark Duncan, and Wendy Malick, because Jet is marrying Beautiful Gorgeous. Everyone acts like this is weird, but that makes perfect sense. She straight up said in the last one she didn't want to be evil, and Bond totally goes for some evil girls. But this is a very typical Jimmy doubts an old villain, misunderstandings ensue making them seem good, but they're not. It's getting old, guys. And Beautiful Gorgeous getting hypnotized in the first Jet Fusion felt a little fetishy, but this one goes overboard with it. This is uncomfortably kinky, and I just watched the episode where Carl gets ass pregnant.
So Neutron's the best man? Yeah, more like best nerd. I bet he'll look like a... punk muffin.
Girl, he's just in a tuxedo. You got it bad. Yeah, they lay it on a little too thick for an episode where Jimmy and Cindy don't even end up together. Pretty random selection of characters at the wedding. Do any of these people know Jet or Beautiful? And did Calamitous just send the empty Quentin Smithy suit? Because that man is not a real person. This episode so desperately wants to be something, but it's not. It's not an interesting expansion of the canon, it's just another episode. The best it can achieve is being amusingly weird by the end. I'm ranking this song right below Donut Boy, though. I dig the gospel vibes. And so there are now 10 episodes left in this video. It is October of 2005. The show will air its final episode in November of 2006. And we're doing a Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon parody because, oh yeah, it was 2005. Weirdly, this one's a Jet Fusion follow-up too, this time referencing the Guild of Monks Sheen became the chosen one for because he can put his foot behind his head. It's almost like they pitched a 44-minute Jet Fusion 2 and when Nick said no, they just split it into 2 episodes. Like in this one, Cindy wants to ask Jimmy to a dance, which would be a good setup for her drooling over him later. Adding ninjas would make this kinda underwhelming wedding plot more Jet Fusion-y. And this episode ends with Sheen and Libby officially dating, which gives it a big tie to the canon. They even have a blooper reel that feels like it would have been at the end of a hypothetical second Jet Fusion special that included this plotline. That's all speculation, though. Bowlby has a sister.
Slap, 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 clap, 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 slap, 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 clap, clap, clap. I've downloaded the basics of Kung Fu off the internet and onto a disc compatible with the Dance Teacher 8000. Now I'll just download them into you.
Okay, just give me a second.
I know Kung Fu.
Guys, let me handle this. Hey, Jackie Chan.
Oh, fuck, I don't think that one's gonna fly anymore. Anyways, I think this is the stronger of the 2 Jet Fusion follow-ups, mostly on the grounds that it's really funny. Honestly, removing jet lag might have helped this episode. That could really have killed the pace on this. And they were maybe overdoing it with the return episodes, because this next one's the return of the Space Bandits. Jimmy's sick of being called short, even though with his abnormally large head, he seems just as tall as everyone else. And I guess Jimmy has advanced from sneaking out to go to Retroland to ditching school to go to Retroland. Unless this was an extracurricular basketball game, which in that case, why are these guys even here? He tries to shrink a guy, but instead shrinks the entire town.
I'm the same size as my Ultra Lady action figure. I could date her.
You can't date her, Sheen. She's Ultra Lord's fiance.
And as of last episode, you're dating Libby. Y'all, she might be a bad boyfriend. Of course, the Space Bandits return at just the wrong moment and begin collecting the citizens of Retroville to sell as toys. Carl, what have they done to you? The Space Bandits actually really shine here. I think A Beautiful Mind was a better episode, but this is the better Space Bandits appearance. They're really funny.
Can't you see that this senseless fighting is tearing us apart?
You're right. I hate it when we argue. Got a deep love for you fellas. Brother love.
So, you guys want to see another hypnosis episode?
No, stop! Bulby not recyclable!
Oh, Butch, this isn't you.
After you.
Oh no, after you!
Let's go at same time.
Splendid!
That's better. This episode is creepy, especially if you're one of those people who never liked the CG in this show. The elusive Betty Quinlan returns, beckoning Jimmy to watch the Happy Show Show, which is apparently hypnotizing people into being happy and nice. Luckily, Cindy was out of town and hasn't seen the Hypno Show.
So, why were you at Betty Quinlan's house?
No, please, address this. This episode has better Kung Fu than Jet Fusion. I'm pretty sure what Cindy does is impossible. And Jimmy undoes the hypnosis by hypnotizing everyone to not be hypnotized?
I'm not happy about this one bit.
Really? I kind of like it.
You would, Cage Boy. I'm pretty sure the message is it's bad to expect people to be happy all the time, which is a good message, but something's a little off with the delivery.
I know you meant well, Grandma Taters, but you should really leave mass mind control to the trained professionals.
I appreciate how creepy they went, but otherwise there's nothing here. It's not very funny, and Grandma Taters isn't much of a threat. They even let her go at the end.
So, what were you doing at Betty Quinlan's house again?
I told you nothing.
So why were you going there?
Why are you cross-examining me?
Oh, so you admit you had a reason.
Girl, you are way too clingy for someone who is not ready to commit. And it's a double feature of Betty Quinlan, her last hurrah. So, I already admitted I was kind of okay with her first two appearances. Really, my distaste for the character comes down to just these two segments. But, ooh, did this one get under my skin. Jimmy gets into magic to impress Betty, and Cindy actually deliberately sabotages his experiment. Jimmy's just a little too Betty obsessed in this one. He comes off kinda creepy.
Watch your precious head.
And Cindy is not having it. She's not fun and catty in this one. She's legitimately angry, and I think rightfully so. Sheen is funny as always, and the visuals in this one are cool, including the Twilight Zone and Twin Peaks references. Shame it's bogged down by this pointless drama. They meet a magician who's pretty funny, but then they escape pretty easily. And it's like I said, there's no satisfying conclusion. Betty straight up says she's not interested in Jimmy and then just bounces. It almost makes it seem like she's only been as flirty with Jimmy as she has to annoy Cindy. But she doesn't just say that, because that might actually be a funny conclusion to this character. She just says, he's yours, and that's it. But hey, I guess Jimmy did make Betty Quinlan disappear. It does feel weird to bitch this much about a character with a major speaking role in 4 episodes, 2 of which are different segments of the same 30-minute block. She's not even my least favorite character. Brittany is. This is just awful character design. I guarantee someone took one look at this, changed the channel, and never watched Jimmy Neutron again. Next, Jimmy's trying to beat Da Vinci's invention record, so he recruits his evil clone to fill in for him. Evil Jimmy tricks him by draining the de-evil fluid and steals the hypno beam. Guys, come on. Although really, if you have a hypno beam, why even bother with this de-evil fluid? What even is in that? That doesn't last too long, as Evil Jimmy creates a second Evil Earth that threatens to destroy original Earth. I kinda love the Evil Earth. I'm super disappointed there were no interactions between Evil Jimmy and Evil Cindy. That's like the power couple of the century. Jimmy reverses the process and Evil Earth is sucked into a dark matter dimension or something. I'm not sure I actually get it. But Evil Jimmy does promise revenge. Honestly, I wish this one had used its time better. Less of the hypno antics, more time in evil Retroville. Next, Jimmy and his pals investigate the Bahama Quadrangle, and it feels like they're maybe leaning a little too supernatural here at the end. Like, Jimmy has always been sci-fi with a tinge of horror, but this is starting to be a lot of horror. I guess they give it a science-y explanation, but they're still doing a Bermuda Triangle episode. I do love Dr. Moist, the crazy scientist they find at the center of the quadrangle, turning people into algae men.
I knew a young lady named Eloise Crocker, whose beauty could knock a man right off his rocker. Now don't get me wrong, I don't want to knock her, but she stank like the sweat socks in Davy Jones' locker.
Demolition Man reference. They get the antidote and escape, but decide they're not gonna keep exploring this place. Then Carl has told his pen pal girlfriend that he's basically Jimmy. Jimmy calls him out on this, and Carl ignores him. See, they know they're doing a trope, and they're leaning into it. Wouldn't it be funny if Carl pretended to be Jimmy? It would at least give us a meme-worthy Carl costume.
I'm Sheen.
He really used to be a monkey?
Monkey? What kind? Flying monkey? Squirrel monkey? A chunky funky monkey?
And God, Carl's a dick in this one. Svetlana, you could do better.
You nincompoop! You must have put the wrong fuel in my hover car!
Then again, Jimmy's also kinda rude. Of course, in the end, the truth is revealed, and they bond over their shared love of llamas. You know what? It's not one of the greatest, but it's a memorable episode at least. Although I kinda hate this sort of non-joke they end on.
It's like the Swedish poet once said,
Herda, gerda, gaberda, schmerda, gerda, herda.
Just stop it.
Okay.
Yes, Carl Weezer, Jimmy's closest friend and the main character I have the least to say about. Carl, I think, is the least essential character. Not that he isn't important, he's just the one you could change the most without affecting the story. Honestly, I think he works better as a foil to Sheen. The two bounce off each other really well, with Jimmy largely playing the role of the straight man. I find his humor a tad more repetitive than Sheen's. Like, they do this gag of him getting two things mixed up and giving Jimmy the wrong one in like 4 episodes. But he's still a really funny character. I don't want to make it seem like I don't love Carl. I just think of the 5 main kids, he's my least favorite, but hey, they're all solid characters. In the next episode, Jimmy gets framed for a robbery, and he, Sheen, and Carl end up on a chain gang. Usually when I'm going through these, I stop and write things down while I watch, but this one I just sat there dumbfounded the whole time. This one's way goofier than most episodes. Like, Jimmy will do Looney Tunes stuff sometimes, but this episode goes way overboard with the wackiness. Weirdly, this feels more like an episode of Back at the Barnyard. Like, someone has framed Jimmy, and it's this Buford T. Justice parody who's in this episode and only this episode, and whose motives for framing Jimmy specifically are never elaborated on. Now, true, local law enforcement have every reason to be upset at Jimmy, but if you wanted to arrest him, I think you could make a pretty solid case without the frame-up. Then there's this not quite Benny Hill theme chase that goes off the rails. It kind of stands out in its weirdness, I think. I have to wonder what the cultural memory of this episode would be if it had come out, say, mid-season 2, not right as the show was ending. Then again, I certainly managed to remember the B segment. It's Flippy. Now, long-time viewers will remember I actually talked about Flippy before in my childhood trauma video. That video means a lot to me. It was my first big viewership bump, and it's how I met my friend Michael, and by extension, many of my closest friends, and even my current relationship. Now, that video would exist without Jimmy Neutron, but still, it's in there, so I just think it's neat the little ripples this show has had throughout my life. I don't recommend that video, though. Most of my old videos are terrible. Anyways, for those just joining us, I find ventriloquist dummies unsettling, and here they got a creepy living ventriloquist dummy. Yeah, I said in my childhood trauma video this should have been a Halloween episode, but in retrospect, no, at this point the show was pretty heavy on the horror. Hugh gets a new Flippy, which he's determined to show off at Jimmy's school.
Hello, Neutron residents.
See, this is Pancho's hat repair. Your sombrero, she is ready.
Okay, that one's definitely racist. So Jimmy plants a chip in Flippy to make his dad funnier. Sheen's dad is an air conditioner repairman. And Jimmy's dad isn't really that much funnier with the chip. I don't remember what random-ass comparison I made in my other video, but his jokes feel overdone regardless. Just sometimes they're soft dad jokes, and sometimes they're insult humor.
Well, I got arrested for stealing a sheriff's badge.
Really? Why'd they let you go?
They couldn't pin it on me. I haven't seen this many teeth since Miss Fowl came back from a sale at the Denture Depot.
Of course, Flippy is slowly stealing Hugh's brain, and once he's got all of it, he goes to dispose of the body. But it is Hugh's brain, so he gets distracted by ducks. And after Flippy threatens to
set the inside of his head on frappe,
Jimmy's very lucky blasting this chip didn't kill his dad, and it ends very creepily. Yeah, I'm not super into this episode. It's not funny, I don't find Flippy particularly interesting as a villain, and it freaked me out as a kid. So, these next 3 episodes are interesting to me because Nick just sort of dropped them without any fanfare in late 2006. Just a couple episodes of a show they'd canceled months ago, they just wanted to get out there. I caught one of these episodes in reruns once, and I was really upset that there was Jimmy Neutron I hadn't seen before. Well, it turns out there's 2 episodes that, as of writing this, I still don't think I've ever seen. So, join me in watching How to Sink a Sub. Holy shit, this episode is good. It's got everything I want. From the small things like the return of Gym Coach Belushi and Sheen's dad, to the big stuff like Jimmy and his peers' overt disrespect of authority. There's even a particularly gross joke that doesn't overstay its welcome. It's kind of effective at something this show has a tendency to go overboard on. Jimmy gets his teachers trapped in hyperspace for a week, leaving the Lindbergh Elementary School students with no supervision, in a scene that feels reminiscent of the movie. But of course, Jimmy's parents catch him in his bullshit and fill in as substitute teachers, much to the kids' embarrassment. So Jimmy develops a concentrated version of the teen rebellion hormone that ends up in the parents' coffee. I was really worried they were gonna skimp on the parents' rebellion, especially in an 11-minute episode, but no, you get just the right amount before the teachers return and start beating up the parents.
Good thing I stocked up on teaching aids at the conference, like these eraser nunchucks.
Yeah, that seems about right for the Texas educational system. This was a good episode. Why was this one dumped? You couldn't have done this instead of Carl getting ass pregnant? In the next segment, Jimmy is prepared to be the next Max Headroom. That's not how chroma key works. I keep neglecting to mention Corky Shimatsu, the big-time producer who shows up in a bunch of episodes, mostly because he's almost entirely unnoteworthy every time, including this time. The kids get their own news show, with Jimmy and Cindy hosting, Carl on weather, Sheen on sports, and Libby with a gossip segment.
Well, it seems a certain big-headed genius has been playing footsie in the library with a blonde colleague. Looks like this love-hate relationship is turning into all love all the time.
They buried the episode that basically confirms Jimmy and Cindy are a thing? You monsters! Yeah, this is kind of a Libby-focused episode, with her gossip segment ruining her friends' lives and her becoming power crazy. Yeah, they buried one of the few episodes centered on Libby. And look, I don't think they hand-picked this episode to be buried. Hell, I have pretty good evidence the people in charge didn't even watch this show. But I don't respect Viacom as a company, so I am prepared to give them the worst faith interpretation of this turn of events. They did this because they were racist.
Ain't no way Miss Fowl's a man. I gotta go, Principal Willoughby.
I'm sorry, what? To stop her segment, they try to convince her Carl has an alien brainworm, which is kind of a sitcom cliche, but on the other hand, Libby lives in a universe where aliens, and especially evil aliens, are confirmed to exist, so it kinda makes sense for her and the town to believe. And it feels like they didn't know how to end this one. Obviously, Libby learns her lesson, but then every character has to do a bit before the episode ends. This is a problem I have with a lot of Fairly Odd Parents episodes, but Jimmy is definitely guilty of it a few times too. Yeah, this one's decent. It's not awful or anything, I got some laughs, but despite the confirmation we've all been waiting for, this one feels inessential. Let's see what else I've been missing. Jimmy and Cindy get flirty while stargazing, with Cindy being really insistent Jimmy look at Mars. But not without good reason, as there's a massive energy source on the planet.
Why don't those two just get a lab?
I wish I had a camera on my face when she said that. I fucking lost it. Eustace Scramp is out just stepping on people with his giant robot, as rich kids do, but decides not to step on Jimmy because he swore everlasting vengeance upon him. Jimmy and Cindy are back to will they, won't they, but come on, we know they will. Anyways, the evil tech-obsessed rich kid wants to be the king of Mars. Shoot! Out of here! Jimmy's attraction to Cindy continues distracting him, prompting him to push her away. Blinded by jealousy, Cindy storms off to join Eustace, even though he's definitely going to betray her. Oh look, he betrayed her! Jimmy almost kinda admits to liking Cindy, and I'm sorry, they're a cute couple, but you can only have them kinda admit they like each other so many times.
Carl, pants off now!
They make it to the power source, and it turns out there's ancient, brilliant Martians who built and use the power source. They're prepared to destroy the Earth because it's kinda annoying to them, so Jimmy and Eustace have to break their machine. This one's fine, not great, not awful. Eustace felt a tad underutilized in his return appearance, but I don't really care for him anyways. And then we get an episode about Sheen's dad? I must not have been the only one who wanted more of him, because he is in more of this season than the rest of the franchise combined. Sheen's dad is an odd character. He appears in the film, but whenever Sheen mentions living with a family member, it's usually his grandma.
Ready to see Ultralord franchise film number 24?
It's the same as Ultralord franchise film number 23, but with 8 minutes of new footage!
Holy shit, Jimmy Neutron predicted the MCU. Sheen's dad begs Jimmy to make him a superhero so he can make his son love him more than Ultralord. That's a fucking plot. No, seriously, Jimmy Neutron predicted the MCU. What the hell? Unlike Tony Stark, however, the suit Jimmy has built runs out of battery really quickly. And that is an alarmingly realistic alligator. It kinda clashes with the show's art style. Of course, Sheen's dad saves them with the power of air conditioning repair. A tad predictable, but it's kinda cute. This is Bolby's final episode. He's canonically dead. Then Jimmy enters Goddard in a dog show that he gets disqualified from. Yeah, obviously that was going to happen. Come on, Jimmy. Goddard feels bad about not being a real dog and runs off. Yeah, a Goddard-centric episode. You didn't really get those. The town goes really hard on Goddard, but in the end, he saves Cindy and is awarded for his efforts. And man, Mayor Gable was in way more episodes than I thought. How did I forget this character? These later episodes all have a particular tone to them that this one somehow lacks. This feels like it should have come out mid-season 2, but I like season 2, so props on pulling one out right at the end. Not a great episode, but it does what it needs to. Alright, we're back to the tier chart here. And first off, I think I want to move Professor Calamitous, I presume, down to A tier. That was ambitious of me. It's a good episode, but it's an A tier episode. It's not S tier. It is an A tier episode, decidedly. After that, you got Monster Hunt. It's funny. There are jokes I enjoy about it. Captain Betty is fun, but it's a B tier episode. I don't love it or anything. Jimmy for President, I'm on the fence about, because it introduces Bolby for one thing. It introduces Bolby Stroganovsky. It's also like it's a fun episode. It gets a little weird. It gets a little strange. I'm putting it in A tier. I'm putting it in A tier just because it introduces Bolby. I think without Bolby, it might be B tier. Return of the Nanobots, S tier. It's best episode of the show. Holly Jolly Jimmy, B tier. It's a mixed bag as far as like a holiday episode goes, but it's still like mostly positive. Love Potion 976-J, I feel like is so much more essential to the series. I think I'm going A tier with that one. It's a fun episode, and it introduces a lot to the series. And we got Sheen's Brain. Sheen's Brain. I'm on the fence with this one too. I need like a tier between A and B to put these. I guess I'm gonna put Sheen's Brain in B tier just cause like he is kind of creepy, he is kind of uncanny. And I'm fine with that, but like I get that it's gonna be a turn off to some people. But Turnatron Knows Best, C tier. It's fine. It's just there. Send in the Clones? Funny episode, not perfect S tier, but absolutely an A tier episode. Very funny. They didn't know how to end it, but it's a very funny one. Great Egg Heist, F tier. Fuck that episode. This is one of the worst episodes of the show. The Feud, honestly, is it C tier or is it D tier? There's not that much in D tier. I'm gonna put it in D tier just because like I'm not that into it. Out Darn Spotlight. I wanna give it shit for like being a strong Betty Quinlan episode, but at the same time they showed us like all of Macbeth in space, so that's at least worthy of an A tier, just for Macbeth in space. The Junkman Cometh. It's a fun episode. Introduces the Junkman. We'll go A tier. Why not? Give it an A. Why not? Foul Bull, also an A. Very good episode. Good episode. The Science Fair affair, I don't know, it's just kind of there. I didn't think too highly or too lowly of it. Men at Work, S tier. Classic episode. Right, this is the episode of Jimmy Neutron people remember. $1 Billion Boy introduces Eustace Stritch, still a C tier episode. Not super into that one. The Mighty Weezers, there's some fun in the Mighty Weezers. I enjoy the Mighty Weezers. Not great or anything, but that's a B tier. For sure, it's a B tier. Win, Lose, and Kaboom. I think that's also... I think it's B tier. That's just me being completely honest with that one. Attack of the Twonkies can go to A tier. I liked Attack of the Twonkies. That's a good one. The Inmen. Oh, jeez. Oh, that is a classic. Is that A tier or is that S tier? That could be S tier. What do you guys think? Is Inman S tier? I'm giving Inman S tier. Why not? I'm absolutely giving Lights, Camera, Danger S tier. That's like my second favorite episode. That's like right below Return of the Nanobots. The Tomorrow Boy is really good episode. Really strong episode. That one's going to A tier. Fundemonium, weird episode. Putting it in C just because I really don't know what else to do with it. It's just so odd. Stranded, S tier. You know that's S tier, baby. You know Stranded is S tier. Jimmy Goes to College, it's another C tier. I didn't... It's nothing. It's just sort of there. Who's Your Mommy? F tier. We're just not going to talk about it anymore. That's all we're saying about it. Clash of the Cousins, It's kind of fun seeing, like, Jimmy's relatives, Hugh's relatives. Seeing Hugh's relatives is a lot of fun. And we'll go B tier on that one. My Big Fat Spy Wedding, it just feels so underwhelming as a Jet Fusion follow-up. That one's going C tier. Crouching Jimmy, Hidden Sheen, that might even be A tier. Is it A tier or is it B tier? Fuck it, we'll go A tier. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Jimmy, going in the A tier. Why not? The Incredible Shrinking Town, fun episode. That's an A tier. One of Us, I guess C tier. I guess that's a C tier episode. Vanishing Act. Oh boy, what do I want to do with Vanishing Act? Honestly, like, this may come as a shock. I think I'm putting Vanishing Act in D tier. Because there are some cool visuals. There is some cool stuff going on with that episode. I just don't like how Betty Quinlan-centric it is. The Trouble with Clones, we'll put it in the B tier. It's a solid episode, but again, like I said, I wish there was more clone stuff in it. I wish this evil Earth was more focused on. The Evil Beneath is such a weird episode, because, like, it's got this really kooky villain, but also, like, I completely forgot it existed until I was watching it again. I'm like, oh yeah, that was an episode. I guess I'll put it in B tier. It's fun. Carl Weezer, Boy Genius. C tier. It's like the cool Carl meme, that's fun, but, like, there's not much else going on in that episode. Honestly, he and Jimmy are being, like, a dick in that episode, so, yeah, C tier. Who Framed Jimmy Neutron? It's just so tonally out of whack. There's something off with this episode. And, like, there's a part of me that wants to be like, you know, I sort of appreciate how weird it got and put it in the C tier, but I think just for how off it is, I have to put it in D tier. It just does not feel like a normal episode of Jimmy Neutron. Flippy... Look, maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm a little bit biased with this one. I'm putting Flippy in F. There's nothing I like about that episode. There is nothing I like about that episode. And it freaked me out as a kid. So that's like sort of a double whammy. Flippy's going in the F tier. How to Sync a Sub. Actually a very fun episode. I really enjoyed this one. That's going up to A tier. All the parents misbehaving. That's fun. Lady Sing the News. B tier. B tier. That's a solid B tier, I think. King of Mars, it's going right with $1 Billion Boy in the C tier. Eustace Stritch is a C-tier villain. El Magnifico, I kinda like, it's cute. You get to see more of Sheen's dad, it's fun. El Magnifico, B tier. And you know what? Best in Show, you can also go in B tier. That's a fun little Goddard-centric episode. You can see my bias. I've put most of the episodes in the A tier and the B tier. D tier and F tier definitely have a lot fewer than the other tiers going on. But yeah, that's my Jimmy Neutron tier chart right there. I guess that only leaves us with one episode. The League of Villains, the series finale. Will it be an epic conclusion or a last-minute fumble? Only one way to find out. King Goobot returns to unite all Jimmy's greatest nemeses, and a few filler villains. Look, King Goobot, the Calamitous Family, the Space Bandits, all obvious picks. The Junkman, okay, I guess. Eustace Script? That's just some snotty rich kid. He's not a great villain. And Grandma Taters and Baby Eddie feel picked out of a hat. They were one-off villains. Why them and not like Dr. Moist or Seymour? It would make just as much sense. Where's Evil Jimmy? He seems like such an obvious pick that I actually convinced myself he was in this. I have created false memories of Evil Jimmy appearing in this episode because he's such an obvious pick. Definitely more memorable than Baby Eddie and Grandma Taters. But hey, it's not just the villains they brought back, as Jimmy has envelopes containing the love potion and their Inmin powers. The villains split up into teams. Team Inventions, Team Sexy, Team Why Are You Here, and Team The Space Bandits. Team Why Are You Here disable Goddard, because I guess Taters can do that. Team Inventions gets the kids unable to stop dancing, and Team The Space Bandits seal Jimmy's lab. After which, Jimmy is kidnapped with Sheen sneaking aboard to save him, and immediately getting caught. But in jail, he bonds with T, who the other villains don't respect. Meanwhile, Carl, Cindy, and Libby have to break in, grab the Inman packets, and blast off in Jimmy's rocket to save Jimmy and Sheen. Unfortunately, T has broken them out, so they're actually headed away when the others get there. Also, the villains shoot them down onto Mars, which, could have been a problem regardless. And Jimmy's parents send everyone in town back in time 500 million years. And they couldn't miss one final opportunity to have Carl mix something up, giving everyone the wrong Inmin packets to hilarious results, and giving Jimmy the love potion as he dropped the packet for Hulk Jimmy. Jimmy, of course, uses the love potion to make Beautiful Gorgeous and the Junkman fall in love. Beautiful Gorgeous and overriding people's consent. Name a more iconic duo. They even work in a Brobot cameo.
There's the moon! We can hide there! Good idea! Hi, Jimmy! I missed you! Wanna play a game? I can make moon castles with your song I wrote! It's called I Love Jimmy! 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 I'd rather take my chances with the villains.
Jimmy discovers the wormhole everyone has fallen through and goes back to prehistoric times, and Libby calls Carl a brother.
Come on, invisible brother! You get his attention and I'll burp him down!
No comment.
Come on in, people!
Oof. Even less comment. And this seems pretty dangerous. Like, this could kill someone. So my question is, how many people have Jimmy and his friends killed? I'm keeping 3 counts, a definite body count, deadly scenarios, and potentially deadly scenarios. Body count is characters actually dead. Deadly scenarios are times someone definitely died, but we can't say how many, and potentially deadly scenarios are one where someone could have died, but it wasn't shown on screen. This does not include the many times they almost kill someone, but didn't. In the movie, Jimmy knocks a man off a billboard. In Jimmy on Ice, Jimmy causes an ice age, which could definitely kill someone. In Substitute Creature, Jimmy turns Miss Fowl into a giant monster, potentially killing this guy. In Operation Jet Fusion, Sheen causes an avalanche where people live. In Nightmare in Retroville, Jimmy creates vampires and werewolves which don't seem to kill anyone, but definitely potentially deadly. I'm considering Sheen's Reign of Terror and Sheen's brain potentially deadly. He's definitely prepared to kill Carl and Jimmy. In Send In the Clones, Jimmy kills 5 of his clones, who I'm considering to be individual human beings. In Men at Work, McSpankies destroys 3 buildings, which I refuse to believe didn't kill someone. In Attack of the Twonkies, Jimmy tells everyone not to take home the Twonkies, so for once, their blood is not on his hands. In The Inman, Sheen gets a car with a driver caught in a tornado, Carl destroys an 18-wheeler, and causes a pile-up with an unknown number of fatalities. Jimmy also destroys 2 tanks with drivers inside. I do question how much that counts. He's not in control, and it's not like he deliberately gave himself those powers. But 2 guys are dead by his hand. In Fundemonium, 3 people get hit with a, and I quote, flaming licorice bazooka. In Stranded, Carl, Sheen, and Libby launch a torpedo at a cruise ship. I'm pretty sure they killed Dr. Moist and the Evil Beneath, as well as his 3 algae men, who are confirmed to be humans Dr. Moist transformed. In the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 3, Jimmy and Timmy kick their villain all around town, destroying someone's house. And in League of Villains, Hugh sends the town back in time to the Jurassic era. Also, Jimmy abandons the League of Villains in the Jurassic era, presumably to die, but if Jimmy could escape that once, I assume Calamitous or Baby Eddie could too, so these characters probably live. Then again, Jimmy Neutron characters seem to have the constitution of Looney Tunes, so maybe some of these people are fine. Jimmy saves Zix and Barbarino, I am not calling him Travoltron, so they get rid of the dinosaur for him, and Jimmy hatches a plan to defeat the League of Villains while Cindy reverses the wormhole.
I'd like to see Betty Quinlan do that!
No, I'm with you. They trap the villains in the past, Jimmy and Cindy hold hands, and the series ends on a naked baby. And that's the finale of the adventures of Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius. Except, I may have told you guys a little fib. This was certainly written to be the finale of Jimmy Neutron, but Nickelodeon had a policy at the time of not allowing shows to have big final episodes because they wanted kids to keep watching reruns in the hopes that their favorite shows would come back. The actual final episode was that one about Sheen's dad and the dog show. And I could complain about this frankly manipulative tactic that ruins what could be a great finale for Jimmy Neutron. It's not perfect, but Jimmy Neutron's not perfect. This is exactly the finale the show deserves. But that's not even the worst part of this episode. When do you think they released this? Was it late in the series so it could at least stand as like the last big event of the series? Or, at least after all of these characters had been introduced? No, in fact, this episode came out right before the one where Carl... well, Yes, this episode came out before Baby Eddie had been introduced, before Grandma Taters had been introduced. It uses clips from Incredible Shrinking Town, which hadn't been released. Nickelodeon didn't watch their own show and expected kids not to notice. But I noticed! I kept up with this show, and when these characters showed up with no explanation, I was very confused. And then when the episodes came out that they were in, I was very upset because Nickelodeon was releasing episodes in the wrong order. Again! When it was just the Libby's hair thing, whatever, that's an aesthetic thing. But now they're ruining the story! It also made me suspicious. Maybe Vanishing Act makes sense if I'd seen the episode that was supposed to come before it. So, obviously I made this whole thing as a bit of a trip down memory lane, but I also did it to finally get the whole picture. This was a show I was obsessed with at one point, and by the ending, I had completely lost the plot. So now that I have the tools at my disposal to step back and look at Jimmy Neutron as a whole, I can finally take it all in. So what do I think of Jimmy Neutron's final season? I had reservations going in, but honestly, this is still as good as the show's ever been. There's weird tonal stuff at the very end, but this season still has series highlights. The show doesn't totally wrap up, but it's a pretty episodic series. Jimmy defeats all his greatest villains, and Jimmy and Cindy are more or less confirmed. Honestly, what more could you want? In my life since Jimmy Neutron, I've discovered I often like content that really isn't for everyone, but that fact, the realization that something isn't for everyone, kinda makes me like it more. It's like something made specifically for me. The Adventures of Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius is not gonna be for everyone. It's far from a perfect show. In fact, it can be an outright bad one sometimes. But it's my show. It's a show that entertains me. Because for every one low point of the series, I could think of half a dozen highs. It's a show that's good far more often than it's bad. And occasionally, in very rare moments, it's genius. But I can't act like the bad isn't there. I can't act like I don't understand why people don't like it. But I hope, if you can get past its rough exterior, you can enjoy what really works about the show, because a lot does. The comedy is hilarious, the stories can get really weird, really fun, and really creative, and I just love the characters. This is a show with great characters. Sure, you got your Betty Quinlans and your quirky Shimatsus, but that's not what kept people invested. I'm talking about guys like Nick and Miss Fowl, Judy and Goddard, kooky villains like Calamitous and Ooblar. You get Libby, Carl, Sheen. You get Hugh. And of course, you get Jimmy and Cindy. Jimmy and Cindy make this show. And look, I know it's called Jimmy Neutron. It makes sense to say about him, but I don't think this show works without Cindy. It is their show. And I get it, enemies to lovers is a sitcom trope as old as time, but Jimmy Neutron almost doesn't even pretend. Jimmy and Cindy are combative because they like each other. That is the whole point. You come back every week to see if this is gonna be the episode they figure that out. And you have a lot of fun along the way. There's certainly other good stuff in this series, but that is the show's overarching plot. Two kids who don't know how to process liking each other. And damn if I don't love them each individually too. They're both smart, funny characters. I said early on I really related to Jimmy, but I also really related to Cindy, at least partially because she always seemed to see how Jimmy's plans were going to fail before he did. But if time has proven anything, it's that I'm not Jimmy or Cindy, I'm Sheen. So allow me to get really geeky about a show I love and correct something no one cares about. This video from Nickelodeon Rewind, an officially licensed Nickelodeon page of all the firsts and lasts of the series. They say Jimmy and Cindy's first crush moment is in episode 7, Trading Faces, but prior to that, in episode 2, Normal Boy, a brain-drained Jimmy tells Cindy she's cute. Plus in episode 3, Brobot tells Cindy he thinks Jimmy likes her. Then they say the final crush moment is her swooning over him in My Big Fat Spy Wedding, which isn't even close to right, as that was before Crouching Tiger, Hidden Sheen, Vanishing Act, Ladies Sing the News, and King of Mars, all of which feature Jimmy and Cindy's relationship as major plot points. Nick, it's been 20 years, and you still haven't watched your own show! The disrespect for this show, man. Can Jimmy Neutron take any more indignities?
Sheen, do not push this button.
Following the end of Jimmy Neutron, showrunners Keith Alcorn and Steve Odekirk pitched Nickelodeon a show titled Red Acres, about a fast food employee who gets trapped on an alien planet. Nick turned it down on the grounds they didn't want a show about someone older than their target demographic, even though their most successful show of all time is about a fast food employee. Anyways, they retooled the show into a Jimmy Neutron spinoff titled Planet Sheen, about everyone's favorite fanboy getting stuck on the planet of Xenu. Spelled with a Z, this isn't a Scientology thing. So I'm not gonna go in depth with Planet Sheen for two reasons. For one thing, I struggled to talk about even the episodes I did watch. There's just nothing to say about this show. And two, this whole thing was supposed to reflect my experience with the Jimmy Neutron franchise, and Checking out a couple episodes of Planet Sheen before just ignoring it is very much my experience with the Jimmy Neutron franchise. Planet Sheen was pretty much doomed from the start. Of course, this wasn't initially meant to tie into Jimmy, which would probably explain how disconnected it feels from the series. And it also has the same problem a lot of spin-offs have. Sheen is not a leading man, he's a comedy relief character. I'm not saying you can't do a Sheen show, but I am saying you can't do a Sheen show without Libby. I reiterate, Sheen and Libby were not a will they won't they. They were. To not even mention her in this is such a slap in the face to Sheen's character. But I think most damningly is this. Jimmy Neutron ended in 2006, when I was 11. Planet Sheen started in 2010, when I was 15. Now, as a Jimmy Neutron superfan, I was curious enough to check out Planet Sheen when it debuted. But I gave up pretty quick, and it seems like I'm not alone as the series ended after only one season. Sheen is technically the only character from the main series to return, but Carl has been resurrected as a slug alien named Doppy, who's basically the same character. Along with them, you get Nesmith, a space monkey, haha, like Michael Nesmith from the Monkees. Asifa, who's an Avatar reference, which really highlights how far CG had come since that Johnny Quasar clip. Dorcas, the Squidward-esque villain who's constantly getting hurt by Sheen, and Emperor the 23rd. In the pilot, Sheen accidentally steals Jimmy's rocket and ends up on Xenu, where their version of the Bible mentions Sheen arriving in a spaceship to bring peace. So that's two religions where Sheen is the chosen one. But Dorcas wants to execute him for destroying his home.
Hey, that's it. This is all a dream. I'm gonna wake up and the sun will be shining. I'll be back on the farm.
Yeah, actually, this is a Back at the Barnyard spinoff, actually. Nothing to do with Jimmy Neutron.
Sheen, no!
Damn, that was a short series. Moving on. Nah, okay. Sheen meets the Emperor's daughter, Umlaut, which is the name of those dots you see over European words. She's voiced by Candy Milo and Debbie Derryberry, the voices of Nick and Jimmy, so it's nice they came back. Sheen goes deep into the forest and meets Nesmith, and instead of the cool Adam transitions, they do this. Which is obnoxious. They're attacked by a dragon, but Avitar shows up to save them. And man, Sheen's dad couldn't have shit. Sheen only writes to his grandmother at the end of episodes. No mention of his dad at all. And then Doppy makes a last-second appearance that's honestly the funniest part of the episode. Immediately, the visual style strikes me. I appreciate the colors. Jimmy was always a tad washed out for my taste. But while the models and textures are better than they were 8 years ago, I'm not super into the design. It's not bad, but it's indicative of a deeper problem. This feels like it's for an even younger demographic. It's got so much less edge than Jimmy Neutron ever did. That really doesn't make sense to me. Kids young enough to enjoy this at the time didn't grow up with Jimmy Neutron. Maybe they caught some reruns, but I'm pretty sure even those had mostly dried up by 2010. We didn't get to hear it in the pilot, but the theme song lets us in on the kind of show this is.
Dogs like cheese, cows like monkeys, Planet Sheen is oh so funky.
Okay, I get the last part, but the first two lines were just off, bro.
Random nonsense followed by snarky remark about random nonsense. The second episode sees Sheen face off against a unicorn in a joke that feels like a rehash of the last episodes about big flowers. I didn't laugh at anything in this episode, but I was never really annoyed either. It was just kinda there, and that's kinda how the whole show was, and it's probably why I stopped watching as quickly as I did. The B segment gives me a little more to work with. There's a Donald Trump joke.
Even real estate impresario Donald Dump.
The man who built Dump Towers?
You're discharged.
2010 was the weirdest time to make a Trump joke. He had mostly fallen out of the public light at that point and hadn't made his political career comeback yet.
Chips and dip. Genius! We always thought it was dips and chip. One chip. That's all it was. It was just a big mess on a chip.
Was that a joke? I did check out the one and only episode of this that's ever even slightly interested me, Cutting the Ultra Cord, where Sheen finally addresses his Ultra Lord obsession. It's weird that Jim Cummings as Ultralord is the only returning cameo in this series, so I want to see what's going on here. This was a mistake! It's weird that they try to play Avatar Girl as a love interest. Sheen has a girlfriend he is trying to get home to. I have my doubts this will work long term. Ultimately, Sheen finds he misses Ultralord. But Sheen, this much of an overreaction is just a bad response to missing a show. You should express it in healthy ways, like making 5 hours of content about it. Of course, he has this revelation while fighting an angry monster, which he beats in a dance-off.
Oh, their wife must have stepped on her husband.
Well, that's actually par for the course for Jimmy Neutron. And deciding he basically does the same thing Ultralord does, he doesn't miss Ultralord anymore. That's a stretch. Wasn't he also saving the world all the time in Jimmy Neutron? Although I found myself weirdly entertained by the B segment where Sheen talks the king into holding a trial when it looks like Nesmith ate his pet bird. It's still Planet Sheen, but I think it plays to the show's few strengths. It's fun to see people accept every strange word that comes out of Sheen's mouth. And then I watched the last episode to air, the final episode of anything Jimmy Neutron, and wow, the animation looks worse by the end. It's so flat, there's no detail. And they seem to have accepted how formulaic the show is. That doesn't make it good, but it's not offensive or annoying, it's just kinda nothing. The B segment is about bugs that wedgie people. That's it. That's the note the series goes out on. And unlike Jimmy, there's not some ignored alternate finale. The final episode of Planet Sheen is just another episode because every episode is just another episode. I've heard they wanted to end Planet Sheen with a big TV movie where Jimmy and the gang come to rescue him, but couldn't because the show failed in nearly every regard. But if it was gonna be in the tone of Planet Sheen, maybe it's best that never existed. I have a hard time getting angry at Planet Sheen because it's just so disconnected from Jimmy Neutron. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. I wanted more Jimmy Neutron, and that's not what this is. And what it is, a juvenile show seemingly aimed at a younger age group than Jimmy Neutron, doesn't really do anything for me. But is that even a good thing? It's weird, so much nostalgia bait garbage gets torn apart online, but the biggest complaint about Planet Sheen is just that it exists, because there's nothing else to say about this show. It shouldn't exist. You couldn't even let Jimmy have the final word on his own franchise. Instead, it's 2 episodes that both involve underwear. Though that would bring us full circle, I guess. Right back to Win Pants Attack. But before we end off, how about a little Where Are They Now? Just to sort of discuss some of the people who worked on the show. Debbie Derryberry, who plays the indomitable Jimmy Neutron, has kept up a typical resume for a voice actor. She does a lot of additional voices for films. Outside of Jimmy Neutron, she's probably best known as Draculaura in Monster High, or as some of the kids in F is for Family. Rob Paulson, the voice of Carl, and also like 80 other characters, really needs no introduction. Yakko, Pinky, Old Raphael, New Donatello, Experiment 625. Honestly, he's up there with Tom Kinney and Tara Strong in the trifecta of voice actors you heard in every cartoon growing up. Jeffrey Garcia, the voice of Sheen, is a stand-up comedian who honestly hasn't done much television since Planet Sheen, but it seems like he's keeping busy. Carolyn Lawrence, the voice of Cindy, is also well known as Sandy Cheeks on SpongeBob, and she voiced Moral Orel with almost the same voice she did when Cindy was trapped in Jimmy's body.
Oh, don't look so worried, Doey. I only want to do good.
Look at me, everybody! I, Jimmy Neutron, am a blue-faced, cross-eyed nose picker!
Mark DiCarlo, who plays Hugh, has a good, deep voice and ends up playing announcers in a lot of stuff. He even does it in a lot of Jimmy Neutron. Libby's voice actress, Crystal Scales, was on Oswalt and Class of 3000, but she hasn't been in anything since 2009, and unlike Garcia, I can't find any reason why. Weirdly, before Jimmy Neutron, Judy's actress Megan Cavanaugh was more known for live-action roles, appearing in Robin Hood Men in Tights and League of Their Own, and she continues appearing in both live-action and animated roles. Similarly, Andrea Martin, the voice of Miss Fowl, seems mostly to work in live action, appearing in films like My Big Fat Greek Wedding, as well as quite a bit of work on Sesame Street. Series creator John A. Davis also directed The Ant Bully, but it seems he's moved on to astrophotography. Yeah, the guy who created Jimmy Neutron takes pictures for NASA. Producer Steve Odekirk has a lot of comedy films under his belt, though weirdly it seems everything he's tried to get off the ground since like 2014 has failed to materialize. A Ripley's Believe It or Not movie, a Stretch Armstrong film, a Kung Pao Enter the Fist sequel? The sort of unsung hero of Jimmy Neutron is Keith Alcorn. Davis created Jimmy Neutron, but he stepped away after the movie, leaving Alcorn to head writing and directing for the series. He and Mike Gassaway would be the series' main directors, with only 2 episodes being credited to any other director, Kirby Atkins. Since 2014, Alcorn has been working on the Christian animated series Owlegories, which seems to be running strong. Mike Gassaway directed a horror short in 2016 and is reportedly working on a film with horror legends Tom Savini and Kane Hodder. Kirby Atkins made a movie with Lucy Lawless, so he's objectively the coolest of the 3. Also, he worked on 3-2-1 Penguins. Nice. The real unsung heroes here are the poor, desperate animators who worked so hard on this show. From every account I've heard, working on this show was basically a fever dream. I'd honestly love to hear more from any animators who worked on this. There hasn't been much Jimmy Neutron media since Planet Sheen. Jimmy Neutron's final appearance was in a Chrysler commercial of all things. That's such an odd final appearance. But I doubt we've seen the last of the boy genius. The whole gang got together recently for a 20th anniversary reunion. Everyone involved certainly seems to want a revival. Hype for the show has never been higher. It would be silly of Nickelodeon to never touch the franchise again. Sure, either way you slice it, Jimmy Neutron didn't exactly end well, but that's why I have saved the best for last. There's always a silver lining. Sure, Jimmy Neutron could have gone on, but for how much longer? After all, there are those Nick shows that have discovered a fate worse than death. After its debut, Jimmy Neutron was a very popular show. At its peak, Rugrats definitely had it in terms of popularity, but by the time season 1 of Jimmy Neutron was airing, Rugrats was on its final season, leaving room for Jimmy to crack the top 3 most popular Nicktoons of the day. Do not ask me for raw numbers on this one. Maybe you can pull up data to show that actually some other show was pulling more views, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the nebulous idea of popularity. Which shows did everyone know and care about? Which characters is your mom likely to recognize? Your grandma? Who's getting a theme park mascot costume? Or say for example you were making a theme park ride celebrating all the Nicktoons. Who might be the central figure? Now number 1 on that list is, was, and has remained since its debut in 1999, SpongeBob SquarePants. But right between those two, keeping Jimmy from the top spot, was a show called Fairly Odd Parents. The show follows Timmy Turner, an average kid who no one understands. Due to his neglectful parents and torturous babysitter, he is deemed miserable enough to receive his own fairy godparents. This part of the show always kind of bugged me whenever it came up. There's no way some kid in suburban America is the most miserable kid on Earth, but you just kind of have to not think about that. Now, I consider Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron to be sister shows, and not just because they were running at the same time. Following the reign of the Rugrats in the 90s, SpongeBob felt like the beginning of a different generation of Nicktoons, and Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron would be the next 2 successes that generation had. But on top of that, the plots for both shows were fairly similar. Timmy would encounter some normal problem a child might have and attempt to circumvent it with their respective powers, Timmy's being magic and Jimmy's being science. This would almost always blow up in their face, and in the end they'd have to stop the much bigger threat they accidentally created. Now Nickelodeon has had its fair share of sister shows, from Rugrats and Wild Thornberrys to iCarly and Victorious, but Jimmy Neutron and Fairly Odd Parents differ from those two in 2 significant ways. For one thing, those were shows from largely the same creative team. Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron certainly shared talent, but they were being made very differently, and in fact, both creative teams would make other shows that didn't really really live up to the Jimmy Timmy power couple, not counting Danny Phantom. That show was good. But more importantly to me, according to IMDb, which can be dodgy with their episode counts, so take this with a grain of salt, Jimmy Neutron ran for 59 episodes. Fairly Odd Parents ran for 159 episodes. Now, I would count this as an advantage to Jimmy Neutron. It's been drugged through the mud a lot less than its magical counterpart. But it's kind of like a comedy duo where one of them dies tragically young and the other one's career just sort of limps on for a decade and a half. You're not sure which is sadder. But I think it's worth analyzing why Fairly Odd Parents lasted so much longer. How come there's no live-action movie where Josh Peck plays Jimmy Neutron? I mean, there's a reason you can probably figure out just looking at a single image of them. Yeah, Fairly Odd Parents was 2D, and that certainly gave it a staying power Jimmy Neutron was never going to have. Jimmy Neutron was one of the most successful computer animated shows of all time, and I only say one of because I'm positive there's a bunch of computer animated shows for toddlers I'm not familiar with that have it beat 100 times over, but in the 8 to 12 demographic, I fail to think of any real competition. Except maybe like the Clone Wars, but that's Star Wars, that shouldn't even count. And yet it was still fairly short-lived, only making it about 5 years, because Jimmy Neutron came out at a time where CG was still evolving. What was acceptable in 2002 was gonna look kinda dated by, say, 2009, something that wasn't true of Fairly Odd Parents' 2D style. And that seemed to be the industry takeaway too. While plenty of CG shows came out around the time of Jimmy Neutron, none of them achieved Jimmy's success, and now just seem kind of dated. So while film has boldly ventured forth into the realms of computer animation, with 2D animated films becoming rarer and rarer, TV has largely remained the domain of 2D animation. And may I say, until recently, rightfully so. I do think we've hit a point where CG can be done consistently without feeling dated. I mean, Spider-Verse will live forever as one of the greatest pieces of animation. But that's only been in the last few years, so it's fair that long-running shows continue to use the traditional style. On top of that, I think Fairly Odd Parents just has more mainstream appeal. Not to say it's the better show, we'll get to that in a second, but it's certainly the show I see normal audiences getting into more so than Jimmy. There's a level of weirdness people are more willing to accept from a 2D show than they are a 3D show, and I won't lie and tell you Jimmy wasn't weird. Jimmy Neutron was weird as fuck. Probably about as weird as its contemporaries, but the fact that it was in an unfamiliar style gave it less of a welcoming presence. Plus, 2D at the time allowed for a faster pace. Like this? Could not be a joke in Jimmy Neutron, where the style is much slower and more plotting. That does make it more realistic, but it's a cartoon, I'm not really here for realism. I also think Fairly Odd Parents was more consistent than Jimmy Neutron. You can watch pretty much any episode of the early seasons and get a good idea of what the show was. Jimmy's visual style, I think, is one that's already gonna be a turnoff to some people, and if you catch one of the awkward episodes, I think it's completely understandable to write the series off. I think you're wrong, it's a good show if you give it a chance, but I understand why people weren't flocking to it the way they were with Fairly Odd Parents. I'm, of course, speaking only about the seasons that aired concurrently with Jimmy Neutron. Once Poof is introduced, we're in a whole different territory, but I mean when the show was at its best. That being said, I think I'd be hard-pressed to say which is the better show. Each has some clear advantages. Like I said, Fairly Odd Parents can do much faster-paced stuff than Jimmy, and it was more consistent. Plus, the show had really good animation. It's a really good-looking show. But it also had a tendency to beat jokes into the ground. There are seriously jokes they repeat like a dozen times in the same episode. Plus, they have this bad habit of trailing off at the end of episodes, swapping a conclusion for repeating jokes again. And Timmy loses his fairies, or his fairies lose their magic in like every other episode. Jimmy, on the other hand, I think tended to do more varied stories. They could do action, sci-fi, horror, romance, and sometimes just good old-fashioned slice of life. And I just love the characters on Jimmy Neutron so much more. I think they work off each other well. Since no one else knew about Timmy's fairies, it really feels like everyone but Timmy, Cosmo, and Wanda are side characters. It's not weird if Chester and AJ, or Vicky, or Crocker, or even Timmy's parents are missing for entire episodes. That said, Jimmy relied a lot more on plot contrivance, and you know I've pointed out the show's many flaws. I think the easiest way to highlight each show's strengths over the other is to ask what episodes of these shows people remember. With Fairly Odd Parents, I think it's mostly the big specials, Channel Chasers, Abracatastrophe, School's Out the Musical, even the Christmas special. With Jimmy, though, I think the most memorable episodes tend to be the normal 22-minute segments. Nanobots Return, The In-Men, McSpankies, Carl's Nightmares. Makes sense, Jimmy was at its best when it was about the characters, and the antics were so crazy that the specials failed to stand out that much, where Fairly Odd Parents was at its best when they had to rein it in and tell a complete story. But then, if you start asking people what episodes they remember of these shows, they're likely to bring up a few specials for both of them. The Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. A trilogy of TV movies where the two kids finally crossed paths. Of course, Nick wasn't a total stranger to crossovers, as Rugrats Go Wild had debuted a year before the Power Hours, but honestly, Disney Channel was smoking them in the crossover department, so I guess Nickelodeon wanted in on that sweet, sweet crossover content. Since after this, Nicktoons would become more of a brand. More than just TV bumpers, Nick cartoons would now consistently be seen alongside each other, and Jimmy and Timmy's Powerful Hours would be among the earliest and most iconic examples. I'm actually pretty sure it was the first Power Hour that got me to watch Fairly Odd Parents, as it was a show I hadn't taken much stock of previously. And hey, if there's one thing cartoon crossovers are meant for, it's getting kids watching other programs on the network, so this one certainly did its job. The special released in May of 2004, it actually would have been the episode before Men at Work, because my god, Jimmy Neutron Season 2 was fucking goated. But hey, enough beating around the bush, here is the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour. The special starts at Timmy's school with an upcoming science fair. Timmy is concerned both because he didn't do a science fair project and also because everyone at his school is a Jimmy-level genius. He was busy playing a game where you destroy the Earth on a Game Boy, even though it has 3D graphics and runs on a disc apparently. Cosmo and Wanda give him a poofer pin to poof him home, and he wishes to be in the greatest lab in the universe. Of course, he ends up in Jimmy's lab, which it's later made clear is in a different universe, but universe, multiverse, whatever. There, Jimmy is giving Goddard an update on his Jiffy tuner. Because it kind of sounds like their names. Gotta say, Timmy doesn't look great in 3D, but you know what, I'm okay with that. Seeing these characters in each other's styles was like the entire point. Even if it looks weird, it's just cool that it happened. Jimmy, of course, uses the poofer pen and ends up in Timmy's universe, and yeah, I really like how Jimmy looks in Fairly Odd Parents. And once they're in each other's universes, the episode is pretty balanced, with it spending the rest of this 11-minute segment with Timmy in Jimmy's world, the next 11 with Jimmy, then back to Timmy, then back to Jimmy before the wrap-up. Carl and Sheen take advantage of Jimmy's absence by convincing Timmy to let them play with the dangerous experiments Jimmy won't let them play with. Mostly because they think he's Jimmy after some experiment has gone wrong, which is a fair assumption. It's cool seeing throwbacks to old episodes like this. That's the type of thing you want in a crossover, and it doesn't feel forced at all. And Timmy quickly gets the attention of Cindy by, respecting her.
You actually value my opinion? Sorta!
Take notes, Jimmy Neutron. He also makes Judy think she's a superhero, and we learn a little too much about the Neutron's sex life.
Into your spandex leotards, lint boy!
Your spandex? I get it. You want to play one of those special games, eh?
But Timmy has replaced Goddard's tune-up disc with this world-destroying game, and now Goddard's a giant evil robot who goes around canceling people.
Player 1, your future is cancelled.
Which is really cool. I'm surprised they never did Evil Goddard before now. He's even still voiced by Frank Welker. Meanwhile, Jimmy deals with the struggles of Timmy's world. He believes Cosmo and Wanda to be advanced holographic programs, something he clings to even after discovering Timmy isn't a genius. So I guess you're allowed to know about fairies as long as you don't believe in them?
I remember the time when you wanted to avoid that math exam and you were Kent Quasar.
Hi, I'm Johnny Quasar.
It feels a little forced to have Vicky take him to school, but that's the only scene she gets in all 3 of these. Jimmy attempts to get the poofer pen to send him home, but it only goes to Timmy's room. But apparently all he needed to change its coordinates was a game buddy. Too bad Crocker shows up before he can use it and takes everyone to Fairy World. Back in Jimmy's world, Goddard is on a rampage of destruction, including the purple flurp factory that apparently Retroville has. Is this why the inhabitants refuse to drink anything but purple flurp? Timmy has to stop him by getting eaten and making his way to the emergency power shutoff. And Cindy convinces herself he set this whole thing up for her, because Cindy really wants a genius to like her. Meanwhile, Crocker knocks over the big wand and sets about taking over Fairy World, so Jimmy has to steal a bunch of science fair projects to fight him. Here's a line I remember quoting incessantly as a kid.
Maybe I'll have a court jester. I hope he tells jokes and not riddles. Jokes have punchlines. You better have punchlines!
Jimmy gets the big wand working again, and they're able to defeat Crocker, and everyone returns to their own universe in a pretty cool sequence. Of course, Timmy didn't do his science fair project, so as a favor, Jimmy sends Goddard over. They didn't bother animating him in 2D, they just cel-shaded the 3D model, but you know what? It still looks cool. Honestly, I think this is the gold standard for TV crossovers. It spends equal time in both worlds, features plenty of characters interacting with the other supporting cast, has them both face threats that feel appropriate to a normal episode, and even takes the time to swap art styles. Granted, this is one of the few crossovers I can even think of where the art styles are so dramatically different that it would matter, but still, it's cool to see. It's exactly what any fan of either show, or even both shows, would want. And clearly they did want it, as this special was huge, and it must have drawn a lot of audiences to both shows. So, naturally, Nick made a second one. The Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 2, When Nerds Collide. I don't think that Timmy's really a nerd, more of a twerp, but I suppose he is at least pretending to be a nerd. Jimmy and Timmy have both decided to hold Friday the 13th dances. With Jimmy, it makes sense, he's trying to disprove the idea of bad luck. Timmy, on the other hand, has no excuse. He even knows Friday the 13th is the day the anti-fairies escape Fairy World. Luckily, Jorgen has made it so no one in this universe could break the anti-fairies out. I feel like the anti-fairies are pretty self-explanatory as villains, although you should know they thrive on bad luck. Jimmy intends to ask Cindy to his dance, but is distracted by Calamitous teaming up with this random-ass villain who's only in this episode. Kinda looks like Dr. Moist, though. And Calamitous ditches him pretty quickly. Kinda funny, honestly. Meanwhile, Timmy realizes no one in his universe would date him, but he remembers that one chick that liked him, so he goes to Jimmy's universe to ask Cindy to his dance, thus forming a rivalry between him and Jimmy. And oh wow, Cosmo and Wanda look worse than Timmy. Make their mouths smaller, please. Also, Timmy's buck teeth work, but this whole row of chompers looks bad. While he and Jimmy are having a face-off, Calamitous sees his fairies and determines if he could get one of them to join him, he'd be able to destroy Jimmy once and for all.
Neutron's lab. It's open. Well, maybe just a little peek.
The most secure lab in the world. So it's off to Dimsdale to get Cindy back from Timmy. And yeah, it's cool to see all these characters in Fairly Odd Parents style.
I'm totally black! And you, my dear.
Don't even go there.
Sheen, I'd say, has had the roughest transition, while Carl looks perfect. That's just Carl. Timmy takes Cindy on a whirlwind of perfection, but all she wants to see is Timmy's lab.
I wish? No, not another word. I don't want anything to spoil this moment.
So, absent of a wish, Timmy takes her to AJ's lab, where he just straight up steals a gene splicer, which looks a lot like one of Jimmy's inventions. But I'm sure that won't be important.
Oh, but not here. Someplace romantic. Someplace I'll always remember.
Okay, I wish.
Shush! Not another word until we get there.
Okay, doing it twice is a little forced, especially because he just, takes her to the beach. Timmy keeps trying to ask Cindy to the dance in special places, but all the Jimmy characters keep interrupting. And eventually, to get them off his back, Timmy just gives the guys Cosmo and Wanda. So I guess if you're from a different universe, you're allowed to know about fairies. Meanwhile, Calamitous runs into a spot of bad luck after showing up in Timmy's world, attracting anti-Cosmo to his location. They agree to collaborate, and apparently when Jorgen said no one of this universe can get in, he meant being from this universe is the only thing keeping you out. And it's weird hearing obviously Butch Hartman jokes coming out of Jimmy.
And now let's pause a moment as I perform the In-Your-Face dance. In your face. In your face! In your face!
They go to Crocker's lab and Jimmy makes a mega butterfly net. And then they have to generate as much bad luck as possible, which is also how they defeated the anti-fairies in the show. And when Jorgen and Calamitous go after the hypercube, Timmy splices them together. Calamitous has the more powerful mind, giving him amazing magical powers. But Jorgen, who actually translates to 3D better than anyone, can resist when he's angry.
I need you to create the craziest, most illogical magic you can. Enough to make Jorgen furious.
But where would we find someone as dangerously off-kilter as me?
Dance, Tito! Dance!
This joke lasts way less time than you'd want it to, because it seems the only thing that really works is breaking the rules. Or at least, make it seem like they broke the rules.
I wish Jimmy Turner was gone!
This was always weird to me. They're Timmy's fairies, he should make the wish. Also, use of gone instead of dead reeks of standards and practices. Then they just unsplice the two of them. They didn't really establish that Jorgen had to not be under Calamitous' control when that happened, but well. And for their help, Jorgen creates an interdimensional dance so Cindy can go with Jimmy and Timmy. And they trap Calamitous in a jar, and Hi,
Mrs. Neutron.
No comment. And sorry, Jimmy, but we all know Betty Quinlan gets with Bolby. In some ways, the second special is bigger and grander, bringing in major villains from both shows, but the villains don't really work together, and the anti-fairies, and thus the special's connection to Friday the 13th, disappear at the 3/4 mark. Also, having Jimmy and Timmy fight over Cindy seems weird on both fronts. Jimmy hadn't really made his feelings to Cindy clear before this, but the episode just kinda takes it as a given that Jimmy likes her. This was still before Vanishing Act. But on the other hand, obviously she's not going to end up with Timmy, right? She's not even from his universe, so this ending where they just sorta share feels weird. Unless they're planning an interdimensional polycule. But fuck it, it's the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 2. It's still pretty balanced, we get more of what was fun about the first one, and it just hits right in the nostalgia. So, when my parents were in college, my dad's roommate started dating my mom's roommate. They eventually had kids about the same age as my brother and I, and occasionally our parents would just take us to Chuck E. Cheese, let the four of us run around while they caught up. One particular trip to Chuck E. Cheese that I remember happened on the same day as the release of the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 2. I think at the time I considered that the greatest day of my life. I've certainly had better since then, but it does stick out in my mind as a particularly great moment from my childhood. Anyways, then they made a third one. In this one, Timmy's two friends are busy. Chester is moving furniture, and AJ is freezing himself because he's sick of being the only genius.
Where, if I'm right, mankind will be so far advanced, I'll be welcomed like a long-lost brother.
AJ, how do you expect mankind to improve if geniuses like you just abandon it? So Timmy goes, hey, how about that one girl that liked me from another universe? So he goes to Jimmy's world to see Cindy. Why this has never happened before, who can say? Then again, there was only one Fairly Odd Parents episode released between these two. But Jimmy, who's been watching through his interdimensional viewfinder, isn't about to have competition for his girl and takes off to stop Timmy. They get in a jetpack race, even though I'm pretty sure Cindy lives directly across the street from Jimmy. Cindy's out of town, so Timmy asks Jimmy if he wants to hang out. Jimmy agrees, but they don't seem to have many similar interests. Until Eustace Scorch shows up and they realize they love fighting bad guys. They treat Eustace as the non-threat he is by defeating him quickly and kicking him while he's down. Then they go into one of Timmy's Crimson Chin comics to fight Nega Chin, something they also find too easy. So they decide to create their own villain to pose a real challenge. All the while, they're ignoring their real friends. We get to see Chester and AJ in 3D, which is neat, though we'll talk more 3D in a sec. They team up with Carl and Sheen, who've been annoying Libby all day, which just sounds like Carl is third-wheeling to me. They try to get Cindy to split the two up, but they seem way more interested in each other. The villain, voiced hilariously by Jeff Garland, isn't very evil, so Jimmy and Timmy try to ditch him, making him angry and adapting to be able to defeat him. Or at least, force them to give him a name.
Your name is... Charlie!
Shirley. I like it. It's manly and threatening. Face the wrath of Shirley!
Man, there's some jokes that land, but something feels off about the writing throughout this one. Like, it's funny that Jimmy and Timmy think this is awesome, but why are Cosmo and Wanda chipping in? It's not even Butch Hartman jokes coming from the wrong characters, it's almost like someone trying to write Butch Hartman jokes while not fully getting them. Then again, this was definitely during a period of decline for Fairly Odd Parents writing, so maybe this is Butch Hartman humor. Plus, the tonal difference does kinda feel right for brain-drained Jimmy.
The big truck is gonna eat the little trucks!
Because, of course, the villain whose name isn't Shirley takes Jimmy's brains and Timmy's magic. Cosmo does make a jacket appear out of nowhere, although the show indicates he can change costumes even without magic. They trick VWNIS into going to Retroville, where he gets like a 1-minute scene, and that's the last we see of Retroville. Most of the rest of the special takes place in this white void of 3D models with 2D Fairly Odd Parents drawings. So, something my friends said about this special that never really bothered me as a kid is that you don't really see Jimmy's world after the halfway point. I sort of took Shirley's world as like a compromise between the two, a place that is both 2D and 3D. Of course, that does mean you end up seeing a lot of Jimmy Neutron characters in the Fairly Odd Parents style, and not nearly as many Fairly Odd Parents characters in the Jimmy Neutron style. But, it turns out there's kind of a reason for that. This was the last Jimmy Neutron thing ever produced by DNA Studios. They were in the process of closing while this was being made. So I assume they were given a lighter workload just to sort of compensate for that. The problem I have with this is that they found a way to get all the characters from both shows together and none of them have any funny interactions. Like, Hugh and Timmy's dad meeting should be the easiest comedic slam dunk, and instead they just kinda make silly noises at each other. And Cosmo and Wanda are just hanging out with everyone else, including Chester and AJ. Maybe they think they're with Jimmy's friends. Jimmy and Timmy express sincere regret for hurting their friends, so their friends help them combat Shirley by making him adapt away his powers. And they put everything back to normal, with Shirley taking up a job at a pizzeria. Seems a little out of nowhere, but whatever. It's weird, there's no goodbyes, no real indication these two plan on separating. It even seems like they're setting up the worlds having even more crossover to come. Which, of course, they would not because Jimmy Neutron ended. Honestly, this one has a really good story, I just wish the comedy was there to meet it, because it's easily the least funny of the three. But, honestly, I like the story enough that I kinda want to consider this the canonical finale of both these shows. Jimmy Neutron had the 3 episodes that got dumped after this, but it was the last episode produced, and while you could argue League of Villains is a better conclusion, I like the implication of Jimmy and Timmy just interacting all the time now. And yes, Fairly Odd Parents went on for 5 more seasons after this, but you want to see something weird? In 2006, there were only 3 new episodes of Fairly Odd Parents. 2 of them were Jimmy Timmy Power Hours, and sandwiched between them was the special Fairy Idol. Then in 2007, there were no new episodes of Fairly Odd Parents. And when the show finally came back in 2008, you know what it came back with?
Meet the newest member of the Fairly Odd family in a brand new movie, Fairly Odd Baby.
Yeah. Now listen, Poof as a character didn't ruin the show, the writing was already going downhill, but his introduction is a clear line of demarcation in the series. Not everything before him is good, and he is not the problem with these later episodes, but every episode after he shows up is guaranteed to be one of the bad ones. So if you're in the stop watching when they introduce Poof crowd, congratulations! Your final episode of Fairly Odd Parents is the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 3. Overall, the Jimmy Timmy Power Hour 1 and 2 are two of the best episodes of either show, shining examples of what a crossover should be and some of the most classic specials to air on Nickelodeon. And the third one is nice. I like it, it's just definitely the weakest of the bunch. Now I know what you're thinking. Am I gonna review Fairly Odd Parents? Probably not. I am prepared to make a Quentin review style bid for subscribers. I've sort of stagnated around the 5K mark, so if you guys can get me to 7.5K by the end of 2023, I will review all of Fairly Odd Parents. Now, I don't think you guys can do that. I don't think you're gonna reach this goal. I specifically set it very high so I don't have to slog through this show. So just to really sweeten the deal, just to really encourage you to hit the subscribe button, if we don't reach that goal, I'm going to review Back at the Barnyard instead. I might review it anyways. Oh look, we still got a little time left. Luckily this isn't the only time Jimmy and Timmy crossed over. Frickin' Spiny Man, fucking little shit piece of...
What's up, babe?
Frickin' Spiny Man, acting like he doesn't know me. But I'll show him.
By dressing as the Fruit Stripe mascot?
What? No, it's my new character, Stripey Norman. I'm gonna beat him at his own game.
By having the better fursona.
No, reviewing games.
Matt, you don't really play a lot of video games.
Nonsense, I just got done playing the Nicktoons Unite games. It's the biggest crossover event in Nickelodeon history. A series of 4 games bringing together the biggest names in Nick's house. And who would be in the first game but my boy Jimmy Neutron, and his boy Timmy Turner, and also Danny Phantom and SpongeBob. I figured it was worth looking into for giving Jim such a big role, plus it seems like a lot of the fan stuff I find for Jimmy Neutron is for specifically Nicktoons Unite. I think there are plenty of people for whom this is their greatest or even only exposure to Jimmy Neutron. This game released in 2005, starring what were probably at the time Nick's biggest cartoons. Maybe we can look back now and say Avatar has stuck around longer, but I don't know, do you really want Aang in this game? These 4 shows felt tonally similar enough to work together. In the game, each character's main rival has teamed up for a multi-dimensional takedown of their heroes. Gotta say, this team-up feels a little lopsided. Vlad is actually a serious villain. Calamitous and Plankton are both silly cartoon villains, but they're still kind of a threat. Crocker's just a guy. I know, who else are you gonna do for Timmy? But still, Crocker is usually played as a joke villain. He's only really a threat when he has magic on his side. Jimmy gets the gang together to fight back, and we get 3 stages and a boss in Danny Phantom and SpongeBob's world, 2 and a boss in Timmy's world, and 1 really long final stage for Jimmy before the end boss. Yeah, it's a little uneven. Now, from my perspective, this is basically a Jimmy Neutron game where Jimmy travels to the worlds of Danny Phantom, SpongeBob, and Fairly Odd Parents. I mean, he gets the hub world, the save points are Goddard, he's the character you play as the whole time. Or at least the one I played as the whole time. But yeah, obviously I'd appreciate a little more acknowledgement for Jimmy. I'd also appreciate if they hadn't redesigned him for some fucking reason. Jimmy's the only 3D character, yet he looks less like his show counterpart than the other 3. Even the 2D images of him reflect this redesign. Except on the cover and load screen where they have Jimmy's original look. This is false advertising. Each character has their own unique abilities you'll have to use to beat the game, which I guess is cool if you're doing this multiplayer, but if you're alone, it can get kind of obnoxious. Also, it occasionally runs into that Attack of the Twonkies problem of let me try every different attack because I know it's one of them, but I can't tell which one. Danny and SpongeBob start with melee attacks, while Timmy uses Cosmo as a ranged weapon, and Jimmy has a gun. Like, I think it's supposed to be a laser gun, but it makes a really gunshot sounding noise when you fire it, so... Yeah, Jimmy's got a gun, and you can upgrade them to new abilities as you go along. Danny can possess stunned enemies and go ghost to walk through walls or jump further. SpongeBob can throw doodle bobs, make bubble bombs, and absorb water. Oh my god! That's both hilarious and horrifying. It's horlarifying. Timmy can freeze things and become cleft, boy chin wonder. And Jimmy can shoot flares, use every video game's favorite of his inventions, the shrink ray, and put on a football helmet and run into stuff? Did you guys watch even one single episode of Jimmy Neutron? It'd make a lot more sense, I think, to have SpongeBob do the headbutting than give Jimmy either the bomb power or make the Doodlebobs robots or something, I don't know. The first world is that of Danny Phantom. These levels are fine. The only thing I didn't like all that much was these electric coils you have to freeze then destroy, but they're in a lot of levels, so it's not even a complaint exclusive to this world. But I do have to make a bit of a confession. I watched Danny Phantom as a kid, but I never kept up with it the way I did these other 3 shows, so when these goblin and ghost villains showed up, I assumed they were Danny Phantom villains, and then they showed up in all the other levels. These are just the villains of this game. Really, the only villains until the final level, and that's a big complaint I have. You couldn't even give each world unique villains. They don't even have to fight different, just slap a different skin on them. This game is so repetitive. I got really sick of walking into the room, the doors close, and you have to just kill all these guys before they open again. This game borders on being a beat 'em up, and honestly, they'd be better off if they committed to that a little better. Also, weirdly, they have some fully voiced cutscenes, but they also have a lot of parts that are left to text boxes, seemingly to cover up for how few voice actors they got. Other than the 4 leads and their 4 villains, I'm pretty sure the only characters with voice actors are Cosmo, Wanda, Patrick, Sandy, and Cindy. And I'm pretty sure Cindy's only in there because it's the same actress as Sandy. Actually, I didn't notice this till editing, but Crocker doesn't even have a voice? How? How do you not get the voice of one of your main villains? Jack Fenton is present but doesn't have a voice, which proves conclusively these consoles couldn't handle Rob Paulson's voice. This feels really half-assed, honestly. A massively cut corner that's just impossible to ignore. The boss fight with Vlad is a little tedious, but like the other Danny Phantom levels, I found this one inoffensive. The SpongeBob levels, however, I got issues with. The first one's fine, but the second and third are way too long. First you got Jellyfish Fields, where you gotta fight this jellyfish catcher by first shrinking it, then getting in as many hits as you can before it regenerates. Rinse and repeat until it's dead. It's a really obnoxious mini-boss to have to fight. So of course, they stuck it in the level like 8 more times. And don't think you can just walk past it like some enemies, because they turn into water puddles for some reason, and SpongeBob needs to absorb those to progress. And after you fight your way through what feels like more than a complete level, the Flying Dutchman asks you to find all his ghostly crewmates. Just a random thing tacked on at the end. Then you visit the Jellyfish Factory, which in the show was definitely something Mr. Krabs built, but now it's part of Plankton's operation. You've got a decent escort mission with Patrick. I am okay with this. This would have sufficed for a level, but it just keeps going. Plankton is a decent boss. I did have to look up how to beat him, but only because I forgot SpongeBob could make bombs. For once, I was dumb, not the game. Then we get to Fairly Odd Parents, starting in a castle Crocker has made for himself. I kinda like this level. It's fun to destroy these Crocker statues. Definitely goes on longer than it needs to, though. And you remember that Find the Flying Dutchman's crewmates segment that felt tacked on to SpongeBob's level? Yeah, that mission is the entirety of the second Fairly Odd Parents level. It is comically short. You're really gonna give this show 1 fewer levels and then make one of those 2 levels a fraction of the SpongeBob level? And then we get fucking Crocker, who's just an awful boss. You gotta throw bombs at him as SpongeBob until his health is depleted enough for you to do the obnoxious freeze and destroy electric coils thing as Timmy. But okay, I did it 4 times, let's move on. Oh, what the fuck? There's phases to this boss? Once would have been bad. 3 times puts you in the running for worst level. Upon returning to Jimmy's world, they bump into Cindy. Why does she have her movie design? Why is goddamn Jimmy Neutron the only game that can get this right? Jimmy finds the League of Villains is hiding inside Goddard, so they have to shrink down and travel inside him. The only Jimmy Neutron level is Goddard. Not a location from the show, just the inside of Goddard. And he has a smaller Goddard inside of him. They do at least finally introduce new enemies in the form of these robot fleas that you also get sick of by the end of the level. There's also a giant flea level boss. The level bosses in this game are so annoying. You attack them for a while, they hop away, and you gotta defeat a horde of enemies before they come back. Now do that about a dozen more times. And finally, the great end boss where you have to press these buttons to move bridges, and it's pretty unclear which button moves what. And also, you can't move the camera, so sometimes the bridge is off screen and you gotta run over just to look and see if you got it. You know, I complained about no camera movement pretty early in my Jimmy for Console review because it was a pervasive issue with the game. Here the camera movement hasn't been a problem till now, but ooh, does it make this extremely tedious boss fight even more tedious. Because while you're doing that, the villains shoot you and spam all the same boring enemies from the game. I really hate this end boss. I'm honestly not sure if this or Crocker is worse. And so the day is saved, but Jimmy gives everyone a device to help them come together again if they need to. Yeah, I'm sure they'll invite you next time, Jimmy. This is a very unremarkable beat-em-up collect-a-thon. Repetitive, uninspired, and easily the best game I've played for this series so far. It doesn't live up to Jet Fusion's best moments, but it doesn't come close to its worst either. I was annoyed at this game, but never angry. This is a perfectly acceptable Jimmy Neutron licensed game. Except it's not a Jimmy Neutron game, is it? It's Nicktoons Unite, the glorious uniting of all Nick's biggest stars. And that fact drags it down. You can half-ass a game about one of these properties, but all four is just unacceptable. Why have so many corners been cut? I don't even blame the developers for that. I blame Nickelodeon. Give this game the budget it deserves. Maybe I could forgive the underwhelming gameplay if the writing was there to make up for it, but they skimp on the character interactions so much, and most of what we get is just there to move the story along. So much missed potential. We do get a handful of good references to the shows. They include Plankton's lab, Jimmy mentions his neutronic airgun from Jet Fusion, and they even reference the Power Hours, even though they also contradict the Power Hours by having Wanda say they can only grant wishes in Timmy's universe. Yeah, I think I've said it all, an epic setup wasted on an underwhelming game. Then in 2006 we got the sequel, Nicktoons Battle for Volcano Island, which doesn't feature Jimmy Neutron as a playable character, so I'm not playing it. Quite infuriatingly, this game introduces a bunch of new playable characters, and they are all from SpongeBob and Danny Phantom, while Jimmy is relegated to a phoned-in cameo. Now, the SpongeBob favoritism I get. It is undoubtedly Nick's biggest success, and he's basically the face of the company, the way Mickey is for Disney or Bugs for Warner Brothers. Hell, these games were called SpongeBob and Friends in a lot of foreign markets. But I'm certain Fairly Odd Parents was more popular than Danny Phantom, and honestly, I want to say Jimmy Neutron was too. That one's arguable, maybe I'm only saying that because I was into Jimmy Neutron, but I swear, I hear more about it than Danny Phantom. And hell, maybe it's a regional thing. Maybe Jimmy Neutron was only bigger here in the States. From what I've heard, it didn't make it to a lot of other countries. So maybe by the time this came out, Danny Phantom was more popular worldwide? I don't know, if you lived outside the US in the 2000s, let me know which was more popular where you were. And if you lived in the US and think Danny Phantom was more popular, please elaborate.
I think Jimmy Neutron was more popular.
Oh, hey, I forgot you were here. You're a lot less talkative than Spiny.
I just like hearing you talk.
Aww. Anyways, moving on, in 2007 we got Nicktoons Attack of the Toybots for Wii and PS2, with Jimmy reinstated even though this was after his show ended. Although actually it was after Danny Phantom ended too, and Fairly Odd Parents was on hiatus, so SpongeBob was the only one releasing new episodes at the time of this game's release. So to keep it up to date, they added the most classic, unforgettable Nickelodeon character ever, Tack from Tack and the Power of Juju. Now, Tak actually started as a video game series in 2003, but in 2007 he got his own show on Nickelodeon. It didn't last long. Like, Back at the Barnyard has more episodes. Yeah, with the original 4, it felt like Nick's biggest shows of the era, but Tak can't help but feel like them going, hey, check out the new Tak and the Power of Juju show, only on Nickelodeon. But I mean, what other show did they have from that era that lived to be timeless? Oh yeah, that one. That you should have gone with that one. To the game's credit, there are a number of playable characters from classic Nick shows to choose from, which is something that has felt lacking from the series thus far. Don't expect to see them in any cutscenes or to affect the story in any way. That's reserved for 2 shows that had been cancelled and one you only kinda half remember. But to the game's credit, you can play as Rocco, Stimpy, Ginny, and Gurr, though apparently Handheld got El Tigre too. Also, rude of them to dead-name Ginny in the opening. The characters also get alternate costumes that you can buy with these lament configurations you pick up. I don't know what these things are supposed to be, but bet your ass I'm grinding to get Timmy's cowboy costume. None of the characters really play any different, although that does cut down on switching back and forth between characters in the middle of levels. The one place they kinda play slightly different is in these bonus stages to unlock master models, this game's version of the nav chips from Jet Fusion. You need them to progress. Though, unlike Jet Fusion, they don't make you backtrack through the whole level. They'll drop you right in the area you need to be in, and even tell you which characters you need before you start. SpongeBob's areas bring back his tongue surfing from Battle for Bikini Bottom, so it feels nice. Danny's is this awful ghost section that just drops you in with no instructions and expects you to figure it out. Tak's is this wall jumping section that's technically distinct from regular gameplay, but not by much. And everyone else, it's just more of the same platforming from the rest of the game. Tak, Danny, and SpongeBob are the only ones with any unique gimmick, and even Tak's is tenuous. I actually ended up in one of these areas without even realizing it was something different the first time. The master models themselves are based on Nicktoons characters, and it's another great way this game celebrates Nickelodeon history. They got some deep cuts. Otis from Barnyard, Otto from Rocket Power, Tuesday from the X's? This may be the first time I've thought about the X's since before this game came out. You can view them in the basement, and if you press A single frame of smoke will appear. Why is this a feature? Why is it just one frame? I will say, for as hard as Jimmy Neutron gets sidelined in the second game, they make Professor Calamitous the main enemy of this game. He is apparently on some sort of interdimensional villain game show where he unveils a plan to force-feed Krabby Patties to fairies so they'll create magic farts that somehow give off ghost energy? It's a real stretch to fit Danny into this plot. Although it's a real stretch to fit any of them in this plot, as all he's making are evil toys. Come on, Jimmy did that by mistake. These couldn't just be robots. He's also trapping famous Nick heroes to create evil toys of them, so it's up to SpongeBob to free Patrick, Tak, Jimmy, and Timmy before they finally meet Calamitous' right-hand man, Chadbot. Yeah, okay, you guys definitely didn't watch any Jimmy Neutron. Chadbot, who kinda hates Calamitous, offers to let them call Danny Phantom on his interdimensional phone if they bring him more Nickelodeon toys. But, they already had interdimensional communicators. Why would they need his? And I'm sorry, people complained that the levels in Nicktoons Unite were too long? Have you played Attack of the Toybots? These Toy Factory levels never end. While the first game is repetitive in a broader sense, this one is repetitive on the granular level. The stages pretty much all look the same. You've got 3 never-ending Toy Factory levels, plus the Bikini Bottom and Fairyland levels end up looking really similar, all filled with endless platforming challenges. The 2 levels that are different are these mech suit stages that still manage to feel painfully repetitive by the end, but we'll get to those. Some of these platforming challenges are so easy you can breeze through them in a few seconds. A few are challenges that take some effort or patience, sometimes more patience than I really have. But a couple of these, ooh boy, buckle up, 'cause you're gonna be here a while. This is the most deliberately challenging game I've played. Jimmy for console was hard because the controls were poop. I don't know how they did it, but they programmed a whole game using only human feces. This game is designed to be hard. Honestly, it's too difficult for a children's game. Some of these I might get in a more advanced game. If these showed up in Cuphead or Super Meat Boy, well, they'd probably be the lamest part of the game, but I'd be more okay with the difficulty. I don't know how any 10-year-old was supposed to beat some of these. This game doesn't have a life system, and I think it's entirely because it would be impossible if it did. So yeah, you get infinite lives, although they can be pretty uncharitable with their checkpoints. And a lot of these don't feel fair or rewarding. It was just another thing I had to get past. The timing is off with some of these moving platforms. It's too easy to overshoot your jumps. The controls in this game are pretty good. They're very tight and precise. Surely you knew where jumps would end. And a few of these I have to call out specifically. You guys can eat my ass. Jumping over a single one of these panels kinda sucks, but the opposite direction panels were unbearable, especially because in this 2D platforming challenge, you have to worry about a third dimension. You shouldn't be able to fall off the back. That's the type of place you put an invisible wall so I don't execute the timing perfectly and then still miss. That happened more than once. One place they do have invisible walls is this stair portion, but there's just a little too much space between the stairs and the invisible walls, so it's really easy to miss a step to the right or left and fall back down. These are some tall stairs. Cut me a little slack. There's rotating butterflies that kind of remind me of Carl's butterfly in the Jimmy Neutron movie, and most of them are okay. I can't say any of them were good, though, but this one I still have no idea what the correct timing is. Every time I made it, it felt like pure luck. Also, you gotta grab the butterflies, but grab and spin dash are mapped to the same button, so sometimes your character just decides to roll to their death instead of grab. See, Spiny, Jimmy can spin dash, you're not special. There's these guys you have to hop over while attacking rocks, and at some point they're coming so fast, it's jump, attack, jump, attack, jump, attack. And you better get the rhythm right or you'll ground pound and you won't have time to recover. And I hope you didn't want to unlock Gurr, because the special stage to get him is nigh on impossible. You gotta hit these trampolines, but you can't go on the first bounce or you won't make it. You have to bounce, reposition yourself closer to the lasers, and then jump over it. But you better get the reposition on the first bounce or the UFO chasing you is gonna kill you. Even if you execute flawlessly the first time, this thing is coming right at you. There is no room for error. But maybe it's fair to make it more challenging to unlock more beloved characters. When you collect fairies in increments of 100, Jorgen stops the game dead, interrupts whatever you were doing to tell you how many fairies you've rescued. Richters, what the fuck? I should also talk about how awkward the trampolines are. In most games you hit jump as you hit the trampoline to get a bigger jump, but here the jump has to happen at the top of your arc. Timing your jump with the trampoline perfectly and being rewarded with an extra high jump is so much more satisfying. This is just a triple jump where you don't get to control when the first jump happens. Also, the Fairy World level needs to be talked about in isolation. You see things like these and you remember all those times you grabbed rotating platforms. So you press the button and no, why did you think that would work here? It's also very unclear what you can and cannot touch. The game has a very specific way it wants you to complete this. There's these floating portions that come out of nowhere with no instructions. The game will repeat how you do a move every time you need to do that move, and then it'll just throw you in somewhere and expect you to figure it out. It's amazing to have a game that holds your hand too much and not enough. So there's a part of the level I thought was genuinely impossible because the game didn't explain there was a button I could press to go down. So let's talk about the 2 mech stages. They require you to point the Wii remote at the screen to aim. I don't think motion controls are bad. There's plenty of games like Wii Sports that implement it well. It just got shoved into way too many games where it didn't belong back in the Wii era. Amity Park is bad, but not uniquely so. The only odd thing is at the end you fight a tank with Jimmy's design on it. You can't put the hero's design on the thing you gotta fight. But the final stage in Calamitous' lair, which again fails to adapt any actual location from Jimmy Neutron, ends with this bit with infinitely respawning SpongeBots, guns that are out of reach and can't be shot, and you have to shoot down 2 of these red things to shoot the shield generators to beat the level. It's exactly as obnoxious to play as it is to hear described, and that alone I think grants it the worst level award. And then Chadbot wins the biggest evil genius because he collected all the master models, and he defeats Calamitous, and that's just it. It's such a weird, out of nowhere, nothing conclusion. It's like they knew they couldn't possibly get worse. Nicktoons Unite at least ended on a lame joke. Despite how long I played the game, it felt lacking in content. 3 levels take up 70% of the game, then there's just 4 other much smaller levels. There's not even a final boss. Not that I'm really upset there isn't more of this. This game makes big improvements on Nicktoons Unite with tighter controls, a bigger roster, more varied enemies, and more fully realized cutscenes. But it's just a pain in the ass to play. Too easy in places, way too hard in others, and rarely does it land in the middle. For as much as it does right, it fails at one of the biggest things a video game needs to do. It's not fun. It's kind of hard to stack up to the other games. I'd definitely rank it below Twonkies and Jet Fusion. At least those had some actually fun parts. And honestly, I'm ranking it below Jimmy for PC too. This game is polished, but it's no fun. That game was occasionally fun in spite of how horribly unpolished it was. And that leaves one final game, the last time Jimmy would grace our consoles. And weirdly, they changed the Nicktoons title to focus on just one show. Jimmy Neutron featuring the Nicktoons Globs of Doom, I believe it was called. Released in 2008, the game would be the first in the series to completely exclude the Fairly Odd Parents. Damn, at least the second game gave Jimmy a cameo. It also really doesn't make sense because 3 of the 5 shows represented had already ended, and one of the 2 that was still on was fucking Tack and the Power of Juju. Why would you keep him and not small-headed Jimmy? My only guess is so he can't just wish the bad guy away, but the other games dealt with that fine. Filling in for Timmy is Zim and Dib from Invader Zim, because this was after Nick realized people really liked that show. In the game, globs of goo from outer space are raining down on the worlds of our heroes. What the goo does is inconsistent. Sometimes it mutates or mind controls you, sometimes it traps you, sometimes it just slows you down, and sometimes it comes to life to fight you. So all Nick's greatest heroes, minus Timmy, team up with their villains to fight back. And the villains are just like, already on board with this. There's no convincing they're ready to go. I kinda don't know why the villains are even here, honestly. They don't even bring back Vlad and Calamitous. Instead, it's Beautiful, Gorgeous, and, Technus? Y'all, I watched Danny Phantom as a kid, and I have no idea who this is. And I was never going to recognize this Tack villain. Beautiful Gorgeous kinda makes sense if you can't get Tim Curry back to be Calamitous, but I also think Ooblar or Evil Jimmy might have been more recognizable. Hell, Evil Jimmy I think is self-explanatory enough, no one would have questioned it. Or, you know, just pay Tim Curry and have Calamitous in the game. Although after sitting out most of the GameCube era, we can finally process Rob Paulson's voice, and he plays 2 of the villains. So maybe they didn't want him on a 3rd, thus Evil Jimmy's exclusion. And if they just wanted more female characters, I think they could have done better than Beautiful Gorgeous. But I don't know, Beautiful Gorgeous is odd but not unthinkable. Thank fuck it wasn't Eustace. Plankton is the only one of these villains I see anyone getting excited for. Well, and Dib, but the joke there is Zim is kind of the villain of his own show. You could have easily still had both of them and then just got interesting second characters for every other show. Jimmy can have Carl or Sheen or hell, even Cindy. Sam and Tucker have been in other games, so it makes sense to bring one of them back. You could have Tack and second character from Tack and the Power of Juju, and I'm sure Nick would have loved an excuse to shove more SpongeBob characters in here. I mean, Patrick probably has more screen time in these cutscenes than Plankton, and he's not even playable. This feels like an improvement on the original Nicktoons Unite, by which I mean it feels like Nicktoons Unite, but without the cut corners. That game was a half-assed, boring, repetitive beat-em-up. This is a polished, boring, repetitive beat-em-up. All the cutscenes are fully voiced and animated, we get levels set in all the show's worlds, and an equal number. 2 stages and a boss fight for every show. Well, okay, Tack doesn't have a boss, because that's when you fight the final boss. And like, if you had to disrespect one of these shows, yeah, it should be Tack. Plus, you're rescuing characters from these shows. It feels far more fully realized than the first game. The one thing I think is noticeably worse is that you don't get to pick which character you play as, which makes no sense. I'd get it if they all had special abilities that the level was built around, but they all play more or less the same. There's not even a narrative reason for the team-ups we get. It genuinely feels completely random which characters the game allows you to play as. Heroes never play with their own villain, and often you'll go through entire levels as no one from that show, including in boss fights. There's not even a free play mode where you can replay as whatever character you want. You are stuck as the characters they pick, no matter what, which feels like a huge step backwards. That was one of the last game's best features. And varied playstyles is something I can give Nicktoons Unite. It got obnoxious in parts, but it's one place where that game tried and this one didn't. The one difference in playstyle is your special move, though all of them just stun your enemies for a one-hit kill, except Danny's, which creates a ghost clone to fight for you. Beautiful Gorgeous's hypnotizes people. I know, can you even believe it? Let's also address how the characters look. The more high-def he is, the less I like redesigned Jimmy, and this game goes overboard on these cutscenes. They're higher definition than they've ever been, but they're way too shiny. They look plastic. I thought the last game was about toys. I guess another thing Nicktoons Unite gets better is story. I know that's weird to say because who cares about the story in a Nicktoons game? I sure don't. So why am I listening to SpongeBob SquarePants talk about an ancient evil from the beginning of time?
I sought evil, and his name is Globulus Maximus, older than time itself.
This is way too much for a Nickelodeon game. Tone it down. Anyways, the first 3 worlds are pretty repetitive, so I'm gonna skip straight to the bosses. I will say, it's recognizably places from the shows. Generally, some of Zim's levels get kinda generic lava world, and a lot of Danny's is just hopping across rooftops, but it's better than fucking Attack of the Toy Bots with never-ending factory levels. So the bosses. SpongeBob gets Bubble Bass, and let me tell ya, this boss fight is so easy I beat it before I even figured out what I was supposed to be doing. I started mashing C where it told me to start mashing C, then I got distracted answering a bunch of questions in chat, and before I knew what C even did, I'd beaten the boss? I know you can burn the patties, but is that good or bad? Who cares, let's move on. At Zim's house you gotta fight Gurr, and when you get him at about 2/3 health and then again at the 1/3 mark, he throws you out and you have to make your way back in. Which is kinda lame. I get they want him to have phases, but in that case, make him go deeper into the house. Have him crawl through a hallway you gotta fight through, then phase 2 in the kitchen before he retreats to Zim's lair, which you also gotta fight your way into. Throwing me right back outside is, like this franchise, dull and repetitive. Danny's boss is this ghost dog. You gotta make him run into the buttons, press the buttons, and trick him into chasing you through the lasers. It's tediously boring, but it's also pretty easy, and they only make you do it twice. I wish a lot of bosses in this series had that much restraint. The gimmick sucks, but at least it's over fast. And then we get to Retroville, the first time Jimmy Neutron's world was adapted into one of these games. Not just the inside of his dog or his villain's hideout that's conspicuously just another factory level. It's Retroville. They start us off with a Retroland level, and I mean, there are 2 games with cooler Retroland levels because they actually let you explore Retroland. But hey, it's better than Jimmy for console. Wait, that's not actually a compliment, is it? I meant to say, at least they adapted a recognizable place for the Nicktoons game. Yeah, it's from the movie, but it's the most memorable part of the movie. The weird thing is we see Jimmy's girl-eating plant, huge and mutated, attacking Cindy in Retroland, but then you don't rescue Cindy until level 2, and you don't see the girl-eating plant again till the final boss that is not in Retroland? What happened here? Level 2 takes us to Jimmy's neighborhood, leading to his lab where we board a ship that just takes us to the candy bar in a pretty awkward transition. It feels forced. If you want to have the candy bar in there, that's where the level should start as you fight your way through the neighborhood and into Jimmy's lab for some specific part or something. It's kind of easy to get lost in these levels. It didn't happen too much, but at least twice I was unclear where I was supposed to be going and had to spend a minute wandering around looking. You got some hover car portions on rails? You still haven't watched Jimmy Neutron, have you? You gotta jump lasers, and my immediate reaction was, oh boy, back to Attack of the Toy Bots. And I was having a pretty hard time until I realized all I had to do was jump straight up and I'd clear it. It was so easy, I thought it was harder, and I overcompensated. I guess here I'll talk about these mini bosses. You gotta hit them in the legs to bring them down, then hit the center a bunch, and it's kind of a weird, not very fun mini boss. So of course, they slap it in the game a dozen more times to the point of tedium. These enemies are made of slime. You can make them look like anything. Why is it the same 3 designs the whole game? This is lazy game design. Cindy has been redesigned in the same way Jimmy has, but Carl and Sheen remain unaltered. I kinda hate Cindy's redesign too, but hey, at least it's show outfit Cindy. Congrats on being as good as Jimmy Neutron versus Jimmy Negatron. Then the 3rd level is the Retroville Mall? I guess there was a mall in the movie. I'd let it slide if it didn't pull this teleporting girl-eating plant thing, and also the gimmick of this boss fight is you have to get into dress stores so the plant will eat you? I kinda assumed the plant would work off, I don't know, hormones or brainwaves or something, but apparently it's just, are you in a dress? You know there's already a girl on the team, right? I suppose it spitting you out twice is cooler than being thrown out of Zim's house, especially since you've got to go a different path each time, all of them visible from the start. That's a much better approach. This may be the most competent boss fight. Hard to say, you do still just wail on the uvula whenever the game just lets you. And yeah, it's lame that the boss fight is at some unidentified mall, but 2 out of 3 or whatever. I actually might like Tax World the best. It felt like Retroville tried a few new things that improved the game, but this one goes deeper, with some minor, not too difficult puzzles, something to switch the gameplay up, but it's not boring and tedious. I think if this were World 2 or 3 and they kept building on the game like this, it could have been a good game. It could also have been boring and tedious, but it's already that, so it'd be a lateral move. I suppose it also benefits from not including the final boss, because counting that, this world really sucks. Globulus Maximus sends out these clouds, and you gotta fight these bodyguards that have lasers coming out of their sides and shoot heat-seeking globs at you constantly. So there's nowhere to really stand, or float as it were, to punch it without taking damage constantly. So you basically just hit it as much as you can before you die, respawn, and do it again. If there's a better strategy, I never found it. Wait, you're supposed to stay far away from him and weave while shooting? No one told me I could shoot! And he naturally does this 3 more times. I hate it so much. Worst level by miles. And just to tie up the story being absolutely bonkers, Globulus reveals he's God's booger from when he sneezed everything into existence. But now he's decided he wants to be just like SpongeBob and turns himself into Sponge Glob. Jimmy is the only one who has a problem with this. Then the villains decide they want to use Globulus for nefarious purposes, and you gotta fight them as Sponge Glob. This fight is a fucking joke. There's no strategy, you just wail on them till the health bar goes all the way down. That's the final level. It's like they forgot to do anything with the villains and then just slapped this on at the end. And that's Nicktoons Globs of Doom. It's boring, too easy, the story makes no sense, and it goes back on features present in previous games. And it's also the best game Jimmy Neutron is in, at least for console. Overall, the Nicktoons Unite games never quite lived up to their real potential. The series is just so generic, with games often playing things too safe and not exploring the possibilities these games present. But at least 2 of them are functional and inoffensive. That's more than I can say about any of Jimmy's standalone games. I suppose here I'll discuss Jimmy's appearances in other Nicktoons games. Of course he's in all the handheld Nicktoons games, even some handheld exclusives. I remember having Nicktoons Freeze Frame Frenzy as a kid, but we'll discuss the Boy Genius's handheld outings some other time. Nickelodeon Toon Twister was a computer game where you could make 3D animations with Nicktoons characters, and would be the only Nicktoons game to feature Libby, though Sheen is absent. He was playable in the party game Nicktoons Party Blast, which weirdly doesn't feature any Fairly OddParents characters. He's appeared in the most recent Nicktoons racing game, Nicktoons Kart Racer 3, along with Cindy. Weirdly, there's no Fairly OddParents characters in this either. Sheen and Ultralord were playable in Nicktoons MLB, though Jimmy's only available in the DS version. Again, no Fairly OddParents characters. And of course, most recently, Hugh was in the first round of DLC characters for Nicktoons All-Stars Brawl, a game that also features no Fairly OddParents characters. What gives? At this point, I'm starting to think someone involved with Fairly OddParents is withholding the characters. Surely Nick would want one of their longest-running shows to be represented in these games. I am impressed with the breadth of references in Hugh's moveset. Look at this, Flippy's in the game before Jimmy. He's got the light sword, his duck plane from Fundemonium, he even bounces on a banana, which I think is a reference to that one line that's kind of a meme. Oh, and his victory pose is Donut Boy. I am disappointed they have once again not adapted any location from the show for his stage, though maybe this is supposed to be based on the Puel song from the Christmas episode? Oof. Is that it? Have I covered every possible facet of Jimmy Neutron?
Not the handheld games.
I need time for that. Anything else?
No, that was very thorough.
Cool. Now I've only got one thing left to do.
Fucking coattail riders.